Alongside him, Stephen Gilligan, Arm Marine Epic Racing, thanks to Yarrawonga 4x4 Centre and MSC Signs. Kai Cornell, 117 Motorsport. Mr. Hollywood, the orange and white machine. To his right, the flying Sam Lucas, the man with the best smile in the industry. Arm Marine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services. The Iceman, Simon Troy in Mainline Dialogue. And do not count out Wasp Racing, Will Parker. This bloke is fast. He's running wide because he is provisional. But he's back in the saddle in this beautiful Mulgard. This is the boat that was run last season by Andrew Chilver. Super fast little Mulgard, and will be interesting to watch him out there. He had good pace yesterday, finding his feet in this new rig.
Do we know why Andrew Chilver isn't here this weekend?
Got a brand new boat, ex-Craig Bailey Marine Racing, but just could not get it ready in time. He was still working on it on Thursday, but just had to pull out. So big shame for Andrew Chilver. He is here with us this weekend, helping out. Starting to get a little bit exciting out here. Interesting wind conditions today, mate. A little bit more chop, so these boats are going to love this. You'll see them dance. This is about as quick as it's going to be.
Yeah, the last 2 mornings have been beautiful and calm and just about glassy conditions. But as you said, a little bit of wind chop out there this morning. And as we've seen, this concrete wall is going to play its part in roughing the water up very quickly.
Yeah, these boats really love a little bit of chop and gets them up and dancing, keeps the heart rate up, keeps it alive. So along this front straightaway will be pretty good. Talking to the drivers, the roughest section of the course is actually down just before the entry of turn number 1, where that wall rolls around the corner. You get a little bit of confused water, and of course also a bit of action off the boat ramp down there as boats are launching and retrieving. But conditions just about perfect. We've got a couple of beautiful swans out there that are about to get a real surprise when these Formula Tunnel boats launch.
I've heard of a frog in a blender, but not a swan in a blender.
I think the drone is doing a fantastic job right now of herding those swans out of the way. Well done to our drone operator. Might have to get them down there in Adelaide and see how he goes with dolphins. Never work with children and animals, they say.
And the swans just having a good look at the drone there.
Yeah. But, kids, if you've got some bread in your pockets, you want to duck down to the right-hand side and maybe start feeding a couple of swans. Hey, guess what? There's Brianna Quinn, the superstar baby machine. She doesn't know I'm here, but I'm sure she can hear me. Morning, Brie. Yep, always laughing.
Oh, another one.
All right, swans are clear from my angle at race control. We've got a drone in the way now, but here we go. So drone up and hovers out of the way. We're waiting for the call. 2 flags will be displayed out there on Rescue 1. The first flag lowers, mate. Ignition on, fuel pumps primed. Ready to go. Finger hovered over the button. We've got Optimax. Sorry, 2.5. Optimax, 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 2.5. So big mix in these engine combinations.
And as you said, the different engine combinations have different starting capabilities as well.
Yeah, certainly do, mate. The Optimax running that 2-stage direct injection, 2-stroke technology, so requires a fuel charge and an air charge. So it takes about 3/4 of a revolution of the flywheel for the system to build enough pressure to blow that fuel charge into the combustion chamber. We are at 2 flags, ladies and gentlemen. First flag will lower, and then any time after that, the second that white flag drops, bang, here we go. Great launch out wide from Simon Troy, mainline dialogue. He's got the jump. Sam Lucas now getting pinched in between a couple of boats. Oh, he's got nowhere to go. Will Parker's come across a little bit from my angle and taken Simon Troy with him, but hey, I'm not in the judge's towel. Let's have a look. Hadley Deegan, he should be the first man of the pins on the left-hand side. There's a big run out wide. Deegan is through clean. 1, 2, 3. We've had who's that? Dave Meads had to back right out of it. But Hadley Deegan, the man from Ulverston, he's got a big fan base here in Tasmania. Beautiful run in turn number 1, and he's got some pace in this boat this morning, Vaughnie.
Yeah, a great start there, but have a look who's in second at the moment. It's one of the mainline boats. And then we go back to the first to the R Marine boats. And the grey boat also of Paul Sain is still in there, 4th position at the moment, coming under attack from one of the R Marine boats around the outside.
Wow, Hadley Deegan, these boys have worked hard overnight. They have found some pace. Simon Troy gapped the field yesterday, and right now that blue machine is holding off the fast-charging mainline dialogue to his outside. Different line being run, but this is incredible to see. They've made some big gains. Big shout-out to the Deegan Marine crew. 3rd place is Stephen Gilligan in Epic R Marine Jackson. 4th now, Kai Cornell. 117 Motorsport, but he's got Paul Sane up his inside in Trim King. They're locked in a battle for third spot. Now, Sam Lucas has been bundled right out of this. He is now relegated almost to last spot. He has got a long way forward to get some points in the bag.
Bit of a mistake down there from Harley Deegan, and that's allowed Simon Troy to really get away from this big field of Formula One GP boats.
Yeah, so Simon Troy now, he's got a gap. I didn't see, I was looking at the other end of the track, but Hadley, uncharacteristic error. It looks like he's got a huge amount of experience behind the wheel. This is a slightly older boat. These other two boats in front of him are a newer technology boat, so they've really got to absolutely nail it to get the pace they've got out of it. And right there, look at that mid-corner acceleration in that blue machine. That boat looks good. Here's Simon Troy, your race leader. Mainline Dynalog, the Iceman, out of New South Wales.
Beautifully balanced as he goes down into turn number one. Deegan in second in the place at the moment as he tilts the boat in. Gets through turn number one, no problems this time. Had a bit of a bobble mid-corner on the previous lap, and that's what cost Deegan a bit of time.
Further back in the field, we've got Dave Meads, the Bud Light, the blue and yellow flash, and he's got Paul Sane. These guys are locked in a battle because in the spray right behind him is Sam Lucas. So a three-boat field into turn number two. Watch them this time. This is going to be very, very tight. So Meads getting held tight on the pins. Sam Lucas getting bundled wide. So it was actually Paul Sane got the best of that sequence of corners. He's got enough. Can he come over? Does he shut the pins down? No, he gives Meads racing room. Oh, but Lucas has to now alter his course. He's driving through the spray, half blinded on this Lexan screen, looking left and right. Oh, we've got a drama. We've got a drama with 117 Motorsport. Kai Cornell, he has missed a turn, boy. Didn't see it. I was looking down the other end of the screen, but Kai Cornell is out. He's pulled to the inside. So if he's missed a turn, boy, he's probably taken himself in there. But we continue to race. Head of the field, Simon Troy, Mainline Dynalog.
And having a look at Paul Sane down there, he's Dave Mead. As I said, I was just going to say that Paul Sane was driving away from Mead in the Bud Light, but the Bud Light holding its own. Sammy Lucas just cannot get past.
Oh, that was a nasty corner from Meads then. You saw he tried to put the boat under the water. The inside sponson lifted up. It threw him about 2 boat lengths to his right-hand side. And Lucas again having to take evasive action. Sam Lucas in the Armourine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services is working super hard to try and make ground. Now that boat, traditionally, he finished in the second outright in qualifying. So they're down a little bit on pace. Or Meadsy has found a bucket load.
Just capping up down the back there. Big props to Will Parker. He's not letting these guys get away at all.
Well, mate, I did say that. Do not count Will Parker out, the Wasp racing machine. This is his first weekend in this Mulgard, and he is up there against the best of the best, and he's not letting them go anywhere. Look at this battle pack down here. It's nice spread in the front of the field, but a big, big story in this one is going to be Kai Cornell with no points, a DNF.
Oh, no points. Side by side now with Meads going down into turn number one. And another one of the Marine boats is out wide. That's Sammy Lucas side by side, and now he starts to accelerate away from the Bud Light, down the back straight into turn number two. This is a great battle happening back here. And I think we've
Simon Troy is out.
He is too, right down there.
Simon Troy is out. Canopy lid pop. That means he's okay. You can hear the roar from the crowd. The man from Tasmania, Hadley Deegan now. He is outlived, outlasted. He's put pressure on him. And Hadley Deegan, will this be the first race win? We've got about 2.5 minutes to run for the man from Ulverston in Tasmania. This battle of the GTRs, Bud Light and Sam Lucas. These guys are great friends. They both race out of the Victorian Outboard Club. A lot of respect between each other, but this is a throwdown. They will not want to give an inch, and Paul Sane has got him right in his wing mirrors.
He certainly has. Sane's with about 50 metres over Sammy Lucas and the Bud Light of Meads as they go down into turn number two. As you said, around about 2 minutes remaining here in this one. And look at Sammy Lucas gets really swamped out there as he applies the throttle again side by side with Meads into turn three.
Now this is a heat race, and you can see there's actually quite a bit of respect being given to each other. In a final, I can tell you these guys would be 3 feet apart trying to put pressure on them. Lucas, there's definitely a prop difference here. Lucas making the better of this front part of the course. Meads with the long legs in the back. But Hadley Deegan has sensed his opportunity. The Deegan Marine Racing, he's got friends and family watching from down there in Ulverston, Tasmania. they will be going bananas. This could be Hadley Deegan's first official win in the AFPGP Australian Championship Series. Mate, he will be listening to every knock, every noise, every little vibration in that engine right now. It will be an absolute heart-stopping moment in the capsule of that boat.
Well, he's got half the distance of the main straight now to the second boat. And then we go back a long way to Paul Sains. Sammy Lucas now starting to drive away from Meads and then rounding out the field. The provisional driver of Will Parker for Wasp Racing.
Tell you what, Will Parker is starting to make ground, and I know he's going to have it. This guy's won Australian titles in F3. He's a very, very experienced driver. This is a development day weekend for him. So apparently, right now, he's got a sniff. He's going, no, I'm coming with you, boys. He is absolutely up there. Remembering, the second fastest qualifier is in that pack. We won't be too far away from the yellow flag, but Hadley Deegan, mate, this guy has found some pace. Full credit to the team. That boat looking beautiful right now for Deegan Marine Racing. There goes Stephen Gilligan, the Epic Racing Armourine Jackson's machine. The sister ship, Lucas Tree Services, Armourine Jackson, now finding its way past Paul Sain. So Sam's finding a little bit more pace now as this race unfolds. Interesting. So fuel burn is really negligible in these things. It probably only makes about 7 or 8 kilos of difference from start to finish. But obviously you need to get finished. So a measured drive from Sam. As said, the start, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not up here in the tower. He really had nowhere to go. There was no lane. Yellow flag. One more lap to go for Hadley Deegan.
Isn't it amazing how Sammy Lucas in this last lap has really started to turn it on, driving away from Paul Sains now. He finds himself in third position.
I'm looking down here at the crew of Deegan Marine Racing. I can see Chris Palmer. He's down there, the president of Tasmania. He is egging on his co-conspirator down there. The Tasmanians have come to the Big Island and they're here to win stuff. And he's got one more corner. He is through clean. This will be the checkered flag. I tell you what, I'm almost going to cry up here.
Historic victory.
This is one of the nicest guys getting around in powerboat racing. Smash your hands together. This will be his first ever win in the Australian Championship Series. Hadley Deegan of Deegan Marine Racing, the Tasmanian sensation.
Oh, look at Lucas.
Here we go, Sam Lucas.
For second.
And Stephen Gilligan's got a drama. He has limped the Epic Armourine home.
Oh, that's a big get out of jail for Sammy Lucas.
He'll take that very, very nicely. Thank you. Paul Sain, third spot on the podium. Thank you very much for the trim. I beg pardon. Wow. Stephen Gilligan just getting across the line. Paul Sain, well driven, so found gains in that boat. Definitely Dave Meads, he'll be blowing hard. He worked hard under pressure the whole race. And Will Parker, hey, welcome to the main game, mate. And he gave a huge account of himself. That was a cracking race. But I tell you what, the smiles on the dial of the crew from Tassie will be ear to ear right now.
Well, Hadley may not win the day, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a party and a celebration to celebrate what we've just seen here on the water.
It's a difficult thing to talk about, but obviously when you come to this series, you can race in your home events, you can race against the boats you know, all that stuff. This is the Australian Championship Series. This is the best of the best. And some of these guys have been in this series 3, 4, 5 years. So they have really attuned themselves to this kind of racing. And you can't just walk in and go, hey, I'm good at my job and I'm going to beat people. You really have to do your time. And that is what Hadley Deegan has done. Put your hands together for this guy. This was a spirited drive. Got shut down off the start line.
Unbelievable.
Sam Lucas, Epic, Armourine Jackson's, Lucas Tree Services. Big shout out to the new dad, Sam Lucas, baby George. Davey Meads in Bud Light Racing brings it home. Go wild for him, give him away. Boat number 66, Hadley Deegan of Deegan Marine Racing with a beautiful race win. Paulie saying he's back safe and sound. Here comes Wasp Racing.
Really impressed with that run there from Will Parker for Wasp Racing. Didn't let the pack get away from him, and as Andrew said, the guy coming back into racing on P plates and certainly gave a good account for himself. Wow, what a day to open up day 3 here at beautiful Lake Moala. It's going to be another big day of racing in all categories.
It's going to be huge, and a big story that's going to develop out of that one. Right now, out on the water, Kai Cornell, 117 Motorsport. You can see him out of the boat. He's down at the back of the boat. So I would suggest just looking at the angle of the engine on that boat, that he lost his trim. That motor is trimmed for the moon right now, unless he's removed the cowl. So I've got a feeling he's down there, because that's also the battery area, battery switch that, mate, his boat has just shut down on him. And that is our series leader with 0 points in that race. That is going to hurt.
So, and I was just going to ask you that, like we've seen in the National Drivers' Championship, consistency gets rewarded. Is it the same in the F1 series?
Absolutely, mate. You've got to be there to finish, and that's been the hallmark. Kai's a young guy, and mate, he's always been spectacularly fast. He has had some spectacular crashes in boats. A little bit like I spoke briefly about young Ewan Bricker. You know, there's two types of tunnel boat races. There's guys that have had crashes, and there's guys that are about to have crashes. You've got to get it out. You've got to find the boundary. And this kid has really come along, and consistency and preparation has been a real hallmark of this 117 Motorsport team. Young bloke that has an absolute passion for it, as does his crew. And that's the first time I can recall them having a mechanical failure, actually. So interesting. But to the left of screen out there, standing on top of his trusty steed, the mainline Dynalog machine, this guy has been on fire. And again, having a shutdown in mid-race. So fingers crossed it's not terminal, but Simon Troy running that 2.5 litre. It has none of the high-tech protection systems that the Optimax system does. So you'll often find with these things that they go 300 revs more, 400 revs more, and all of a sudden they come really, really good, and then they go bang. So I do know this team will have 2 or 3 power heads pre-prepared in that transporter out the back in pit lane. They can change the power head over in one of those things in about 26 minutes. So depending, as long as it's something, if it's power head, they can swap it out. If it's trunk related, gearbox related, it might not be so easy. But you don't want to see that for Simon Troy. He's
that's an unusual occurrence for Simon Troy's team.
Oh mate, yeah, Steve Troy, the Troy family, Uncle Steve, the whole crew. These guys, the average age of 225 years old. There was so much experience in that camp. They are one of the most professional outfits getting around. Again, to see a failure like that, it's uncharacteristic. But you've got to push these things. You know, you don't get to win these races unless you've got these engines dialed to within a millimetre of their impact zone, if you like. So.
Well, I thought we had enough drama yesterday, but it's all starting to kick off here in race number 1.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we've already had a race. We've had retirements. We've had a first-time winner. We've got Brianna Quinn down here with 600 children, just being as cool as the super mum always is.
So I can see heat number 2, some of the runners out there in the water with that beautiful boat of Ewan Bricker. So hopefully not too far away from a start for heat number 2. For the Formula GP boats here at beautiful Lake Moala. We're going to take a short break and get our boats organised and get ready for race number 2 of the morning here at Yarrawonga. Stick around, lots more to come for your Super Sunday.
So the second grouping in this one, this is our even qualifiers. Austin McDonald, the man from South Australia, from Wallaroo in South Australia, has obviously had dramas yesterday. Oh, and the crew from Copper Coast are here with us. G'day, how are we? We're going good. Mate, they had dramas yesterday. We talked about that, and they were electrical dramas. And when I say that, they had problems with the ECU, so the engine management system on that Optimax, and the unit they were allocated by race control, they had all sorts of dramas. They swapped out, and the dramas went away. So fingers crossed for Austin that they're going to get that get out there and get a good hit out. So he gets to run out of. He's going to run out of pole 8. Caleb Frost in the Caleb Frost West Frost Marine Racing machine. This is this brand new 200 Apex. He had steering dramas yesterday. First time we've ever seen this engine profile. run in this series, so they are here to just get a bit of data and feel their way out. But Frosty is going to run out of 9. From 7, our second fastest, came second in yesterday's race, will be the number 1 ticket holder from last season, the Blue Machine of Reese Coles in Butler Vehicles. 6, gee, he was an excitement machine yesterday, on the ragged edge as he always is. The boat was called Final Feature, and that is Mr. Greg Banks. 5th, Ewan Bricker's in, mate.
Yes, he is.
TBR Racing, so the Stars and Stripes of the factory DAC Hull is going to run out of pole 5. Pole 4, Hunter Valley Fire, Shane Martin, the silent assassin. He's been ruthless this weekend and will continue to do so. Matt Smith is going to run out of 3rd in the Babba. So these guys actually a little bit further down the pecking order than they probably expected. Done a bit more prep, but the water conditions here for that Babba, it's just getting better and better. They want that chop. They want a little bit of a roll in it, and those Babba boats will come to life. Nick Coles is going to run out of 2nd. The Lucas Oils New Zealand sensation has come across to throw his hat into the ring in the big leagues of the Aussie Championships. And Joel Smith is going to run out of pole number 1. Joel Smith, in fact, so he's pole number 1, has won the Australian F1 Championships, one of the youngest drivers ever to do so. This Babba boat that came to be last year was previously campaigned by Bricker Racing. They are just starting to fall in love, and it won't be too far away before we see Joel Smith right at the pointy end of this field alongside the old man of the sport, Mr. Matty Smith, with all his experience. So this is going to be a really, really good run. Obviously, we've got our three fastest guys on the outside, 7th, 6th, 5th, being Reese, Greg and Ewan. This is going to be a belter. We'll send them out for a sighting lap, and then we'll get them around here to the dock and get this one underway. All right, this is a great chance to get a good up-close personal look at these things. The first boat coming into the dock is Joel Smith. Smith Family Racing, this beautiful Babber hull. Have a look at it, Vaughan. It looks like it's going 100 miles an hour when it's sitting still. They look angry, these things.
Very aggressive on the nose. It's just got that hawk type. It's going to swallow its prey.
Absolutely right. You do not want to see a Babber in your wing mirrors when you're out there. Express Design, Hunter Valley Fire sponsoring this round of these boys. Here comes the Mad Kiwi. MW Contracting, Lucas Oils and Performance Boat Building out of New Zealand. These guys have made huge gains since they first kicked off in this series. So it'll be interesting to watch Colsey have a red-hot crack. This guy loves to win races. And, mate, it will be a matter of time before we see him. Third boat into the dock is the second of the Smith family race machines, Matt Smith, boat number 65.
I suppose it makes sense to have the same hull design being used by both the family members.
Yeah, these boats were imported. I said one of the boats was brought over by Gavin Bricker after he toured the European circuit and saw what they were capable of. The second machine actually was brought out from England last year. It only had, I think, Smithy had never actually driven it until the race that we held up there at Lake Macquarie. First time he'd actually sat in the thing. So but the fact that they've got two boats to develop alongside each other, Joel does all the engine building himself. They're going to be a force to contend with, the Smith family, and they do a massive amount of work behind the scenes. This is a big show. We travel the country, and all the crew associated. There's Smiths, there's Parkers. There's 3 or 4 families that really put in so much effort and energy to keep this show rolling.
So how important is that front nose section on these boats? Because they're all slightly different. They all have their own anomalies.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's a bit like, open wheel motorsport. They try and develop boats in different directions. What you'll see with the Babbers is they sit very high and flat in the water column. So the lift on the front of the boat. But, you got older style boats where they want to carry a real angle. The Babbers tend to run fast and flat, more horizontal and just skate across the top of the water. But depending on your builder, so Hunter Valley Fire, that boat there is a Mulgard hull. A Sweden-built boat, and again, a slightly different, more rake in the sponsons, so slightly longer sponson tips. But, mate, the dark art of boat building has been evolving for many, many years. They all go down different directions, and everyone wins races. So, I don't know. Who's got it right? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we can see the Hunter Valley boat just in front of us here, with sitting a bit low in the water compared to the other competitors alongside of him.
Yeah, they are a narrower boat with slightly deeper sponsons. Again, a lot of the European style of boats, they do a lot of racing in canals. So we've got one concrete wall here, but you can imagine a canal with a concrete wall on the opposite side. So exceptionally good rough water boats, in fact. So it really does depend on what you're really looking for. And drivers have affinities for different things. You'll see that in supercars, even right down to drivers having favourite chassis, even though they're technically identical. Greg Banks in final feature. You can see the beautiful purple and white machine. Assassin Pest Control on board that one, as well as Pinnacle Signs. Mate, Banksy took a few years off. He's won pretty much everything there is to win. Took a few years off. Got a couple of beautiful kids in the stable, and mate, he's come back with a vengeance. So Dave Minton of Speed and Leisure Performance is on board building those engines. And you can guarantee that Greg Banks is going to be out there to make this man in Butler Vehicles' life very, very difficult. He'll be on his inside.
I tell you what, if you had a Best Presented award this weekend, it'd be so hard to pick it, wouldn't it? The presentation of these boats is outstanding. My favourite down there, Bricker Racing Team, boat number 2. You wouldn't believe that thing went upside down on Friday.
Yeah, I often get asked about that. Why the stars and stripes? Are these guys from America? But no, this is the original colours. So the DAC factory race team colours. This is what the boat was originally put together as. And so TBR, they traditionally been an orange and yellow blue team, have decided to return that boat to its original glory in the international factory DAC colours. We've got permission from the factory to do so, and it looks amazing. Young pilot Ewan Bricker sitting in that boat. Last boat in, Copper Coast Marine. Hey, Meadsy, big battle for you, mate. Huge drive from Dave Meads. He's got a grin on his face down there. Yeah, How's the arms? Pretty tough. Get you right? Good. It was a cracking racing, mate. Cracking racing. Lots of smiles down here, mate, which is great to see. But this fella out in front of us, the Copper Coast Marine Centre, this Mulgard, this is Austin McDonald. I mentioned yesterday that he's come out of supercars, so Class 1 supercar, sprint cars, and decided that it was time for a change and said, you know what, I like the idea of this Formula tunnel boat stuff, and he's made some huge gains.
I just picked up on another difference between the hull designs as well, is that little wing that runs out to the front of the sponsons. It's different height on different boats.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's all about how the air flows over the sponson of the boat and what the designers think. You'll see all these boats with their deformable pickles. The front part of those pickles, it's a bolt-on section. It's very light, very soft. So if you do have an impact with another boat, they will just collapse. And the front of these boats is actually a rounded bulb underneath there. Good to see the machine, that grey machine, Paul Whitten and Gravy. It looks a bit battered and bruised. They've got a new canopy lid on there as a different colour, but boat number 67 running the blue number board now. That indicates the SST 120. Superstock 120 cubic inch, so new technology means 2 litre. They are a race-built engine, things like double head studs, the higher compression ratio, shorter stroke, high revving. You can rev these things up to 9.5, nearly 10,000 RPM and not lunch them. They have pyrometers in them, so you measure the exhaust temperature and you can change things like your fuel curve and bits and pieces to try and find that window. That boat will be super fast off the dock. Paul Whitten, we saw him go upside down earlier this weekend. Fingers crossed. He's got the show on the road and we see a race finish.
Well, all of our boats are all lined up again, but we've got some wildlife sitting right in front of...
that's not going to worry. These ducks have... on a weekend here at Easter or Christmas, mate, there'll be 750 boats out here water skiing and wakeboarding. These are pretty sharp, these ducks. But last boat in the field, Caleb... Oh, ducks, swans. Last boat in the field, Caleb Frost Racing, sponsored by Wes Frost Marine, the marine specialist. This is a 200 Apex, mate. This is the absolute cutting edge of Formula powerboat technology. Caleb, obviously part of the Mercury Group, responsible for race products in Australia, has bought a 200 Apex out from the US for development purposes. 3.4 litre, 4-stroke V6, mate. Very cool bit of kit.
Being a 4-stroke, we'll have a different sound coming from the back of that boat.
Yeah, absolutely right. Huge amount of torque and power. And as I said, there's fundamental differences, but the technology in this engine is incredible. I can see Andrew Tilver down there helping out his mate Caleb Frost. Mate, they actually have a transmission in these engines, or a gear set that you can change ratios. So, and one of the reasons for that is the propellers, as we know, the dark art of propellers. Teams will have tens of thousands of dollars invested in propellers. And the different revs and RPM and torque range, what Mercury Racing have done is they put a gear set in so that you can change it, so that it means that you can use your existing propeller range should you choose to, so that you can actually drop your gear ratios down. 2 flags up here, ladies and gentlemen, so we are about to go. 1 flag down. Let's look to see who gets the drop. Keep your eye on Greg Banks. Final feature has been lightning fast. So will Reece Coles. Bang, here we go. Beautiful start. Reece Coles got a good start. Nick Coles, the New Zealander. Lucas Oils with an absolute flyer off the line. Initial launch was great. He's now got to convert it. He needs to leave a lane on his inside for Joel Smith in the Babbers. So the Babbers a little bit late off the docks, but here we go. Nick Coles goes around to his outside. It's Ewan Bricker. Beautiful, clean run. Oh, a little bit of compression in the mid-pack, but they all get through clean. So quality driving from this big field. Who's it going to be as they round the corner? Bricker is fast and loose out wide. Reece Coles has gone a long way wide. But it's the New Zealander, Nick Coles, Lucas Oils leading as we come into lap number 1. But Bricker starting to shut him down. Watch them through turn number 1. Hey, Matty Smith's way up the front. He's come from nowhere.
Yeah, Lucas Oils and Nick Coles now 1 boat length in front of Ewan Bricker in boat number 2, the TBR As it runs down, there's almost side by side now on the entry down into turn number 2. We've got a drag race happening out here on Lake Moala.
I do not know what dark art those Kiwis have brought with them since yesterday, but that little Lucas Oils machine is flying right now. We saw how quick, we know how quick the DAC boat of Ewan Bricker is, and Nick Coles is saying, no, son, you're not taking it off this easy, and he is gone. So in this front part of the circuit, you can see Ewan, that wide line, he's got the closing speed, but he's got to get in and get in front and shut the door. Greg Banks now, final feature. He's starting to move up. Oh, it's pretty tight. Keep your eyes peeled at the front of the field. They are now 3 feet apart as they go through. Clean racing line. Aggressive but fair by Ewan Bricker. He takes the lead. So Nick Coles now slots back into second place. Greg Banks on the charge and just trying to pick up if that's Joel or Matt Smith. Hard to tell from here. But it's one of the Smith boys that has made their way into the top 4. I said that they've been promising this. This could be today.
4 and 7 at the moment for the Smith family, but Ewan Bricker really getting that outside run to really work now and driving away from the Lucas Oils boat of Nick Coles.
Now without the pressure on him, you can see Nick Coles starting to change his line, letting the boat run and drift. Oh, boat number 4 back here, the blue Butler Vehicles machine. Reese Coles, boat number 1. He's trimmed for the moon then, almost caught a little bit too much air. It was under pressure from Shane Martin in Hunter Valley 5, but then Shane made a slight error in turn number 2. So to the right of your screens is turn 1. This back corner that Ewan Bricker is entering now is turn 2, and then we've got turn 3. Turn 2, bit deceptive. Keep your eye on the field now. Nick Coles, Lucas Oils on his outside. Final feature, Greg Banks. This is going to be a battle as they skate through here into turn number 3. That turn 2 is more than 90 degrees. It's difficult to pick up from here. That's a very tough corner.
Oh, Banksy flying this boat out of turn number 3. That looked like it was on the end of point of no return. Side by side now with Nick Coles. Banksy in the beautiful iridescent purple and white boat. He's on the outside. Nick Coles, Lucas Oils on the inside. And then again, another drag race down towards turn 2.
Oh, this is a battle. I tell you what, it's Joel Smith. So Joel Smith, boat number 66, that has moved his way up into 4th spot. Now he's starting to gap Reese Coles behind him. So Joel Smith has really turned his pace around from yesterday and looking really good. This is the yellow Baba machine sitting in 4th spot right now. Don't look away for this battle from 2nd spot though, because this is on. The Kiwis are down here, egging him on. Mate, both these guys will be working super hard behind the wheel, Vaughan.
Have a look at the angle of Greg Banks's boat as he came out of turn number 3. Still side by side, and it looks like Banks has got an advantage in the corners, but Nick Coles able to run with him down the main straight.
Oh, that was a beautiful corner from Coles. He's been held tight and did it well. This acceleration difference here, so Banks has got the acceleration, but Nick Coles, so that might be a little bit of a prop difference. But Banks now with a little gap, he's got to get it right, so he gets to come across and take the line, but Nick Coles, the way that boat launches off that corner in that 90 degree, it is beautiful. Ewan Bricker getting very loose at front, needs to settle it down. But look at the battle here in 2nd spot. Oh, that was as close as you want to be from Greg Banks in final feature. The boat starting to take flight. Quick hit down on the trim button. Try and settle it down. You've got to leave your foot in it or the boat will just take off and fly.
Certainly will. Ewan Bricker still doing it well out in front. He has a good 150 metres back to the second boat of Banks, who's able to get away from Nick Coles now. And then, as you said, back to the first of the Smith family racing in 4th.
Yeah, Joel Smith, then up behind him is our series champion from last year, Reese Coles, Butler Vehicles. 1 boat back. 3 minutes to run is Shane Martin, Hunter Valley Fire. So Shane Martin again, he's got good pace out of this machine. And mate, lifted the inside sponson just as I was talking to him there. So a little bit ugly around that hard left-hander. It's starting to rough up a little bit out there. Through goes Matt Smith. He's nice in that back corner, as is Austin McDonald, the man from Copper Coast Marine in the black and white Mulgard.
Trying to pick up on our leader going into turn number 2. I think that distance may be slightly closing between Banks and Bricker.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Greg Banks is on a charge. To get to the transom is one thing, but to try and get past them is a different thing. Now, Paul Whitten, we saw this boat go upside down. The grey machine out in front of us now, doing it very nicely. The SST 120 is down on cubic capacity. Just needs to settle himself down. Obviously, once you've been for a swim, want to put the clean race in. And he's got Caleb Frost Racing sitting up there with him with his brand new Mercury Apex. but they're about to become lapped traffic, so this is going to get interesting.
And definitely, but Ewan Brick are now starting to come up on that lap traffic, and this is going to be the opportunity there for the purple and white boat as they head down into turn number 2. Things starting to close up and get a little bit busy out there for Ewan Bricker.
Yeah, so the acceleration on the exit of that turn 2 is really working in Ewan Bricker's favour. Hey, Greg Banks is coming out of charge. Have a look at him. Tough inside line. He's going to try and slot the needle up the inside of Caleb Frost. Ewan Bricker won't know he's there yet. This is on at the front. Banksy, hyper aggressive. We've only got a couple of minutes to go. Do not look away. Let's follow the front of the field now. Bricker shuts the door. Good tactics from the young man. He is completely legal, but make sure he puts Greg Banks into his spray and finds some gains in the back straight. But final feature is going nowhere. He's right on him, Vaughan.
He certainly is. And again, we see this gap starting to close between first and second. Bricker first around the second turn, boy. But I'm just so impressed with this run here from the purple and white boat as they come into turn number 3 and down the main straight. Are we going to get a yellow flag?
Banksy.
No, we're just going to go for one more lap before we get the yellow.
He's throwing everything at it now. Brianna is down here in front of me on the banks. He's bouncing on her toes. He is throwing down. This guy is an absolute racer. Now, I've got to say, Nick Coles, Lucas Oils, boat number 87, he is rock solid in third place right now. They are not catching him. He's only got a couple of minutes to go. That will be unbelievable to see this Kiwi up on the podium in the Aussie Championship Series. He's got some traffic in front of him. They need to move out, but he's doing a cracking job right now.
Sorry, mate. Yellow flag being prepared over here at race control as we pick up on our leaders. And look at Banksy really starting to close in now on Ewan Bricker. This is it. He's got one more lap to do something from Bricker. And Luke, that's not the Lucas Oils. He's dropped right back now.
So Ewan Bricker, cool under pressure. We saw him make an error yesterday that went upside down. Banks with a ripping turn in turn number 1. Don't look away. There's the New Zealander in third. He's got those blokes covered. Fourth is going to be Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles. Shane Martin pushing forward now. Oh, that was so close in the front straight from Shane Martin. The checkered flag is going to come out this time round. Can he get it done? He's going to have to sit into second spot, barring a miracle. But I know Greg Banks, he will not give up. Ewan Bricker, start banging your hands together. That was an incredible drive and drifting it outside. Settle it, son. Oh, Greg Banks.
That was a 200-metre wheel stand for Greg Banks coming out of turn number 3.
That's as close as you want. Go absolutely wild for this guy, Lucas Oils, the New Zealand sensation, on the podium here at Yarrawonga Mawela. Shane Martin, Butler Vehicles up into 4th spot. Shane Martin into 5th. Joel Smith into 6th place. Wow. What a run.
2 sensational races for our GPs out there this morning to start proceedings on day number 3. Oh, so exciting, mate. That was the best wheel stand I've seen out of a tunnel boat for a long time.
Mate, the beautiful Brianna Quinn down here, which is Greg Banks' much better half. She was dancing around on her toes, got the kids here with her, just looked at her and laughed, and she said she's going to go and punch him right now. Wow, what a spirited run from that man, and all boats starting and finishing. Credit to Paul Whitten, mate. He did a great job. Had to keep a level head, get the job done, and did it nicely. So too did Austin McDonald in that beautiful Mulgard, the man from Wallaroo. And for Copper Coast Marine, he did a very, very nice job. And Nick Coles, mate. Lucas Oils, welcome to the big league, son, and get your step on that podium. Well done.
This all bodes well for a great race coming up later on this afternoon. It's going to be sensational. So as the boats return to the boat ramp, put your hands together for Ewan Bricker in boat number 2. He takes out victory here in race number 2 from a spirited charge from Greg Banks. And Nick Coles for Lucas Oil. Big congratulations. Here he comes past our commentary point great to see the New Zealander on the podium. Well done to the Lucas Oil team and Nick Coles.
I can see the treasurer of the AFPGP series got his big camera around his neck down there, having a chat with one of the teams with a big smile on his face. That was some spirited racing.
Paul Whitten coming back, number 67. And take a little bit to get your confidence back after going for a bit of a fly like that.
Yeah, it does. It's not only the physical side of things, obviously, you know, the emotional side, the whole lot. It's the cost. Let's be honest, these things are thoroughbred race boats. You start tearing up gear, you start tearing up cash, but he drove that really, really well. Obviously up against these big fast boats, those SST 120, but he loves this boat. He loves this whole campaign. And what he really needs is that consistency. Finish and get the points and get the points and get the points. So it was good to see. Mate, Greg Banks, boat number 14, the purple and silver machine. Wow.
Another 5 minutes we should have added to that race.
I couldn't survive 5 more minutes of that kind of pressure. And Matt Smith bringing it home. As I said, Joel Smith with a really good early run in that one. So lost him in the early spray, and then bang, all of a sudden he appeared in pole number 4. So starting to step forward, and we know that's going to happen. So well done to Smith Family Racing, because their development is starting to pay dividends. Short break. Next up is our Formula 4 category. A bit of news out of the team of Phantom. Unfortunately, Lockie Bride, they've not been able to get that boat on the water today, so they are having to withdraw for the weekend now. We know he had some steering issues yesterday. I have been told, however, that I think they snapped the prop shaft yesterday out there. So, very uncharacteristic failure of those Mercury 60 EFI engines. But all the same, big shout out to Lockie and all the Bride team. Mum Josie doing a power of work behind the scenes here in race control and operations. And Darren kept very, very busy. They've got their 2 boats here. So, great family, do a lot of work for the sport. We'll be back with the Formula 4 in just a second, ladies and gents. Hope you're enjoying yourself here with us this morning at the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular Affair. It's going to be a huge day, of course, the final of the E.C Griffith Cup, joining a very, very high quality field. All right, so you can see Matt Smith out there circulating at pace, waving out of the cockpit. So that to me indicates that he is taking on water, so he's trying to get priority at the ramp. So fingers crossed everything's okay on board that boat. It may well have popped one of those rear, they call them the bells, so the valves that open the back of the boat, should they be inverted. But yeah, so he's obviously keeping the boat moving forward. So I'm guessing that boat is taking on water, and he's trying to get, you can see the lean on the boat. So he's definitely got some water on board, the sponsor of that boat, trying to get the trailer in the ramp and get it straight up there so he doesn't find that beautiful machine of his parked at the bottom of Lake Mulwala. All right, Formula 4 about to be released from the bank down there. This F4 category, Mercury 60 EFI racing engines, the beautiful racing 4 strokes, revving up to about 7,500 RPM out there. We've got our reverse grid for these 4 boats. And out of pole number 1, it's going to be the birthday boy from yesterday, the magnificent Max Cook.
In Maxed Out. Love that name.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool boat. Great family. And young Max here said he's won everything as a junior and really loving stepping into this category. Has now officially stood on the top step of the podium of the Australian Championship Series and won a race outright. And we had the honour and privilege of throwing him in because that's the tradition when you win your first race in a new boat. Out of 2, this guy was perfect yesterday, actually. In fact, the little mulgard of Tyler Gilligan. He's going to run from pole number 2. The boat looked really, really nice, and he did a great job, sponsored by Yarrawonga 4x4. Pole 3, your race winner. This guy was flying yesterday. Carlin Bailey in the Queen Bee, mate. He was faultless, yeah?
Bit of pedigree there.
Yeah, Dad doesn't have to tell him too much. You can see Dad down there. Conditions very different today. It's going to be interesting to see how that translates to the boat post. And pole 4 is the young Victorian Outboard Club man, Jack Meads, pedalling the Bud Light racing machine. This is the blue top-side machine coming down the straight right now. Now, the conditions completely different to yesterday.
Yeah,
this is actually wind chop. So, again, these guys, they're young blokes. Jack's just gone 16. Right through, I think Carlin's maybe just gone 18. So these are young guys, and this is going to be their first look at the track. So they're going to have to keep a real level head. But these choppier conditions will change how these boats handle. The speed that they're running out there, so sitting 75, 80 miles an hour, they're more than capable of,
pretty quick,
of kiting the same way that the bigger formula boats do. So you're going to have to really keep a bit of a lid on it. The Mulgard, which is this boat number 24, as I said, it's a different design to the other 3 boats out there. Tends to be pretty handy in this little chop, mate, especially through the mid-corner.
Yeah, it's great that Jack Meads has actually put a lot of blue, white and yellow on his boat because this is going to be difficult to call with 3 white boats. We know Bud Light will stand out. And just having a look at that boat you were just talking about, it doesn't look like the sponsons are as long out the front of the boat.
Yeah, different shape sponsons. So, again, achieving their lift in different ways within the rules of the F4. So, stock Mercury Formula race engine, so 60 horsepower. Gearbox cone on the front of it to reduce the drag of the gearbox, and then high-performance racing propellers. Cook's Fencing, the family-owned business. The sponsoring Maxie Cook, the birthday boy.
So those guys, if they all get away together, should be fairly even across the water over to the first turn boy over the other side?
Well, essentially these engines are identical. So the only things that they basically will have is there's propeller selection. So that's one thing. We could see a difference in prop pitches. Now, based on conditions, they may have be running different propellers to yesterday. So the launch, a lower pitch prop, essentially a lower gear, you might get an early launch, but you run out of top end. So it'll be interesting to see as they go. I would expect them to all be relatively similar. It might only be half a pitch difference. The second element of the start is the vertical engine height. So how far in the water column the propeller, how deep the prop is sitting when these boats are sitting still. With these tunnel boats, the propeller actually sits above the surface of the water. It sounds crazy, but it's literally only the tips of the propeller that are contacting the water. The boat runs on the gearbox, so the torpedo is shaped, if you're familiar with an outboard, the torpedo shape at the bottom of the gearbox, that's really what the boat runs on. There's a low water pickup in the bottom of that, and that's what picks the cooling water up and throws it up and through these beautiful little F4s.
A quick question before we get going. We saw Banksy getting a lot of torque very quickly out of the corners. When it's windy and there's wind chop like that, is that where you try to make your advantage on the exit of the corners, or do you want that horsepower going into the wind?
It really does depend on the setup of your boat and the style of the boat. I said that the babber that'll run a lot flatter, you can tend to be able to make better ground upwind. Because some of these boats, I said, when you're trimming them into the breeze, trim the engine out, lift the nose of the boat up, get less contact with the water. Therefore, you reduce the friction, you go faster. But into a steady headwind, some of these boats, they get too much lift, so you actually got to flatten the nose of the boat down so that the boat doesn't pick up and try and kite you over. So the breeze, if you're joining us on the GP Hydro live streaming, is running from right to left on your screens. If you're here on the bank, you can feel it. I don't have to tell you that. So a little bit on the nose. So coming into this front start, finish straight, we've got the wind almost directly on the nose. So Very different going into the back straight as well. So it goes from directly into your face to coming across your right shoulder or just behind you. We're at 2 flags here, so watch the start. Should be pretty even. Max Cook will have the line through turn number 1. Let's hope these all get away clean. Here's the go. They are away beautifully. They're a nice, clean start. Yeah, so you can see the rooster tail of boat number 3 a little bit higher. So that is Carlin Bailey. So maybe a little bit higher in the engine height, but nothing in that as they all drag race to the line. Max Cook has a nice line into turn number 1. They're starting to compress a little bit in 2, 3, and 4. Ty Gilligan running out of 2. Starts to bend it around a little bit now as they make their way into turn number 1. Now it's going to be Gilligan first into that corner. So that is a very, very nice run from Ty Gilligan, the Yarrawonga 4x4, but just out behind him, I think in the exit to the corner, it's Carlin Bailey, mate. He's made a move, but just behind him, have a look at Meadsy in Bud Light. He's running a nice line through there as well. This is going to be on into the front straight for the first time. The first time into this headwind. Oh. They've got to settle these boats down. This could go wrong. So nicely done. You can see Carlin just lowering that boat down a little bit there. But it is. It's the Mulgard. So Ty Gilligan, Epic Racing, boat number 24 with the early lead.
With Carlin Bailey in second position now, already lining up to see what can happen down here in turn number 1. Carlin Bailey on the outside. Tyler Gilligan on the inside. This is where I was alluding to. Are we going to get a good bit of acceleration out of the corner, or is it going to be horsepower at the end of the main straight here?
You can see the difference in these two boats in their angle of trim. As I said, the Queen Bee, boat 321, a different style of hull, having to run the nose a little bit higher to get the lift that he's looking for, whereas the Mulgard of Tyler Gilligan out in front in Epic Racing can run a flatter run. So as I said, in this little wind chop, I mentioned that earlier, this might change things a little bit as to the outright pace of the boats. Now, Jack Meads in Bud Light Racing is now starting to get right up on the wing mirrors of Maxie Cook. Mac running that defensive inside line is going to force him to go the long way round, but this is going to be a tough battle between these two.
Failure for Carlin.
Oh, no. Carlin Bailey. He is pulled off the course, so that is a horror story for Carlin Bailey. Not so for the man going past us right now.
Maxie Cook and the Bud Light have side by side as they come across. Looks like Meads will take second position as they cross the stripe this time. The caution flag being on display for Carlin Bailey down there in turn 3.
There's a little bit of squirrel in that Bud Light Racing machine. So, again, that engine height is right up to the top that it can any higher, and they'd probably start to lose a bit of drag. So you can see the back of the boat just rotating around the propeller a little bit. So just needing to be a little bit cautious, but driving it beautifully, mate. This is, I said, this young guy is from Victoria, Jack Meads in Bud Light. Doesn't get anywhere near the amount of racing these other guys had, but he's just taken it like a duck to water. His old man is a very, very talented operator on the radio. I could just see him lean back and say, hang on, settle it down a little bit then, son. So just got to make sure you keep a level head on these young 16, 17, 18-year-olds out there. But Ty Gilligan, the man leading this field. Let's pick him up as he comes into the front straight. Yarrawonga 4x4, local business sponsoring this young kid, getting their money's worth.
Certainly looking very well balanced as it comes across the start-finish line. Pick up on second now, and that's young Meads, Jack Meads in the Bud Light. And then we go back to Maxie Cook. But doing it well out in front there. Substantial lead as he turns through turn number 1. It is Tyler Gilligan in Epic.
So a bit of a challenge, turn 1, talking to the drivers yesterday. It's almost a double apex corner, and you'll see that. Let's watch Maxie go through there now. Has to settle the boat to get the sponson on the water, to give the hull some purchase, something to turn into. Settle the boat, point in the right direction, lift the nose of the boat up, try not to wash off too much speed. Settle it again to get round that middle buoy, and then lift the boat and let it drift and roll around the back. Now, that gap obviously opening, but I can tell you if we put GPSs into these boats, there's probably only 1 or maybe 2 mile-an-hour difference in these boats out there. That is the joy of this class. You've got to drive and just not waste any of that 60 horsepower you've got available. So it's an incredible teaching and development category. You've got to be smooth, soft hands on the wheel. You can't make a mistake. Make a mistake, you're going to drop 1, 2, or 3 seconds. And get it wrong in a corner, you can actually drive the sponsors of these boats in and they'll stop within their own length. It's an interesting thing. All of a sudden you're looking at the bottom of Lake Mulwala in the windscreen and the boat just pops itself back and you get quite embarrassed and, of course, lose a lot of pace.
So all of our fans down there in turn 3 would really get a great view of the guys dropping down on the trim and dropping the front of the boat down to grab some purchase for the corner, and then you'll be able to see it pop back up 6 or 8 inches out of the water on the front of the sponsons.
Yeah, if you get a chance, you should get down there and have a look at that. It's an incredible view. When they're coming straight at you at the angle of attack, they look like a fighter jet because all you can see is the canopy, the cockpit, and underneath at the back, the propeller, literally just flying. It's also surprising how much left and right they move. How literally they just, with the torque of the engine, the rotation of the propeller, how they skate across the surface of the water. Carlin Bailey drifting forlornly down there near the bridge end. Said he will have gone through the procedure to try and shut that engine down, depower it, restart it. But Tyler Gilligan, the man in front, driving faultlessly right now. He was putting Carlin under a lot of pressure anyway. And, mate, it's a shame we didn't see that play out, in fact, because Epic Racing, Ty Gilligan, he's looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, Jack Mead's in second at the moment in the Bud Light machine. And that one's also looking really well settled. And as you said, only 1 or 2 mile an hour in between these boats. But over the course of our 7-minute race, of course, that's the distances that you put between you and your fellow competitor.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If you drop 1/10 of a second in each corner, that's 3/10 a lap. And, and you've only got to put a timer on these guys and just plug it. You've got maybe 1 or 2 seconds, in 7 minutes between them. It really is a game of millimetres for these kids, which is why it's such a great category. Gee, I like the way Maxie Cook is rolling that boat down the back straight. He's got good numbers in maxed out. As soon as I talk about him, he lifts the inside sponsor around turn number 3. So has a little wobble, but running different lines. So again, there's no point, just doing the same thing repeatedly, expecting a different outcome. It's a definition of insanity. So you can see now he's trying to change his line, trying to run a different line to see if that translates to potentially better lap times. He'll have his crew down here running the clock on him as he rolls around. So really quite aggressive on his trim now, so starting to give the boat a little bit more air as the maxed out machine. Boat number 663. Looks very nice in that front straight, so well driven for the birthday boy.
So we've explained what happens when we're going into the headwind up towards turn number 1. How about coming between turn 1 and turn 2? You've got the wind coming from the starboard side.
Yep.
How is that going to affect the trim? Obviously, you wouldn't trim it up, or you'd have to trim it up a little bit more.
Yeah, correct, because you haven't got a headwind, so you actually, to find the same amount of lift, it's not the same angle that you had on the way through here. The other thing too, when it's coming across your right-hand side, as we see the yellow flag come out this time round for Tyler Gilligan, it'll actually try and push that side of the boat down. So you tend to find you've got to work the wheel a little bit to try and keep the boat balanced. So turn a little bit away from the breeze, if that makes sense. But so essentially you're flying these things. You're not driving them. They're not the family cruiser. You're just flying these things like our Red Bull Air Race pilots were yesterday. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go. Ty Gilligan just got to keep it clean, keep it rolling, and he will take this top step of the podium. And, mate, Jack Meads.
This guy's,
he's come from the wide pole as the provisional driver in this series, and he's going to find his way to a big bag of points and a second spot on the podium for race number 2.
And, of course, we go back to Maxie Cook driving my favourite name boat here this weekend in Maxed Out.
Yeah, I would have gone with Mad Max, but, it's probably not. He's only a kid, so I've got to be nice about it. But a lot of time for him and all the Cook family. They're good humans. Michaela Cook, I used to call her Mac Attack. Not racing anymore, but here we go, ladies and gents. There's going to be a big, big crowd down here that's going to give this kid a round of applause. He's a popular young man, and he's a really nice guy and a sharp operator. Yarrawonga 4x4 centre, the epic racing machine of Tyler Gilligan with a race win. And a second spot, keep it rolling. Look at him go, he's flathead all the way to the line. It's Mr. Bud Light Racing's very own Jack Meads from the Victorian Outboard Club. Well done to that young gun. Dad breathes a sigh of relief. He's home.
And coming home for third is Maxie Cook in Maxed Out. A great job there by Max to bring the boat home.
Well done, young man. So nice run.
And unfortunately, down there having a good look at the bridge is Carlin Bailey. Unfortunately, failed on the lap number 2.
Yeah, we're going to get a towboat down there right now to pick him up. So, hey, I mentioned it was Max's birthday yesterday. I actually haven't asked how old he is. I'm assuming he's just turned 17. There's Macca, 17. Yeah, there's his beautiful sister. Should have seen. All right, we're going to take a short break because we've got to obviously recover this little F4 and bring these guys back to break. And then I believe we're going to start making a little bit of noise up here, mate.
Yeah, a GP1.
Start of our racing, but I think GP1's also going to get in and have a bit of a squirt out there as well. But they're going to come along the bank. Give them a wave. Obviously, they can't hear you out there, but they can certainly see your race winner for this F4 category, Tyler Gilligan in Epic Racing, sponsored by Yarrawonga 4x4 Centre, which is a brand new business up here, mate. ARB stockist, and I think Mikey Johnson's the man behind that. But great to see him on board supporting one of these young chargers up here this weekend. But well done to Ty.
And same can be said for all of the rest of our sponsors and our partners as Jack Mead comes past, just flying the boat past our race control and commentary position. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors and partners, as I was saying, for this weekend here at beautiful Yarrawonga for the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair. We're going to take a short break. It's about to get noisy with GP 101 about to come out and do a few practice laps. So out on the circuit, just doing a few practice laps. Had a few issues yesterday, did Ben Clark in GP 101. He's running a Chevy big block. And it sounds pretty good this morning here at Yarrawonga. So wish Ben and his crew all the best for today's running. Boat sounding pretty strong as it goes down towards turn 2. Really starting to turn up the wick now. As he brings it past our commentary point. Boat looking beautiful in the water. So we said a bit of wind chop out there on the water this morning. You can see the boat dancing on its sponsons from port to starboard. He's really into it this time down the back straight. Here's Ben Clark in GP 101. Able to maintain a fair bit of throttle application through turn 2 as he comes past the main straight again. Big wide arch out of turn number 2. Keeps the momentum up. And starting to back the boat down now. So hopefully everything on board GP 101 doing what it's meant to be doing here on your Super Sunday here at the Yarrawonga Speedboat Spectacular. As we said, a big day of racing. We've got 105s coming up very shortly. We've got the Trojan Trophy for our 6 leaders. There's so much going on. The National Drivers' Championship, of course. And the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix as well. And some other big name races. The Les Spears coming up also. And the Anzac Day Weekend Trophy race as well. So GP 101 with Ben Clark behind the wheel, heading back into the pit area down there at the bridge end. We'll be back very shortly with more action here at Lake Mawala in beautiful Yarrawonga.
So great to see so many of you logged into GP Hydro live streaming both yesterday and today. We've got another big day coming up with a few messages coming up. A huge amount of support from New Zealand for the Lucas Oils team. So Nick Coles, you've got a big fan base out there watching on from New Zealand. So keep those messages coming, ladies and gents. But Steve Simon, Alan Gibbons, they wanted to give you guys a shout out. Marty Robinson reckons you and Bricker's about the best driver out there in the history of the universe. And Tony, appreciate the sentiment. Thanks, Ian. We're glad you're enjoying it, and big shout out to Neil Paul and Scott on GP Hydro live streaming. All right, race number 5, brought to you by Land Transport, the 105-mile-an-hour category Superstock class. Unbelievable. I'm showing 3 boats here. I think we've got 4 in the water down there. Breakout, Jimmy Mullins, Buddha, Tony Willis, and Bad Temper, Jason, the male model, Jones. Tell you what, a bit of a revelation for me. First time I've seen this Bruce Everingham built machine of Tony Willis in Buddha. It was a flyer yesterday. This boat turns flat and hard, and in this category, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of ground to be made up in the corners, and he did it better than anyone yesterday. So I think he went 2 from 2 in the category. The Buddha machine, as I said, the 18-footer, actually a boat built by Bruce, running the LS7, put together by Purcell Performance. The crew from Manning, been racing since about 2010, has Tony Willis. So he's got a bit of experience in the bank, but no, look across there, and yep, no, I'm seeing 3 boats. So great to see Jason Jones out there in Bad Temper. This is a new boat package for him, and I mean, chasing all sorts of setup issues and dramas, and went down one road, backflip, went the other way, and hopefully we start to see that to translate to a little bit of performance. Jimmy Mullins, hey, this guy's a hard charger. Hasn't got a lot of hair, but he's got a big presence and a big attitude. Hell of a nice guy, and loves this category.
Had a bit of an issue yesterday, Andrew, too.
Yeah, uncharacteristic to see that boat come to a stop, I can assure you. But good to see them back out there on the water. So if you haven't been around this circuit, then you don't know who you're looking at. The red and black machine out there is Breakout, Jimmy Mullins. He's going to run out of pole number 1. Buddha, the orange machine, will run from 2, which is Tony Willis, and the bright yellow machine is a Bad Temper, Jason Jones. I want to give a huge shout out to these teams from the commentary box. 3 different coloured boats. It gets no better than that. There's not a white boat out there.
That's great. Thank you very much to all the teams for putting some colour in our day.
Yes, it's fantastic. So 2 heats of the 105 coming up. This is heat number 2A. So first heat races were yesterday. And Barney Patterson, the barn dog, the ski racing superstar. Got to mention he has retired, and this boat is actually up for sale, and it's incredibly reliable, running the Mercury 300R, and I'm sure if you want to come down and talk to Barney after it, he could do a deal, take you for a run on this beautiful Lake Mulwala course. But Chris Tynan
just picked up on the speed of the pace boat. A lot slower this morning. It's going to give us a great start. All lined up now. Breakout, Buddha, in Bad Temper.
Beautiful start from Buddha, so Tony Willis gets away nicely, but Jimmy Mullins, he's got lane number 1 and he uses it well, so very nice turn from Mullins. Got to pour the power on. There's a big slingshot out wide from Tony Willis. This thing in the corner is without doubt one of the fastest boats I've ever seen in the mid-corner.
Really able to utilise that cab plate, but look at Mullins starting to fight back now in second position. Buddha turns it in, takes the priority line into turn number 2, and Mullins just about misses the corner, takes a real big pinch off the last corner, but it's all Buddha as they cross the line.
Big Jimmy Mullins, mate. He is absolutely stomping the right pedal down in Breakout. He wants this race win. He's running a really tight, aggressive line, obviously not able to corner the same way. He's trying to make it up right here in that acceleration. and looking very nice in second spot. But I tell you what, Buddha has gone for all money. They are flying out in front.
Certainly has. That Buddha is just handling beautifully in the corners. And that's where he's being able to make his ground up on Jimmy Mullins. Oh, and as I say, that Buddha takes a big jump out of the water. But the use of the cab plate by these drivers, it's an art within itself.
We might pick up our boat in number 3 right now and have a bit of a look at Jason Jones in this new rig, the bad temper machine. It's a little bit down on outright pace, but the handling of the boat's starting to come along. So looking very nice on the entry to turn number 1. Gets it through the mid-corner well, so they're starting to make some serious gains. Is JJ in the temper machine into the back straight. Has to come out of it a little bit. The boat rolling over with a bit of torque from these big LS-powered machines. Yellow flag this time through, Vaughan.
Yeah, Buddha comes across the line. Got a good 150 metres over Jimmy Mullins. That's sitting so flat in the water, even through its cornering. Using a mid-track run through turn number 1 is Buddha this weekend, driven by Tony Willis. We go back to Jimmy Mullins in second place in breakout, and rounding out our 3-boat field, Jason Jones in bad temper. But down towards the final corner for the final time, and it's Tony Willis doing a fantastic job out there in the bright orange Buddha from Jimmy Mullins and bad temper.
I just am absolutely astounded at the way this boat corners. Look at he's got the hand in the air. He acknowledges the tower. And Jimmy Mullins, a great run in a breakout. He'll be scratching his head, wondering what he's got to do. And Jason Jones with a much, much stronger run home in bad temper. Good to see him back. But yeah, Jimmy Mullins, he'll be scratching his head under that helmet, mate, thinking, hey, what have I got to do to get in front of this man out in front in the Buddha machine? That was once again putting the field on notice in this 105 mile an hour category, mate.
Completely different water conditions today to yesterday, but Buddha looked the same today as it did yesterday. It's just beautiful and flat.
Yeah, you mentioned obviously we're talking about cav plates. We've talked about a little bit of the trim in these Formula tunnel boats. When we're referring to a cav plate, if you're not around powerboat racing all the time, at the back of these displacement boats, obviously they have the engine mounted inside the boat. It actually faces the opposite way to your car, so the front of the engine faces the back of the boat. The shaft that comes out of the rear of the engine then goes into what we call a V-drive essentially, so it moves forward, goes into a gearbox. You can change the gear ratios, and then the shaft that the propeller's attached to goes down underneath the boat, where the propeller sits with a skeg and a big rudder. You'll see it when they jump out of the water. You get some good vision on it. Just behind the back of the boat is what we call a cavitation plate. Give them a round of applause as they come back, ladies and gentlemen. That was some cracking racing. He's pretty happy. A little bit of a wheel stand for the crowd. Boat number 47, Tony in Wills. So just to finish off on that, and you'll see the back of these boats as we get Neil, our cameraman, to zoom in on the back of some of these rigs as they come off the plane there. They have large aluminium plates that have lever actuators on them that are bolted to the back of the boat, and they have a pedal in the boat underneath one of their feet. Could be right or left, depending on what the driver prefers. As they push on that pedal, it flattens the plate out at the back of the boat. And what it does is essentially it elongates the boat and it forces the nose of the boat down. So essentially it's trimming the boat. What you want to do is let the nose of the boat fly as much as you can, less boat in the water, and really carry the boat and reduce that water drag. But the same thing, to blow off some speed when you come into the corner, you've got to get hard on that cav plate, drop the nose of the boat in so the boat can turn around the turn fin that's mounted in the middle of it. Also, when you're in the air, you've got a propeller that's not biting the surface of the water, it's free spinning. You've got to settle these things down. They've got big horsepower. These boats in the 105, 800 plus horsepower, some of these engines, LS7s, that kind of gear. So they've got plenty under the right foot. But right now, mate, Tony and Buddha, he's just doing it beautifully.
Well, we've seen this with the blown alcohol boats, that if you don't use that cab plate correctly, your opposition may be able to pull 10 boat links coming out of one corner. So if you multiply that by 8 times, 2 corners over 4 laps, it could mean the entire length of the main straight you're going to lose the race by. So a very, very important part of the power boats is the cavitational plate.
Just had a message through from the crowd. Thank you, James, that we've lost our audio down past the Cumberuna. So we'll work on that for you, James. We'll get our audio guys on the case. So thank you for that. Heads up, we'll try and get that sorted. Yes, totally agree with you, Timmy. Well done, Tony Willis. Yeah, boy, the big shout out on the GP Hydro live streaming. So good to see so many of the fans starting to fill the banks here. We'll take you through the program a little bit later on, but we're about to go into heat number 2 of the 105 Australian Championship Series. Superstock 105 brought to you by Land Transport.
Starting out of pole 1, Rod Williamson in frenzy. The return this weekend of Mark Schultz after a 3-month layoff in the Artist. Then we have Ranger with Troy Cameron and Cutcat, Stephen Rumble.
Mate, Stevie Bad Dog Rumble out of 4. These are 4 very hard charges. This is a new package essentially for Schultz out of 2. And the same with Troy Cameron. So this is a brand new boat for him. He's just starting to find his way in it. Moved into a cockpit boat, so a sailboat for the first time. It does change things considerably for a driver. He needs to get comfortable with his vision and all those sorts of things. That's the orange machine out the back. So Rod Williamson, frenzy out of 1. Schultz runs from 2. 3 is my mate with the big beard, Troy Cameron in Ranger. And 4, the wild man, Stevie Badman Rumble in the Cut Cat racing machine.
Just talking to some of the guys that have gone from the open deck boats to a canopy, and they said that once they get used to the boat and the new surroundings, the confidence level, you're able to push that boat a little bit harder. You just feel safer and more confident within your machinery.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. On the open deck boat, APBA rule, if you have an open deck boat, you're not allowed to wear a seatbelt. You can have a Velcro sash if you like, but you're not allowed to be strapped into the boat. And the theory being that if you do manage to go upside down, that you're thrown clear of the vessel. When you're in a cell, you're strapped in, you're at 1 with the bet. So you're not getting thrown around like a rag doll in any way near the same amount. Let's have a look at this start. So it's a good lineup. A little bit steadier on the pace for this 105 class. It's been requested. Here we go. Let's look at the launch. Frenzy's away nicely. So is Schultz in the Artist. That is a flyer from Mark Schultz out of pole number 2. He's got good numbers in, so eases it off. Cameron's got a good gap there, so they're nice and clean in the first part of turn number 1. Out wide is Stevie Rumble. Frenzy, the inside run paying dividends, but the acceleration comes on from Mark Schultz in this 105 category in the Artist.
Yeah, Rumble, Ranger going off actually. He got a really bad exit out of turn number 1. It's Mark Schultz on his return to racing this weekend after a horror incident up there at Berry. It was great to see that Mark's repaired the boat and been able to get back very close, nearly contact back there with the 2 last runners with Ranger.
There's a bit going on in the 3rd and 4th spots there, the 2 sailboats, but it's Frenzy out in front right now. Schultz right up on his wash, so Schultz is not going to give this one away easily. He's very, very good into the entry of that turn, so he's made a boat length on the entry. Is the boat in 2nd spot right now? Who can hook up and get the drive? Stevie Rumble picking up a spot now and moving into 3rd place. The 105, they'll be eyes glued to the GPS in the back chute, Vaughan.
Yeah, definitely. They're not allowed to exceed 105 miles an hour. And it's Schultz and Frenzy up there into 3rd, I believe, now. And Ranger, sounds like it may have dropped a cylinder last time through. It's a bit fluffy.
Yeah, not sure, but Frenzy now looking very strong. Out in front, Rod Williamson, Mark Schultz. Now, Steve Rumble is on a hard charge. Schultz, he's got Rumble coming up to his inside. He won't know he's there. Oh, Stevie Rumble blows out of the mid-corner. He was trying to sit on the inside wash and it went wrong. He lost the middle skeg and the boat spat out to the right-hand side. He's dropped 10 boat lengths. That was on for a second then.
Certainly has. It's all Frenzy out in the front now by 100 metres back to Mark Schultz. And, oh, that sounds like Cutcat and Stephen Rumble. There was a couple of weird noises coming out of that boat under decel into turn number 2.
Could be crackle pop, could be a rev limiter getting smashed as he goes down the front straight. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go. It is all the way of Rod Williamson in Frenzy right now. Schultz in the Artist has Steve Rumble coming up on his outside. Watch them now into turn number 1. They are gunnel to gunnel. Schultz on the inside, Rumble on the outside. Beautiful corner, there's a lot of pressure on there and Schultz does not falter. That is a beautiful drive. Have a look at the race in the back straight, Varney.
Look at Cutcat go. Stephen Rumble moves out by 2 or 3 boat lengths as they head down in towards number 2. He's going to take over 2nd place now from Mark Schultz, but all out in front. It's Frenzy. He's going to take a great win by a good 100 metres or so over Cutcat, Stephen Rumble, then Mark Schultz.
Oh, great drive by Rod Williamson in frenzy, pole 1. Stevie Rumble with a big charge from pole 4. And Mark Schultz, welcome back onto the water with 3rd place, and bring it home for Troy Cameron. Great to see that man pedaling that orange machine home safe and sound.
That was some pretty close racing there in the corners.
Absolutely, mate. Troy Cameron was on board. It was actually at this lake here about 12 months ago, I think it was, that the boat broke. So quite a rough day, and launched out of turn number 2. The boat snapped in half underneath him, and went to the bottom of Lake Mywala. So it was time for him to get a new boat. He said, "That's it, I'm going Cell Racing Murph." And it's great to see that orange machine. He's a great bloke, and so is his family actually, and really enjoying this new ride, mate. But that was a spirited run from Rod Williamson in the frenzy. Thank you very much to Land Transport for their support of the 105 category.
So although he has taken the win in frenzy, I have to go back now and download the data and make sure that he hasn't exceeded 105 mile an hour. Otherwise, you get a big DQ against his name, and the win would go to Mark Schultz in 2nd position. Well, that's how they finished in our 2nd heat for our 105s. Having a look next, I believe we got some hydroplane action coming our way very shortly here on Lake Mywala. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning here with us. A big day in store. Of course, a big shout out to our streaming partners in GP Hydro live streaming. Get onto your socials. Let everybody know that we are here. A big day of racing at Yarrawonga.
Got a huge grin and a big wave from Troy Cameron in the Rango when he came past and gave a little squirt for the commentary box. He is loving this new boat. He's loving being back on the water. And we love having him here. Welcome down to the banks of the beautiful Lake Mywala, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a big day of racing. We are about to head out there for the Lawson Shield, brought to you by Babcon Plant Hire. Mate, this is a big one. 6-litre hydroplanes, and we have 4 of the very best here right now. Out of pole number 1 is the boat of the mechanic, Michael Clinch. This is the KT, mate. So qualifies as a hydroplane, meaning it's non-displacement, so has 2 sponsors underneath it. And this boat was super quick yesterday. Hey, found out that this boat is actually available for sale. So if you like the look of the mechanic out there, you need to make yourself known to the crew down here, because this boat is coming to market, I believe. Probably going to win the Lawson Shield, to be honest, first.
It's a very different boat. I've never seen a outboard. Well, what was an outboard now with a big Chevy?
Yeah, the KTs are referred to. They've campaigned very successfully all across the world and here in Australia as well. And this thing is no slouch. It's got pole number 1. It's a big 4-lap race as well. Pole number 2. He was a bit of a revelation yesterday afternoon. Graham Malloy in the Hurricane. This is the story of the Hurricane, to steal a famous line from a famous song. It's going to be interesting to watch that man. The KT will outturn these hydros. There's no doubt about it. They can turn on a dime. They've got big horsepower, so Graham's going to have his work cut out for him. Pole number 3, Paul Jones, Stampede, mate.
Yeah, he had a great run yesterday, and looking for big things out of Paul Jones.
Yeah, out of 3, mate. They're really developing and really coming to terms with this boat. There's a bit of niggle happening in engine-wise with that thing yesterday. I've had it on good authority that they have resolved that, and they are ready to throw down, put the gloves on, and go out like a punch-drunk prize fighter and take the trophy away from all comers. But the man running out of pole 4, the boat is yellow. He hates to lose, as does the owner of the boat, Greg Holland. Of course, we speak of Liam Holland in Desperado. Why doesn't he come to his senses? Oh, it's the musical interludes everywhere. We're going to get done for copyright.
Fire this morning, Andrew.
I must have stayed up too late. Yes, Mike Godsell, wish we were here as well, mate. Good to see the messages coming through. Keep them coming on the GP Hydro live stream. If you've got friends that are living on another planet and don't know this thing's on, they can jump on to Facebook, GP Hydro live streaming, and check out all the action. And, of course, this will be then uploaded to that page. You can watch it at home in your lounge room with full stereophonic sound and be annoyed by us for 3 whole days, Vaughnie.
Desperado would be my pick for this one, although, as you said, the mechanic, that KT.
Oh, yeah, Michael Clinch. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and this is going to show the strengths and the weaknesses of these two different hulls, isn't it? It's
sure is.
Turning capability of the KT versus the outright stability and power of these hydroplanes.
Hey, Graham Malloy, he's got his thumb up in the window in the Hurricane. He's ready to go. You can see the KT leaving pit lane now and heading across. This boat was originally a McLaren Formula One boat. It was converted by Ricky Howard here in Australia. Runs the 6-litre Chevy engine. So it's got plenty of grunt. And the difference between this boat, obviously, is like the Formula Power boats. That 6-litre Chev is fed into a stern drive leg, which means that the boat can be trimmed. So you can lift or lower the nose of the boat as you head around this course. That's what helps them get around these turns. Bit of pressure on Barney Dog Patterson in the start boat this time around. 6-litre hydroplane, Lawson Shield. Brought to you by Babcon Plant Hire here on the Sunday sensation of the Yarrawonga Powerboat, spectacular and fair on the banks of the mighty Lake Mulwala.
And of course, the mechanic also has a weight advantage over these hydroplanes as well.
Certainly does, mate. It's this is going to be interesting conditions as well. A little bit choppier than we saw yesterday. That's going to help the KT. A bit more air under the hull. They love a bit of dirty, rough water. But Liam Holland has the courage of a lion. He tosses cobras in his spare time just for fun. He will not want to lose this. He has chiselled his name into the Lawson Shield prior, and he wants this trophy. He will want to put everything out there for this round.
Starting to form up behind our pole boat over on the back section of our beautiful course here at Yarrawonga, and noticed a really big difference in the speed of our pace boat this today on our Sunday morning here. Definitely not as fast for the starts on Sunday, which is great because we did see some pretty horrible starts yesterday, except for our juniors. Our J3 category were the standout as far as formating behind the pole boat and coming across the line all side by side as they start to open up now.
Look at the KT on that nice tight line. It'll turn it. Holly's a little bit back. He's got to move forward. Chris Dynan, our official starter, the Commodore of the Melton Runabout Speedboat Club, has the red flag held high. Bang, we are gone. Holly's late. The KT gets a nice lope on the inside. So it's KT into turn number 1. So they're looking very, very good. But Malloy, he gets into the corner early. Watch the KT turn to his inside. He'll come out of in front of him, but the pace on the outside, trying to pick up who that is. Yep, Malloy, and there's Desperado in the spray. It's on in the back chute.
Oh, Desperado just seemed to run out of puff.
He's going to the wrong turn, boy. Liam Holland is going to the wrong turn, boy.
Oh, yes, now he's realised.
Oh, that's cost him.
Oh, that's big time. Oh.
He's going to run fast and wide. The horns will be outside the helmet now. He's going to push it on 20%, but the Hurricane, Graham Malloy, says thank you very much. I'm going to get this show on the road.
And although Desperado was heading towards the wrong turn, boy, that enabled him to have a really wide entry onto the main straight, and now he's in a position to battle with the mechanic as Liam Holland opens up this hydroplane and again starts to run out wide, but can't do anything about the KT of the mechanic at the moment.
That boat is trimmed right to the angle of attack that it needs. Any further than that and he's going to be upside down. Holly running a wider line to the outside. The KT to the inside of Michael Clinch in the mechanic, but out in front it's Graham Malloy. He can run his own line. Let's watch him as they roll through. Desperado's off. Desperado's off. They have got an engine problem on Desperado. You can hear he's dropped a cylinder on the way through.
Yeah, definitely. You can hear it popping and banging over here from our commentary spot. So Graham Malloy, a good lead down into turn number 2. Yellow flag getting readied over here at race control. Then we go back to the KT, the 6-litre in the tunnel boat, and then an ailing Liam Holland in Desperado.
Mate, he's got to get to finish. He's got to nurse this boat across the line to get the points for the second. It's a combination of 2 races to take the trophy. He needs to finish. And I tell you what, the man behind him right now Paul Jones in Stampede. He needs to get up and pass Desperado. He needs to go 120% to get a bag of points. Can Desperado make it home? Yellow flag that time through.
Yeah, I think it's getting worse on board for Liam Holland. He's just got no acceleration in that boat at all. And this
Checkered flag is now being shown. Get up and stand a wave. It is Graham Malloy, the Hurricane, your race one winner of the Lawson Shield. What a run from the Hurricane. Michael Clinch in the mechanic.
Yeah, great. Outstanding effort for second place.
He might take that boat off the market now.
Desperado looks like it's going to hang on for third.
I tell you, he is limping this home. He will be hearing every pop, every cough, every noise, Liam Holland. And across the line for points in third spot.
There's Liam Holland, and then we go back to Stampede, rounding out our four-boat field. But unfortunately for the guys at Desperado Racing, they're going to have a little bit of work to do before heat number 2.
Now, interestingly enough, Paul Jones in Stampede, when he came across the line, was well off the revs as well. Now, I hope things are okay, but I'm not sure whether he didn't think that the flag had been called and he just backed off because he thought Liam was on a cool-down lap. If that's the case, he should have just kept his foot right up it and put a number on him. But yeah, I think they might have a drama there in Stampede as well. So,
wow.
Lawson Shield, mate, Hydroplane.
It's all on.
Malloy,
Can't
mate.
wait for heat number 2.
Big bag of points. And Michael Clinch in the mechanic, we knew he was going to be tough to beat out of that pole position, the beautiful KT, and it sounded strong, mate.
And of course, just being cleared and checked by our recovery teams and rescue teams out there. A big thank you to all of our volunteers here this weekend. We can't go racing without you guys. And I know you've been under pressure all weekend, but you're doing a fantastic job. And thank you very much for giving up your 3 days so that we can run this E.C Griffith Cup here on the beautiful Lake Moala. A little bit overcast conditions today. We've had bright sunshine Friday and Saturday, but a little bit overcast this morning. And a little bit fresh this morning too, Andrew. It was 7 degrees on Friday morning and yesterday morning. It said 12 degrees, but with the wind, it's a bit cooler here this morning.
Yeah, well, that's because you're a West Australian and we're Victoria and New South Welshman, so we're made of sterner stuff than the new blokes over there in WA that just loll around on beaches and get eaten by sharks.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue over
there.
Mate,
I will admit that. Inland Victoria, New South Wales, it certainly does have it. I grew up not too far from here, further down the river at a place called Swan Hill, and I recall the frosts in winter in that inland areas being the white frost being so cold that you could actually snap blades of grass when you stood on them, and every puddle, not there was too many puddles out there, was frozen solid. But a little bit brisk this morning. That's going to be good for horsepower, mate. Lots of energy, lots of oxygen available to these big blown alcohol displacements because they're coming up real soon.
Yep, they're going to love this nice, dense, cool air here this morning. Force a lot of air into that supercharger. And
our mate Neil Callis, one of the camera crew of GP Hydros over there, he's got his neoprene gloves on. He looks like he's going to the snow. You got one of those battery-powered vests as well? The Milwaukee electric vest underneath his GP Hydro live streaming jacket. And poor old Paul's down there actually on the water with no gloves. If you're half the man they say you are, Neil, you'd give Paul those gloves, I reckon. Big shout out to the birthday boy down there. Yeah. Get those hands back in the pocket so he doesn't lose control of his fingers.
I think Neil might have a problem if he ever came over to the west. It's nice and warm over there all year round, mate. We don't have cold weather over there in Perth.
Hey, mate, I want to give a big shout-out to a guy that means a lot to me and a lot to so many people here. He's a bit of an engine whisperer. He does a massive amount for the sport and has done for his entire racing life. And I speak of a man by the name of Peter Stevens, and I'm sure you'll know Pete Stevens, as will everyone up and down pit lane. He's going to hate me telling you this, but if you know Pete, you have to know Ann Stevens. He's much, much better half. They are celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary today. Which is an absolute credit to both of them. They're a wonderful couple of humans. I don't know how Anne's put up with him for that long. I have no idea at all. My beautiful daughter is involved with one of the Stevens clan, But everyone is always welcome around their campfire. But congratulations, Pete and Stevens, 40 years of wedded bliss.
Congratulations to the Stevens family. And while we're talking about shout-outs, how about a shout-out to Dave Bishop this weekend? Unfortunately not here in Yarrawonga. He's decided to go four-wheel motor racing down there at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's got a big race on today in his Niddle Daddo. And we wish Bisho the best of luck down there at Sydney Motorsport Park, mate. Keep it rubber down, and we'll give you a ring tonight and let you know of what's happened here at Yarrawonga.
Yeah, for the flying Datto. So racing a Datsun Stanza, mate, and drives the wheels off. We went to get some new tyres before this event. They're not that old, and they said, mate, what have you been doing to this thing? The front end tyres have just been torn to shreds. I'm down on horsepower. I've got to make it up in the corners. So running one of those teams events, but apparently they've lost 2 cars out of a team of 5, so he's got to do a lot of laps this weekend. He's going to be a very tired man.
I think it's about a 300-kilometre race, so it's probably already underway down there in Sydney Motorsport Park. So good luck to Bisho. Mate, we do miss you, and we'll see you around the traps. Probably Adelaide, I reckon, will be the next time we see Bisho.
Yeah, mate, lots of people tuned in. I can see Calvin McCants up there. He's another champion hydroplane racer. So Cal not here, and his partner, these two swapped the driving in that beautiful big yellow machine. We're looking forward to seeing them back on the water. CJ Barrett, thanks for the live stream. GP Hydro, Scotty Lambert, your crew, you're doing an incredible job, and it is hugely appreciated, and we totally agree. Hey, breakfast is on down here at the pavilion, so if you're feeling like one of the best bacon egg rolls you're ever going to get, some hot, toasty coffee, turn right when you hit the lake and walk on down towards Pit Lane, and just up here near the Children's Playground, you'll see the Victorian Speedboat Club Cafe Rotunda. They got hot coffee, bacon, egg rolls, all sorts of cool stuff over there. So get amongst it, give them some money, and have a nice hot cup of coffee and some breakfast.
Speaking of cool stuff, how's all the merch tents all the way along the foreshore here? You can go and grab some outrageous stuff there. It's some of the designs of the merch for the, particularly for the National Drivers' Championship and the other teams that are here this weekend. It's just next level. Some of the stuff's really good. I managed to score myself a Johnny Backer rival T-shirt last night, so I'll be wearing that on the plane back to Perth tomorrow.
Look out, it's Cash for comments up here in the commentary box with Vordy Brewer. He's on Team Rival, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. Yeah, some funny stories yesterday. Obviously, there's a whole lot to do down here. If you're in the local area and you've heard about it, haven't been here, we're going to see, obviously, the Matt Hall Air Show a little bit later on. But no, there's the Dodgem cars down there right now. I haven't played in Dodgem cars for a long time.
Come on, let's go.
Yesterday, we had to make some alterations to the program due to timing, and they moved the Formula GP races out that we had first thing this morning. So they took them out of the program. These are young competitive drivers. So what did they do? They went and challenged each other on the Dodgem cars. So the whole field in the Dodgem cars, the crew chief, and yeah, apparently it was on for young and old, where one of them nearly fall out. I was talking about it this morning with them, so they actually probably crashed less in the Dodgem cars than they're doing normally in a final. So we're going to
have a winner over there at the Dodgem cars.
I think the Dodgem cars, the sport was the winner on the day.
Well, it just shows you how much of a camaraderie goes into our powerboat racing. It's great that, especially for the young kids who were saying yesterday, they probably only see each other 4 or 5 times a year. They come from different states. They get together with their brothers and their sisters and their fellow competitors, and it's just a great environment to bring your kids up. And don't forget, if you're looking at maybe in getting your children involved in powerboat racing, it is a very safe sport. Get in contact with the APBA, the Australian Powerboat Association, and have a chat about having a go in a J3.
Yeah, time permitting, we're going to actually get to see a little bit that action a little bit later on. So we've just got the teams working up here for an update on the Turnboy situation. Obviously, these boats that we're starting to see up here now are going to be running about 150, 160 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen. So it's important that lead-in Turnboy is standing tall. It's the boy at each end. The bigger of the three is the lead-in boy, traditionally. And you'll see to the right of screen, turn number 1 with the crews working to attach a weight to the bottom of that. So it stands up nice and proud. Now, as I said, I mentioned that before. Liam Holland maybe in lap number 2 in that heat. He actually picked up and made a beeline for the wrong Turnboy, at least for the first part of that back straight, in my mind. Again, it's difficult to judge that angle from here, but he seemed to be a little bit wider than what I would consider a normal racing line.
I tell you what, it gave him an excellent run out onto the main straight. It didn't seem to hamper him at all, because by the time he got down to turn 1, he was right on him again.
Yeah, he would have grown horns underneath that helmet. It's there's no doubt about it. Great bloke and done a lot. Been involved in the committee of the Victorian Speedway Club and will still be, in fact. And it's not.
The 2023 Windsor Spectacular saw the debut of the new National Drivers' Championship, an initiative designed to boost the profile of the sport through the excitement surrounding the fire-breathing, forced induction, unlimited inboard votes. The premise of the series is to award a driver for their consistency across a 12-month program, with 4 events set for the 2024 calendar year, including the 2024 running of the Windsor Spectacular. The 2023 event, a one-off introduction to the new concept. Teams started the weekend with hot laps, giving them a single flying lap to establish a time. That time set the grid for the 2 heats, with the 4 fastest boats starting on pole for their opening heat. Heat 2 would follow a similar system based on race times from the opening heat, whilst the finals were determined by points taken from both heats. The A-Main final would classify the winner of the round, with points accumulated across every session. Victorians dominated hot laps, with Brett Shepherd taking top honours from Mark Gauci and Tate Ramsey. Despite not qualifying due to a setback, local hero Dean Barry recovered to win the opening heat and ultimately made it to the final. Ramsey, Gauci, Shepherd and Jamie McCutcheon joining him in the A-Main.
And now the A-Main, the big show. Brett Shepherd, Ramsey, McCutcheon, Gauci and Barry. What a lineup of blown alcohol boats here at the mighty Windsor Marine Stadium. And they are absolutely on it, 140, 150 mile an hour. Down into turn number 1, there is spray, there is action, there is noise. I tell you what, if you've never seen these supercharged alcohol boats live, do yourself a favour and get to a venue and watch them, because fair dinkum, your ears don't come good for a week. But Brett Shepherd was the man on pole position, and he was always going to be very, very tough to beat from there. But you can see Tate Ramsey like a yappy little dog there on the outside, just trying to make up some ground and get around the outside of him. Quite a decent gap opens up though early in the piece as we come up to the end of lap number 1, and you can see Shepherd coming in there at pole 1 and exiting, and McCutcheon there running pole 1 and exiting on pole 1. So all these guys trying different race lines, different tactics to try and get it going. We've got the Reckless there in the wash and in the spray as well. So Tate Ramsey working absolutely overtime. Shepherd pushing hard now. We go on board with Jamie McCutcheon now. And oh no, he's put it around. McCutcheon's had a spin. Disappointing for him. Dean Barry goes through. He says, I'll have that, thank you very much. As Tate Ramsey still pushing very hard, as on the end of lap 1, we've got Shepherd, Ramsey, Gauci, McCutcheon and Barry, although McCutcheon with that spin, that will swap over. So unleashed now, Brett Shepherd with it all before him. Dean Barry pushing very hard. It's great to see Dean up and about in his home state, at his home track, doing a great job. But at the end, it was Brett Shepherd back to Tate Ramsey into second place. Let's go to the replay now. This is on board with Mark Gauci as he comes down the back straight. And if you hear there, the engine has a little bit of a pop over the rough water. He comes to a stop. Now keep your eye on the Bulldog, because he has a spin. You see Barry go around the outside of him. There's an absolute graveyard of boats there. McCutcheon got back up and going again, but as you can see there, the next corner, the engine has a sneeze, comes to a stop, lower belt stops turning around. Never a good sign for a blown boat. But at the end of the day, it was Brett Shepherd taking the win in the Unleashed and holding the checkered flag high.
Despite receiving the checkered flag, news came almost immediately after Shepherd had returned to the ramp that a start penalty was pending. The Victorian deemed to have not held his line on the exit of the opening turn. All boats being required to hold position in their starting lanes through the opening turn, regardless of their starting position, moving into another lane, incurring a 1-lap penalty. Needing to inspect footage to confirm the penalty, emotions were high in the pit area, past decisions from other events being held at officials, but ultimately they stood firm, as did the penalty in accordance with the rulebook, dropping Shepherd back from first to third.
Technically, they hand you the checkered flag and everything else, and you thought, oh, we've won the race. You know, with horse racing and that sort of stuff, if there's a protest, it's looked at straight away, and you're disqualified instantly. You don't have any chance to do that. When if there was that big interference on that corner, they should have pulled me up straight away and maybe give the flag to the other driver.
With the result declared official, Tate Ramsey was credited with the win, Dean Barry delivering an impressive second despite missing hot laps, whilst with Mark Gauci and Jamie McCutcheon suffering late race DNFs, Shepherd was declared third, although with the outcome clearly still raw. Victorian refused to receive his trophy post-event as a declaration of his frustration.
That was a great race. It was a great start. They'd been dropping the flag pretty early, so she was a long drag down to the first corner, but by the time the field got to the first corner, to have 5 boats going in at the one time, it was a buzz from the driver's point of view, and I'm sure it was from a spectator's point of view, it would have been fantastic. I don't enjoy being in the middle of the controversy. I don't go looking for it, that's for sure, but just the way it's worked out over the last couple of major race meetings, we've been in the thick of it.
Despite everything that played out after the race, the 2 top boats of the weekend finished the inaugural National Drivers' Championship tight on points. Tate Ramsey and Brett Shepherd sharing the #1 classification, Ramsey though winning the event. Consistency is the talk of the new structure, and Damon Thurger delivered on that front with third, whilst Dean Barry was back down the order after failing to make hot laps. The 2023 Windsor Spectacular saw the debut of the new National Drivers' Championship, an initiative designed to boost
about Dave Satterley in Titan. Excellent run yesterday afternoon.
Righto, so an update with Satterley getting slotted in there. Big Davey boy has qualified himself for the E.C Griffith Cup Final, I am led to believe, so anything could happen out there on the water. So pole 1, always pumping. Dennis Pasala, the man from the Melton Runabout and Speedboat Club down there just to the west of Melbourne City. Tough enough. Clarkey from Adelaide from 2. 3, Heath Hamilton, the man from Gippsland, will run the black Jason Cash. Again, I've got Chris Hearn up there out of 4, but unless he's going to paddle, he's not going to get a whole lot of points in this one. And big bad Dave Satterley in the Titan. This is going to be a red hot heat.
Had a good talk to Dave Satterley and the boys down there this morning. They're extremely happy with their efforts so far this weekend, and rightly so. He's done a fantastic job. I mean, that boat is not the outright fastest boat here this weekend, but it just demonstrates the point that it's all about consistency and reliability. And as you can see by the other people that have dropped out of this weekend, reliability is a key issue when it comes to taking out the National Drivers' Championship for 2024, brought to you by Midway Concrete. A word from race control is that the boats have been given the all clear to get into the water. It won't be very long and we'll get underway with some forced induction racing here at Lake Moala.
This category brought to you by the magnificent crew of MSC Signs, Melbourne, a signage company. This is going to be big. We've got 3 big heats. First one coming up as race number 8 very, very shortly. All right, so word through from the pit area that we're just about to get these 4 boats in this C final out on the water. So C final, B final, and then the best of the best will do battle for the A final, mate. Big shout out on GP Hydro live streaming. Chris Winton watching from the good old US of A. Thanks for your compliments and your comments, mate. Much appreciated, and big shout out to John Caddow as well up in Greta, New South Wales. Not too far away from a start. This is going to be a big heat, so this C final, a couple of boats that probably would expected to be further up the ladder in this one, but they're going to bag a heap of points, mate. Who's your money on? Who's the Vaughan Brewer Kiss of Death going to in this C final?
Well, I don't know. There's Titan. He had a great run yesterday.
Hang on. Have you got any T-shirts for anyone in this crew?
No. Thanks very much. It could be Titan, Dave Satterley, although coming from pole 4, going to be a little bit hard. I'm going to put my money on Jason Cash and Heath Hamilton for this one.
Yeah, he's a pretty hyperactive kind of guy behind the wheel. I like the look of Dennis Pasala out of pole number 1. I can tell you he's ready for a throwdown. Conditions here, as you can pick up on our stream, a little bit of breeze from the right of your screen. If you're here on the bank, it's obviously coming from across the lake. So a little bit of a chop out there, and we know we've talked about this quite rough as the race unfolds. We've got this concrete bank on the southern side, so just in front of us here at the commentary box position. So it doesn't let the waves dissipate, Vaughnie. So as the boats come through, displacing and jamming all of that 10,000 odd horsepower into the water, it hits that vertical concrete wall and it heads back across the course. So by lap 3, it gets pretty lumpy out there. It does come down often to the driver that can keep the boat in the water and get that horsepower down.
Exiting of the corners is going to be critical here for these drivers because, as Andrew just said, as they come past the main straight here at the start-finish line, it gets very, very rough. So exiting, keeping the boat in the water, getting all of that drive of those 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower into the water and being able to propel that boat forward, going to be key here to a good finish for these finals, our C final, our B final and our A final. And let's just, while we've got a couple of seconds, let's have a look at the next event coming up, which is our B final.
So we're about to go white flag, mate. So, hey, mums and dads, if you've just arrived and you haven't seen a blown boat run yet and you've got young kids here, they are very loud. So if you've got young children or infants, maybe have them close by and get them to pop their hands over their ears if they get a bit of a surprise, because when these 4 boats unleash behind this start-finish leg, mate, you're going to get a little bit of an audio wake-up. Yarrawonga Mulwala, we are here for the MSC Signs National Drivers' Championship C Final. Always pumping out of 1, Tough Enough out of 2, Chase and Cash out of 3, and Titan, Dave Satterley out of 4. Explicit, withdrawn from the heat.
Yeah, really bad luck for Chris Hearn and the team in what we class as an experimental blown alcohol boat, of course, running a turbocharged 6-cylinder Ford Barra engine. It's the only one out there, and unfortunately for Chris, they've decided to err on the safer side of things and park the boat for the rest of the weekend. But as we keep saying about the consistency in this National Drivers' Championship, it's not too late for Chris Hearn and Explicit to really make a coming towards the front of the field. We've still got 2 more rounds to go after this one. We head to Adelaide next, and then we round out the National Drivers' Championship down there in Windsor in September.
So Barney Patterson, the man piloting our start boat, is the barn dog. Champion ski race driver, retired a week ago, in fact. The boat is now available for sale if you are looking for a very, very nice social/race ski boat. Come and talk to Barney after this weekend. But the guy with a lot of pressure on him is the man holding that flag, and that is Chris Dinan, the Commodore of the Melton Runabout and Speedboat Club. The starts are all important here. Obviously, you're permitted to be up on the back, so the transom, the rear of the start boat, and you must maintain your pole as you rotate around. Now, we saw this a little bit yesterday. A lot of drivers getting caught a little bit behind the start boat because it's quite a tight turn as you come in through turn number 2, the bridge end turn for that first run. So they've slowed the start boat down a little bit. You'll start to pick up a bit of pace now and bring these boats up. Now, obviously, the start's going to be at around 80 miles an hour. These boats, by the time they hit the end of the straight, 140 mile an hour. So there's a lot of acceleration that's going to come in this first phase of the start. So
start pretty critical for these guys as well. But as we were saying, the exit of turn number 1 and also on turn number 2. Let's just say 8 corners here over a 4-lap journey. All of them are going to be critical as to where you finish in this one. This is the C final for the National Drivers' Championship for forced induction boats, or what we proudly call them, blown alcohol displacement boats. So creeping towards the turn 2 entry.
So these blown alcohols, it's a cold morning. They've asked for a slow lead out so that they can get some temperature into these big engines. He'll turn on straight. Sadly needs to get a move on the outside because he needs to rotate the long way around. You've got the flag flying. Watch that red flag. The second that goes down, this is a good lineup. Inside the lime green of Pasala. Tough enough blue. Flag drops. Oh, it's a beautiful start from Pasala. The always bumpy machine. He's off like a shot out of a cannon. Dennis Pasala will lead them into the corner. Heath Hamilton made a lot of ground up now, and he's gone out wide. A little bit further back, Tough Enough. Lost a bit of ground in the mid-corner. Dave Saddle is right there, 240. But it's Pasala, my man. He's gone. He is out in front and making it look easy.
Heath Hamilton in second. A great run for Dave Clark into third position at the moment. And Pasala coming under attack now from from Heath Hamilton in Jason Cash. Then we go back to Dave Clark and Dave Satterley. And how's Heath Hamilton? Just blows past Pasala and takes the lead.
Always pumping. The boat leaping out of the water, couldn't get the drive in, and Heath Hamilton, he got the better exit. But the acceleration in the back part of the straight was on Dennis Pasala's side. Hamilton now, he's got clean water in front of him. But look at the closing speed here of the boat in second, always pumping. He's right up the front. Satterley now has put the wood on his co-South Australian in Dave Clark in Tough Enough, and Satterley's on a bit of a charge.
Yeah, Satterley making ingrounds to the rear end of Dennis Pasala at the moment, but it's Jason Cash. Yellow flag out, 1 lap to go for Heath Hamilton as it starts to chine walk its way down to turn number 1. So we go back to always pumping. Dave Satterley in Titan, and rounding out the field, Dave Clark in Tough Enough.
Jason Cash was very slow on the exit of that corner, so no, he's okay. He's got a lead, he's got a hold of it. Look at the battle now for second. Satterley's got a sniff, and it's Titan now. This is the yellow flag. We've got the checkered flying up. This is for the podium. We've got Hamilton in
Sala's got a problem.
We've got Hamilton in Jason Cash coming out of one. Satterley's got it under control. Titan from the outside pole. He's going to come in a second. And Dennis Pasala is going to be relegated to third, mate.
Yeah, you're jumping, dipping and diving all the way out of the exit. He really slowed down on the exit into turn number 2, did always pumpy with Dennis Pasala. And rounding out the field from South Australia is Tough Enough. But the man of the moment, Heath Hamilton, fighting back from engine problems earlier on yesterday morning, takes a fantastic win here in the C final for the National Drivers' Championship from Dave Satterley, Dennis Pasala and David Clark.
They put the commentator's curse on Dennis Pasala that time out, always pumping. I knew he'd be good out of the start blocks, and the boat settled beautifully, and he was gone for all money. It was that second lap close from Heath Hamilton. He, honestly, it looked like he held almost full throttle right the way into turn number 2 and just made up 15 boat lengths in a split second. So really unlucky from Dennis. The boat wouldn't hook up on the exit to turn 2. Hamilton, a little bit wider line, got the power down and managed to drive past him. So tough break for Dennis Pasala, but well done. Jason Cash and Heath Hamilton, mate. He's a flyer.
Taking nothing away from Heath Hamilton, driver of that race was Dave Satterley in Titan. What a fantastic effort that was. Oh, and he's happy about that too as he wheel stands the boat.
Give him a wave, ladies and gents.
Commentary position.
Give him a big wave. Take your hat off. They're excited. National Drivers' Championship. Heath Hamilton, Jason Cash. Davey, Big Dog Satterley in the Titan.
Yeah, Heath Hamilton and Mickey Taranto down there, they have worked feverishly on chasing Cash, and it's really paid dividends with a win here in the C final.
There's Davey Clark in the big blue, Tough Enough. These rough water conditions, he got pushed out the back door and couldn't recover that one. And my mate Dennis Pasala in the always pumping, home safe and sound. those four. They're all there. All around us. There's something between here and there.
Getting ready for our B final here for the National Drivers' Championship for 2024. Brought to you by Midway Concrete. On pole 1, we have down as Mark Gauci in Immortal.
Oh, yes, mate. The big Gauci's back.
Chevy Chase, unfortunately, not participating in this one. The real culprit, Nathan Barry. Had a chat to Nathan last night, and he has turned the wick up on that boat and trying to turn himself up a little bit as well to try and get a little bit more out of the real culprit. Starting alongside him will be his father, Dean Barry, in She's the Culprit, and rounding out our 4 starters, Destiny with Blake Ramsey.
Mate, it's a Barry double team effort here, but Immortal Mark Gauci, we saw him withdraw his entry from the E.C Griffith Cup because he wants to focus on this Drivers' Championship. Hasn't had a perfect run. This boat, notoriously quick, the big Evercraft. Been campaigning for a long time, a lot of experience. Mark Gauci runs out of pole 1. He's going to be very, very tough to get around. Nathan Barry, saw him last night at the ski club. He's ready to throw down. Wasn't happy with his commitment level, I think is what he said. So happy mechanically, but just needed to maybe chase it a little bit harder. So expect to see him give it everything. Just outside Dean Barry. He's a tough operator, that man, in the culprit. So it's going to be interesting to watch these two father-son combo out there together in a heat. Blake Ramsey, do not count this man out in Destiny. He had some niggles. We saw the wing collapse on that boat in the early qualifying sessions and hasn't been able to get it right. Got a little bit shut down in one of his in his E.C Griffith Cup qualifying heat. Don't want to talk about the war, but hasn't gone all his way this weekend as Blake, but time to make amends.
Yeah, Blake starting to fight back from the same as Heath Hamilton. They had a bad start to the weekend, but Blake Ramsey being able to fight back and put himself into this B final.
The B final is brought to you by BG Oil Additives. Thank you for your support here this weekend, along with the cavalcade of other sponsors, bringing you the E.C Griffith Cup Powerboat Festival here at Yarrawonga Mulwala. Thanks to the Moira Shire Yarrawonga Mulwala Tourism and the Victorian Speedboat Club. This is a big show this weekend, Vaughan, and mate, this is going to be a big heat. So, Barn Dog letting these engines come up to temperature. Some big cubic capacity, lots of oil to get some temperature into, and because there's no rest for the wicked, they're going to lean on these things. They're going to pull some big numbers when that flag drops.
Lots of dense cold air out there at the moment, so these superchargers, they'll be frosting up on the top with the amount of condensation and the amount of air that these superchargers are sucking in. Now, I managed to pick the C final winner. I'm going to put my money on Mark Gauci in Immortal on this one.
Oh, that's a pretty safe bet, mate. Not a risk taker. Pole number 1, Mark Gauci. It's pretty hard to go past. I think I'm probably going to back you up on that one. My roughie's going to be Dean Barry, in fact, out of pole number 4. Depends on what it looks like. But time's going to tell. Good lineup. I like the look of that. Flags down. Let's go. Who's going to get the best of the drop? My man, Dean Barry, the blue culprit. He's got a beautiful run into turn number 1. So he's got a great start, but he's got to go the long way round. Leaves plenty of room for Nathan on his inside. Immortal wheels around it beautifully. gets the power on. Let's have a look at the launch in the back chute. Immortal, but Barry's going with him, mate. This is on, and here comes Destiny.
Blake Ramsey at the back making a charge now around the outside, and Nathan Barry, and blows past Nathan Barry on the entry into turn number 2. So a great move there from Blake Ramsey, although he's run wide, and I think, oh no, he's come back again. But Immortal, Mark Gauchi comes across the line, a substantial lead over Dean Barry. Then we go back to Nathan Barry and Blake Ramsey.
Right, conditions out there very challenging for these drivers. You can see how hard they're having to work to keep the props of these big blown alcohol motors in the water. Immortal now in the back chute, looking very, very strong. Gauchi's got this under control, but Dean Barry not prepared to give it away. He's pushing on for all he's worth. Ramsey into that corner last time, way too hot. Needs to hit those calves hard, settle the boat down, get it turned in. Much nicer that time through.
Yeah, they're a lot slower through the corners today with this wind chop. Dean Barry doing a great job here. Then we go back to his son, Nathan Barry. Rounding out the field is Blake Ramsey. Shine walking his way up the main straight here. So go into turn number 1. Nathan Barry coming under attack now from Blake Ramsey.
The checkered flag is now flying at the tower. He's got one more corner to run. This is the man, Mark Gauchi in Immortal. He turns up, leans on the big Evercraft. The supercharger spools up, and he brings it back to the line. Put your hands together for your C Glass winner. The man, Mark Gauchi in Immortal. Dean Barry in the culprit. And holding out the hard-charging Destiny, Nathan Barry. And Blake Ramsey brings up the 4th spot.
Yeah, unfortunately for Blake Ramsey back there, having to deal with a lot of prop wash and the weight from the 3 boats in front. Pretty untidy for Blake Ramsey. He's not going to be happy with the way that boat behaved during that heat. But take nothing away from Mark Gauchi in Immortal. Unfortunately had his qualifying time on Friday DQ'd due to a technical breach. And another guy that's had to fight back again through the weekend and taking out the B final in Immortal is Mark Gauchi.
Interestingly enough, Gauchi at the finish of that race, it looked like that engine actually shut down, so he went straight on and didn't complete the cool down lap. You can see the rest of the field out in front of us, black flag being shown to them, but and then he had to restart down there, so maybe just got across the line. Put your hands together for this man from South Australia. I beg your pardon, from up north. Dean Barry in the culprit. Good run from him and a great second place in that C final, so he'll get a good bag of points.
Yeah, having a chat to Nathan like you were last night, and I said, how did your dad go? And he said, Dad's got a big smile, beaming all weekend.
Blake Ramsey, the man behind Destiny. Give him a wave as he comes through. Campaigned hard. Great guy, as I said, has not gone his way this weekend. He'll put this one behind him and he'll be back for the Drivers' Championships. And one of their youngest drivers out there. In fact, the young man behind the wheel of this orange machine. The boat's called the Real Culprit. The man behind the wheel, Nathan Barry, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, if you follow the National Drivers' Championship, keep your eye on this guy she's the culprit, Nathan Barry. A guy with a big future, as Andrew said. He's a young guy. Loves his powerboat racing and certainly out there giving it a real good crack every time he gets behind the wheel of the culprit.
Wow, so they've got it all happening down there at pit lane, because I believe we are just about ready to unleash the beasts. This is the Group A final.
2 down, 1 to go.
National Drivers' Championships, brought to you by BG Oil Additives, mate. So this is the best of the best from all weekend in this blown alcohol section. And the man that's going to run out of pole number 1 is Turn It Up, Connor Patterson. Oh,
he's going to be hard to beat from pole 1. Definitely. He's had a big weekend here, but the boat has run faultlessly.
Mate, they have been on fire. He's won everything he's been in. He's won every heat that he's been in. He's beaten Matt Hall in the boat versus aeroplane race here on Friday. He is prepared to take it to the absolute next level. to win this one, and he's got the best opportunity running out of pole number 1 in these challenging conditions. Who's up alongside him?
The current champion in Reckless is Tate Ramsey.
Yes.
And it's going to be on here. I can't wait for the rest of this one. Let's get into the rest of our entrants.
Mate, he's going to run out of pole number 2. Pole number 3 is a rival, big bad Johnny Backer, mate. He's going to run from 3, the big machine with the big horsepower. Craig Storner, that electric green machine in Abago, runs from 4, and on 5, hasn't this guy had a cracker?
He certainly has. He's around about, I think it's the 3rd race meeting in a blown boat. It's BNR. Brett Nidri, the engine whisperer.
The engine whisperer, mate. He came through for a race win in this series. So he drove an inside line, took a spot up the inside, which is not an easy thing to do here. So big credit to that man. He's come a long way. Hey, mate, got a couple of special thank yous from the crew of Rival, the major sponsor for their team here this weekend. B&D Electrics in Gippsland, specialising in reverse cycle air conditioning, energy efficiency, underground power, and all aspects of domestic and commercial electrical work. Give Braden B&D Electrical a call if you're in the area. And special thanks to Scott at Argo Marine Shep for the supply of the new billet gearbox, which has sorted out all their gearbox issues. So, Scotty, you're a superstar, mate, at Argo Marine Shepparton, because the Rival is only here because of your hard work. So well done to those businesses supporting the man from the East Gippsland from the Glenmackie District Powerboat Club, Johnny Backer in Rival.
So we saw Johnny Backer and Rival. They had to miss out on their heat of the E.C Griffith Cup yesterday. They stripped a couple of bolts in the rear of the motor, and they didn't have time to get them repaired in time for their heat race. So they've worked overnight. They put new screws in, and they are ready to go here in the A final for the National Drivers' Championship for 2024. As we said, on pole position, the young guy, Connor Patterson in Turn It Up, the standout so far this weekend, but don't discredit Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Then we have Johnny Backer in Rival, Craig Storner in Abago, and Brett Nidri in BNR Engines. If this doesn't turn you on, folks, you haven't got a switch. This is the A final for the National Drivers' Championship for 2024.
I don't have to ask, the Vaughan Brewer kiss of death is going the way of Connor Patterson. He'd turn it up, no doubt about it. And I think that's where my money is in this one. He's an absolute jet, as is Scott Patterson that pedals this boat as well. He's an absolute jet, been faultless this weekend. We'll see Scotty Patterson down here. He'll be doing cartwheels. He's a man with unlimited energy. Major sponsor of this series as well is MSC Signs. We've been asked by Race Control if people down here on the bank, if you're in front of the flags and you don't have a crew wristband, you need to go back. If you've got a crew wristband and you're signed in as an official crew member, you're allowed to be there. If not, you need to step back behind that little bunting, please. Oh, big field, mate. The A final. It's getting exciting.
This is it.
This is a big series, the National Drivers' Championship, so a relatively new initiative, and it has brought the blown boat category, so supercharged or forced injection category, alive in this country. I think we had, 18 entries here this weekend,
yes.
Maybe 19 entries running this weekend, so huge field, and mate, it's not a cheap sport when you're competing at this level. There's no doubt about it. Just the avgas bill alone is enough to power my car for about 6 months. For one round. This is going to be big, mate.
It certainly is, and keep an eye on this series, ladies and gentlemen. This is a product of motorsport that is about ready to explode. It's got so much potential. There's some great people backing this series, including Midway Concrete for Dennis Pasala. He is the naming rights sponsor for 2024. A great lineup. Back to you, Andrew.
Righto, Nidri and Storner. Great idea. They're moving out, and they've gone wide early, getting in front of the start boat. That's a good idea. So Storner's got to come up, find a spot. Johnny Backer needs to get in line. Okay, good lineup. They're going to be happy. Let's launch. Let's see who's got it. Oh, Reckless has got a really nice run in. Tate Ramsey has got the early advantage. He's going to be able to keep it very tight for the man who is inside in Connor Patterson. They are gunnel to gunnel. It's going to come out of the spray. Turn it up. Oh, Connor Patterson has got a beautiful inside run. Storner has come up to 3rd spot from the wide pole.
Yeah, Johnny Backer got a really poor start. The boat was jumping out of the water. gunnel slapping from port to starboard side, but down there in turn number 1, Connor Patterson, I thought that was a half lose then, but turn it up. Still out in front of Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Then we go back to rival Johnny Backer, who's got in front of Craig Storner, and then we go back to Brett Nidry.
Tate Ramsey is going nowhere in Reckless. This guy pedals the boat super hard in the rough. These conditions are incredibly challenging. Oh, you can see Reckless getting airborne in the mid-corner. This is tough stuff out there, no doubt about it. Connor Patterson in the back chute now. He's got the blue machine of Reckless right up behind him. We're going to go yellow flag, one more left. Patterson up on the inside, right up on the gunnel. That's going to cost him time. Can Reckless convert and get the power down? Look at them out of the water everywhere, Vaughan.
Reckless ducking and diving, rocking and rolling out of turn number 2.
Patterson's out.
Patterson's out. Oh, unbelievable.
It is Tate Ramsey in Reckless now, into the lead. Turn it up, has broken down. Now Johnny Backer, he's got a sniff of this.
Yeah,
got a yellow. 1 lap to go, checkered flag. Can Tate Ramsey put the pressure on, and can Reckless do the number in our A final? He's got 1 more corner to go, but Backer's right up on him.
Yeah, Johnny Backer trying to make some moves on Tate Ramsey. It's not going to work though. Reckless jumps out of turn number 2. He's going to come across the line and just about loses the model. Tate Ramsey takes the win from a hard charging Johnny Backer in second. Craig Storner, excellent. Third, he comes across the line, and Brett Nidry rounds out our finishes. Oh man, what bad luck for Connor Patterson. He's been the standout all this weekend, and to come to a close, comes to a stop with 1 lap to go. Johnny Backer got off to a really bad start, but fought back to second. But take nothing away from Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Takes the win in the A final here at Yarrawonga.
Oh, mate, commiserations to the MSC sign-sponsored Turn It Up. The double commentator kiss of death was too much for that blown alcohol engine, mate. But take nothing away from the man in this blue boat. He's going to be pumped. He's going to wheel stand here past the crowd. He was putting huge pressure on Connor, just relentless. And unfortunately for that young man and the team, the gear has let them down. But put your hands together for the man in the blue machine.
There'll be a big bunny hop here coming up for Tate Ramsey.
Durham Transport, the major sponsor of this 2-boat team. Huge round of applause. He has got the win in Heat A of the National Drivers' Championship here at Lake Moala.
Sensational. Another big handful of points there going to Tate Ramsey. Of course, that brings to a close our National Drivers' Championship for this weekend, but we'll see some blown alcohol boats out there during the rest of the afternoon. But we've still got another 2 rounds of this exciting national series coming your way. We head over to Adelaide in a few weeks' time, and then we round out the series, round number 4 for Midway Concrete over there in Windsor in New South Wales in September.
Bash your hands together for these two as they bring these unbelievable machines back to the boat ramp.
Fantastic effort from Craig Storner.
Have a go, mate.
Awesome.
3rd spot. Great run from Storno. Look at the big thumbs up in the window. And Brett Nidry, ladies and gentlemen, the orange and silver flyer of BNR Engines. It will not be long before we see that guy right at the front of the field. We've seen him take race wins, but I tell you what, the pressure just keeps on coming.
I'll tell you what, mate, I come from motor racing background where we race around circuits, but I tell you what, this is the most exciting form of motorsport on the planet.
There's no doubt about it. Like you said earlier, mate, if you don't enjoy this, you better check your heart rate, because I think you may need a paramedic. Hey, we're getting asked a little bit online, and no doubt by people that have joined us here on the crowd, what is happening in relation to the E.C Griffith Cup Final. Obviously, the event could not be finalised yesterday due to some safety concerns around the level of light available to the drivers. So it was moved to today. I can tell you, race number 11 is our next race on the cards is the Sundancer Home Superstock 105 category. And then straight after that, race number 12, sponsored by the Mulwala Water Ski Club here this weekend, the E.C Griffith Cup Final. ladies and gentlemen.
Great to be able to run it on the Sunday. And sure, that is going to be a really exciting race. It's the one that we're all being built up for months.
This is the Australasian Unlimited Championship. We talked a little bit about yesterday, and we'll take you through it straight after this next round. Sundance Homes, Superstock 105, 4 laps, tough conditions. This is the all-in final for the 105 in the Aussie Championship Series, and no surprises here whatsoever. The man that has earned the right to take pole number 1 is Tony Willis in the Buddha, mate. He has been faultless.
Yes, he has. He's had a great run, and that boat is like a bullet out of the corners. It doesn't jump and rock around. It just accelerates, puts all of that available horsepower through the water, and Tony Willis has been driving that boat exceptionally well this weekend.
Rod Williamson in frenzy has earned the right to be the second pole sitter, and he has been very, very strong. Obviously, the pairing of these combinations, we haven't seen these two head-to-head, gunnel to gunnel, and that's going to be a really interesting one. But Tony Willis, I'll tell you, when you're running pole 2 alongside him, you can guarantee that he's going to run a clean, flat line through the corner, and that gives you confidence that you can get up on his inside, get on his outside, and just hang there next to him. So that's going to be an interesting battle. Third place, mate.
Cut Cat for Stephen Rumble, and he's had a very consistent weekend. He's been finishing all of the races and deserves to be out of pole 3.
Well done to Stevie Rumble, the madman in Cut Cat. Jimmy Mullins, pole number 4 in Breakout. That's a little bit wider than Jimmy would expect to be. Traditionally, he's really battled at the front of this pack, but going into pole number 4 is Breakout Jim Mullins. Pole number 5, mate, Schulte.
One of the good guys of powerboat racing from Melbourne, of course, a tattoo artist himself. Therefore, he's named his boat The Artist.
Yeah. Does a lot of design work as well. If you want a team design, a shirt design, that sort of stuff, he's for a small fee, he can put that together for you. And pole number 6, the male model, Jason Jones, in a boat called Bad Temper. I say male model because his partner is an absolute supermodel, so that makes me feel better. Great to see Jonesy, as I said, developing this new boat, and got a wide pole. But I tell you what, the commentator's kiss of death from Andrew Murphy is going to the man out of pole number 1, Tony Willis in Buddha conditions. You'd have to say challenging here, Vaughan, on this big Lake Mulwala track, mate.
Yeah, but after that previous heat race, you don't discredit Frenzy with Rod Williamson behind the wheel starting out of pole 2. And like you said, Buddha and Frenzy going down there into turn 1. They'll give each other room. This is the Australian Championship for 105 mile an hour. Coming your way here at beautiful Yarrawonga this morning. I think that's a great call by Race Control with what they've done with the pole boat this morning, Andrew. Slowed the field down, give them ample time to be able to form up properly. We haven't seen a bad start this morning.
Yeah, no, they've all had a good look at the footage from yesterday and all had a bit of a talk to operations here. And, yeah, we're seeing a much, much better starting out here. There's me mate Troy Cameron down there. I know you can hear me, Troy boy. Give us a wave up here in the commentary box, driving the wheels off the Ranger machine, mate. Big smile on the dial of the bearded warrior down there. This is going to be a good heat, this one. There's no doubt about it. Tony Willis has set the tone in Buddha. But Rod Williamson in frenzy. Steve Rumble on his best day as well. That boat's fast. Eyes will be glued to the GPS. Breakout over 105 mile per hour. So the APB provides a GPS in a sealed unit that gets strapped into the boat. You have to then return it to the judge's tower. You don't even know if you've broken out until the Australian referee opens that box and gives you the good or the bad news.
So we'll call it the way we see it, Andrew, and it'll be 1 through to 6, but that could be altered after a pre-race inquiry.
A good mate of mine, Stewie Jackson, actually was late to the start in a 105 category in his tunnel boat. He broke out at 120 miles an hour trying to catch up before the race had started. Right,
game over.
They wheel around now. Flag held high. It's a good lineup again, so well done to the start boat. Barney Patterson and Chris Dynan holds them a long time. Let's go racing and put her away clean. Oh, Jimmy Mullins and Cut Cat, they're only separated by about 2 or 3 feet. It looks like Frenzy's got nowhere to go. So Frenzy's got nowhere to go. Buddha's gone quite wide. Oh, that's going to be interesting in the tower. So Rod Williamson has had to back right out and come to the inside. And it's Steve Rumble in Cut Cat with a beautiful run up into second place. Frenzy, Breakout, There's Temper with Jason Jones and Mark Schultz, the artist.
Now, Jimmy Mullins just doesn't seem to have the acceleration down the main straight today. But you can take nothing away from Buddha at the moment, doing an outstanding job as he comes out of turn number 2 for the first time and crosses the line.
Right, the battle for second is on right now. There's two sailboats, Cut Cat Racing and Frenzy. Rod Williamson, he just keeps the foot into it all the way through, got the better run and nicely wheels it through turn 1. Rumble's blown a little bit wide, probably went blind in the spray. Jimmy Mullins, very untidy in the mid-corner. It's rough and tough out there, and they are working super hard.
Frenzy up into second now. Steve Rumble in Cut Cat in third. Jimmy Mullins, nothing he can do back there in fourth position at the moment. Very rough water out there. Boats almost coming to a standstill in the corners. They are so slow through the corners, and then they open up the throttle and fly down the main straight. It's out in front. He's gone.
He is gone. It'll be interesting that start to see if how the judges see that in the tower. Settling in now, Frenzy. So we're in our pole orders. Jimmy Mullins in breakout is now coming under pressure from Jason Jones in Temper. So a much improved run from Jason Jones in the yellow machine. He's starting to wind in Jimmy Mullins in the back of the field. We've got the yellow flag now up in the tower as we return to the head of the field in Buddha with Tony Willis.
Tony Willis has been the class of the pack. Oh, that's the first time I've seen Buddha jump out of the water this entire weekend. We go back to Frenzy, yellow flag out, 1 lap to go. Frenzy in second position. Then we go back to Steve Rumble coming across in Cut Cat. Then we got Jimmy Mullins coming under attack now as they cross the line.
Mate, this is very, very challenging condition. Jason Jones, he's got the head down in the yellow machine. He is absolutely hauling to try and wind in Jimmy Mullins on his inside. A really good battle on the exit to turn. Oh, Jason Jones high sides it, blows the skeg out and loses all his momentum. The checkered flag now flying high. Put your hands together for this man. He's won everything he entered. Tony Willis into Buddha. And there's a big fist bump from the man behind the wheel.
As you would expect, Frenzy coming across the line to take out second position. Then we come back to Cut Cat. Steve Rumble will take out third. Jimmy Mullins will cross the line for fourth. Rocking and rolling is the yellow boat.
Hey, Jason Jones in bad temper.
The artist, Mark Schultz, making his return to racing after a 3-month layoff. In the artist, he rounds out our field, but unbelievable. Buddha, that boat is amazing.
Mate, it's not often on a powerboat racing weekend that I'd say I'd rather be in the commentary box than out on the water. Love a bit of racing, and I tell you what, right now this is a much more comfortable seat than those guys out there getting ragdolled in this tough and rough Yarrawonga Mulwala powerboat. Spectacular. Jason Jones, mate, he's finding pace in that boat. Like the look of it, but a big high side, mate.
Yeah.
He threw down.
The exit of turn number 1 there, got the boat right out of the water and basically stalled it in midair. And that allowed Jimmy Mullins to drive away and take out fourth position.
Got to give credit to these drivers because this is the kind of water that can really break your gear. I said the boat leaping out of the water, you go from fully loaded to completely unloaded. You get a lot of engine revs. Give them a round of applause. They've committed to you to put on a show, and they absolutely have. The 105 mile an hour category class, the Australian Championship Series. Just trying to pick up on the front corner of Frenzy. I'm not sure if that's a sticker. All right, they've got hull damage on Frenzy.
Yeah. Yep.
They've actually got the side of the boat.
It's like delaminated.
In the front right-hand corner, partially delaminated. So if you can hear me down there in pit lane, you're going to need to get Frenzy out of the water very, very quickly because they've got a hole in the front of that boat. That's how rough it is out there, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Schultz is back in the artist. Steve Rumble in Cut Cat and Breakout.
So just for our staff down there in the boat ramp at the eastern end, just keep an eye on Frenzy. It looks like there is some delamination on the front of that boat. He's done the right thing.
Hey, mums and dads, boys and girls, you'll notice that our rescue crews are moving off the water and they're starting to relocate some boys, as Vaughan mentioned. Next up, E.C Griffith Cup. However, we've been joined up here in the commentary box by a couple of very cool-looking dudes.
They are cool, aren't they?
How do we know they're cool? Because they fly stuff and do upside-down things. Because very, very shortly we are going to have the Matt Hall Air Show, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a couple of minutes break and then we are going to come back and we're going to catch up with the newly named Emma McDonald, a.k.a. Vixen. And John, what are we going to call you yet? We haven't given you a nickname. J-Bomb, that'll do. Part of the Matt Hall Air Show, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way very, very shortly here at the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair.
Aren't you going to be joining us as well? Yeah.
I'll give you a counting. Place that camera there, guys. Give us a count in a minute. 5, 4, 6. Well, thanks very much for joining us here live on GP Hydro live stream. And we've got a couple of cool cats with us here at the moment. Of course, I'm talking about Emma McDonald, a fantastic pilot, and we'll get into a little bit of Emma's career in a minute. And of course, John as well. What is your role at Matt Hall Racing?
So I'm basically like a joy flight assistant. From time to time, I get to come away to events like this and be a part of the team, and it's always really good.
Fantastic, mate. Thanks for spending your time here with us at Yarrawonga this weekend. And Emma, we had a good chat to you yesterday. You've now got a new nickname, and we'd like to see that plastered all over the Red Bull air racing aeroplanes that you and Matt operate. It's the Vixen.
The Vixen, yes, I've been named the Vixen. Love it.
It does suit you. After meeting you yesterday and talking about your career, and it was 2016, you walked into Matt Hall's hangar and said, I want to do what you do.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually out at an air show watching him do his high energy display, and that's when I decided that's what I wanted to do for a job.
So, John, what's your ambitions in as far as aviation? I know you're a commercial pilot yourself. What's your ambitions?
So I'm actually looking to join the RAF, and yeah, getting to work for Matt. He's sort of coached me through my process at the moment, so it's really good to be able to have that sort of influence.
Well, you've got a great master there as a mentor. Of course, Matt being a F-15 Hornet strike attack fighter and being recognised by the United States Air Force as well as the Royal Australian Air Force. He's a very credentialed pilot, and as we saw yesterday and as we're about to see, he's a very skillful pilot as well, taking nothing away from Vixen. Outstanding yesterday, 1.5 metres apart at 330 mile an hour. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, certainly it's a lot of focus involved for what we're doing. My job at the front is to make sure we're positioned and we're safe at the correct height, and then it's up to Matt to stay nice and close to me the entire time.
So you are known as the lead pilot?
That's correct, yeah. So that's my job as lead. I've got to look after the safety of the formation.
So let's talk about the smoke, and that is a white oil that is atomized inside the muffler system and then expelled out the side of the aircraft. That is, how many litres would you use of that during a display? Yeah,
so we're using 3 litres a minute at that point in time for each aeroplane. So we're going through about 60 litres per display, and it's not cheap.
And of course that has been sponsored this weekend?
It has. It's been sponsored by Ag and Vet, so very lucky to have them. They've actually got a store here in Yarrawonga now, and actually that sounds like Matt over the back there, so I better jump on the radio and make sure he's all good.
All right. So, John, we were saying that
right.
you'd like to join the Air Force. No interest in helicopters, mate?
Nah, you wouldn't catch me dead in a helicopter.
Right, so I got a couple of questions I got to ask. We met you yesterday, so we're out at the Mulwala Ski Club, and so I think I said this to you yesterday. So when you meet people and go, what do you do? Oh, of how low are you allowed to go? And I think your answer was something like, when you hit the water, you're too low.
Yeah, so you'll hear this saying quite a lot. You can only ever equal the low altitude record.
Yeah, right. And hopefully you do that wheels down and when you intend to, and no other time as well. We're only a couple of minutes away. We've got, actually, mate, I think I can see in the distance up there a very, very exciting looking plane. Kids and mums and dads, if you weren't here with us yesterday, this show is next level. You're going to see stunts performed that really are unbelievable to watch. We've all seen Top Gun, we've all seen all that cool stuff, but most of the stuff that's getting done up there, it looks like the part when they go, we're out of control, and they're ejecting, but that's not the case, right?
No, that's not the case at all. So a lot of the time you'll see the plane going around doing tumbles and flips and all of that, and you'll think, what is going on? But the entire time, Matt will be in complete control of the aeroplane.
That's just amazing. Some of the stuff that he was doing yesterday, like the helicopter maneuver where he just stands it up on its tail and allows the wind to blow it while it's in a vertical situation. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty unique. The only reason Matt's allowed to do that is because he also has his helicopter license.
Really? There you go. So, it's really hard to like you guys. What do you do? I'm an astronaut, I'm this, I'm that. I've got a helicopter license, I fly F-18s. I'm pretty much a superhero. Just waiting for the last of our crews to get off the water, and then we can start this show. So it's not going to be too far away, ladies and gents. If you've never seen one of these stunt planes, they are a racing plane. Obviously, Matt's had a lot of success as a racer, and we'll go through that a little bit later on. I think Vixen's got a race coming up in a couple of weeks, mate. It's a very cool concept. They race all around the world, and then they superimpose it virtually into, I think, the streets of Tokyo that you're racing this time around.
Yeah, so Air Race X is what we're actually getting started. It's sort of augmented reality, so a few of the old race pilots have come together and tried to start this up. So what they have is it's computers in the planes that measure their tracks and speeds and altitudes and all of that. And they have it held in a city, so if you're in that city, if you're walking around with VR goggles or you have this app on your phone, you point it in the sky, you can see all the planes racing around through the buildings and stuff, around the buildings and stuff, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, like that. The closest I've ever got to that is I remember Pokemon Go. Yeah, that when you could walk around and steal Pokemon from all the trees. Mate, we'll stop padding out because we're just waiting for the last of our rescue crews to get off the water. And when we're going to come back, we are going to set the skies alight here over the beautiful Lake Mulwala with the Matt Hall Air Show, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Emma on the radio now to Matt Hall and just letting him know that the waterway is now clear. So if you cast your eyes over the dead wood up there in the east, you will see a little dot flying around. That is Matt Hall. He's coming in nice and low this time. This will be a really good high-speed pass.
So the call has been made. Pilot to Bombardier, Vixen, Rass. Let's get this show on the road. Get over here, Vixen. Let's talk about what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. In the sky, coming in from the north. Cast your eyes across the lake. This is Mr. Matt Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
He's coming in for the sneaker prize.
It's a sneaky attack. He's coming right at us. Is this how this show normally starts, or is this something you decided he's going to do? Smoke on, let's go vertical. You can already hear the kids in the crowd going, whoa!
There he goes into a knife edge spin at the very top there. See, there's quite a bit of wind here today. There's a lot of wind up in the upper levels. He's going to be working hard today.
So we talked yesterday about G-forces and things like that. Now, I weigh 100 kilos. Let's pretend that's the number. So at the bottom of these turns, how many Gs are they pulling?
So Matt will be pulling up to 12 Gs today, which means that's 12 times his body weight.
12 times gravity. So me in that plane would weigh 1.2 tonnes.
1.2 tonnes.
Okay, there's a mental picture for you. He's coming in pretty low and hot. Look at the way he's piloting this plane.
Yeah, pretty unique. This aeroplane is the MXSR, which is Matt's second race plane that he ever had. He now has another race plane called the Edge 540, but he's retired this one from the race. It was a 7-time winner at the Red Bull Air Race.
Now, you were trying to convince me of this yesterday, but if you're mad enough, you can actually get in a plane with you, I think, and do this stuff for fun. Talk us through that.
Sure can, yeah. If you want to come for a fly with us, we can take you up to 8 Gs in the Extra 300, which I'll be flying later today with Matt. It's the Red Bull Extra, which is all branded up really pretty, and we can do 400-degree roll rate per second. That is too, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's exactly what I need in my life. Yeah, I met you for the first time yesterday. You're one of those really annoying high-achieving person. That was before I found out that you do this. Yesterday, you came in with Matt. We did a 2-plane show. It was phenomenal. And these kind of manoeuvres, they must take hours and hours to perfect.
They do. There's a lot of training involved. Matt's very focused, and everything that he's doing right in front of you guys is well rehearsed. So he is fully prepared for everything he's doing here. There is nothing that he's doing off the cuff.
Wow, I'm glad, because for me it looks like he's out of control pretty much most of the time down here. The ceiling, we talked about a second ago with John, the level he's allowed to fly down to when you're a pilot, or you as well, at this level, is about 0, yeah?
Is 0, that's right. We're encouraged to go down to 0, but we are allowed to go down to that level.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, you don't have to worry about clearance. He's coming in low and fast. What's the top speed of this plane when he's doing these manoeuvres?
So this plane will be doing over 500k an hour.
500 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, very
wow.
fast.
You talked yesterday about the climb rate. How fast do they travel up in a straight line when they're at the bottom of these corners?
So the MXS will climb at 6,000 feet per minute.
6,000 feet per minute.
Yeah, which is quite quick. You stick the nose up and she just goes and goes.
Something's gone wrong. He looks like he's stuck.
He's doing a bit of a drift there for everybody. If you like drift
fully
cars.
sick. Where's all the fully sick people in the crowd? He's drifting. The acceleration when you nose over and get into one of these dives must be a phenomenal experience.
Yeah, the acceleration rate on this aeroplane is just phenomenal. Its power to weight ratio is almost 1-to-1. He only weighs in at 500 kilo with him on board and the aeroplane, and he's got 350 horsepower up the front.
Something's gone wrong. It's spinning upside down. Do they have a name for that?
Yeah, that one's called the tumble or the Lontravac, or I think you called it the tsunami roll.
Oh, we've talked about the tsunami roll, this brand new stunt you've invented for us here this weekend. I can't wait to see it. We're going to see you up there later today.
Yeah, you'll see us doing the tsunami roll a little bit later today together in formation.
Yeah, right. And I noticed you waved at us when we came through, so that was very nice of you. Thank you very much. Gave me and Vaughan a bit of a wave. And kids, I've got to tell you that although we can't see Matt in the cockpit, you can see us quite clearly on the ground. So when you're waving, that you can see us as you go past.
Yeah, certainly. If you're giving him a wave, he can actually see you down there. There goes a knife edge and into a tumble as well. It wraps up that aeroplane.
How, when you're doing that, what are you looking at? What are you staring at? Are you looking at your instruments? Are you trying to find a cloud in the sky? What's your reference point so you don't forget where you are?
Yeah, so you're picking a point out in the distance, and you're pretty much just spotting for that point each time you rotate around, just like a ballerina, really.
Wow, yeah. Oh, well, I'm quite good at ballerina.
There's his pull through there. Nice level rolls as well. That's his rolling sequence.
So in competition, obviously, I know that you've got a race coming up in 2 weeks. I think that we've got to go out to where?
Walkworth.
So go out to Walkworth, and you've got to go and do this and run a virtual course, and then you're going to get overlaid against the best in the world. Are you going to win this thing?
Oh, I'm going to give it a red hot shot.
Well, we were on Team Vixen for that one, I can guarantee. You two were up there yesterday, and you said to me you were going to towel Matt up, and did you win yesterday?
I won, only because I was the lead.
Yeah, good, yeah. He was second the whole time. You noticed that? We were down here, obviously, with Big John, and he said, yeah, he's definitely got the numbers on her.
Definitely, yeah. We're actually going to stage a race at the end of our display today, too, so you guys can actually see the power from this aeroplane.
Really?
Flying at the moment.
Wow.
Up against me, who will be in the extra, and you'll be able to see how fast this aeroplane actually can pull away from me.
Right, so we've called you Vixen, obviously, because you're crafty, you're a female of the species, and you look like you know a bit about what's going on. The man in the sky's call sign is Ras. What's behind that?
Ras, yeah. So when he was in the Air Force, he just joined the Air Force. And he was always the guy out there that required adult supervision.
Requires adult
supervision. Where you get Ras from.
It is incredible what he's capable of making these planes to do. You've got some technical questions for us, I think, Vaughnie.
Yeah, we can hear the different change in the exhaust note of this aeroplane. That's the constant changing of the pitch of the blade.
That's correct, yeah. So you're not hearing the change in the exhaust. It's all in the propeller. So as he's pulling around here, he's pulling 12G here, ladies and gentlemen, with the 12G under the figure 8. But you can hear that prop barking, and that's the change of angle on the prop, and that's just biting into the air, making sure it keeps its power there. So it's maintaining the same RPM. So as he's going through the air, whether he's going fast or slow, those propeller blades are changing their pitch constantly.
Now, all aeroplanes run an altimeter. Do you get a chance to look at that while you're in these crazy spins?
So we only glance at that momentarily as a gate to go through. It's pretty well when we need to have a limitation or when we commence a particular maneuver. So if we're getting to the top of a maneuver, we're looking for a particular height before we commence that maneuver, and that's what we call a gate. Other than that, we're not looking at that, we're looking out the window.
And my last technical question is that I've noticed on the aeroplanes, the commercial planes, like Virgin, Qantas, etc., they've got winglets at the side of them. They are used in commercial airliners to improve fuel economy.
That's correct.
What does it do to Matt's planes?
So you can see him now, he's just in a hover. He's going to hover the aeroplane there. Those winglets that you can see on the edge of the wingtips, what they do for him in this particular aeroplane is it allows him to hold onto the G. He's stuck up there. It allows him to hold onto the G there, so he's able to maintain his speed for efficiency to allow the wind on the aeroplane to stick to the wing, pretty much.
And grab some purchase on the atmosphere and allow these crazy turns, these 12G turns that Matt's performing now. This is a low, fast one.
Give him a wave, guys. He can see you down there.
Come on, give him a wave, take your hats off, and let him know that you appreciate the effort he's made. Hey, one quick question, Vixen. He doesn't have any guns on this, does he?
No,
we're not at any risk here of him like flower bombing us as he comes through.
No, not on this one, but he certainly did have that on his F-18 and his F-15 back in the day.
One of Australia's most decorated pilots in combat all around the world, the US and here. But this must be the way he wants to spend his day. This must be a whole lot of fun for you guys.
This is certainly a whole lot of fun there, and he's a retired wing commander, so he has a lot of medals for heroism under fire when he was fighting in the USAF in Iraq. And so, yeah, we thank him for his service there, especially being Anzac Day weekend. We thank him for his service. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. He's finished these displays, just doing a nice circle there. Give him a wave because he can see you down there.
God, you can do better than that. How cool is that? The Matt Hall Air Show, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a huge round of applause as he paints a big circle in the sky above Lake Mulwala. Hey, Vixen, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to forget your real name is Emma, but I'll try not to. Vixen, thank you for being here, John. You're going to be back up here. J-Bomb, you're going to be back up here later because we're going to unleash these two on each other up there and we're going to go racing later on with these two in the sky, yeah?
That's right, 2 o'clock we'll be back.
Can't wait for it, mate.
Well, the crazy cats.
Vixen, thank you so much. Last question for you. How many hours a week or a month would you spend in the sky?
Oh, it varies. Depends on how many joy flights we're doing.
Mulwala, Sun Country Tourism and MSC Signs. This is going to be big. Don't go anywhere. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can sense the excitement. There's an air of expectation settling over this big, beautiful Lake Mulwala, Vaughan. And thanks to the Mulwala Water Ski Club, we are moments away from commencing the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup Final. This is going to be huge.
Mate, this is one of the trophies that is well sought after by every powerboat racer in Australia, and the E.C Griffith Cup gets its name from the trophy's donor, Ernest Charles Griffith, who in 1910 presented a magnificent, hand-beaten, solid silver trophy for the Australasian Championship.
Mate, it's an incredible thing to visually look at. We're not going to give you the value of it, but you can see it on display in the Water Ski Club, and it will be presented tonight to one of the following. Out of pole number 1, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Grant Harrison in GP1, a big crowd favourite in Harrow. Out of pole 2, wow, this guy has got all the experience in the world. The boat has looked incredibly fast. Of course, I speak of the big hydroplane, White Noise, and the driver, Ricky Howard. Pole number 3, mate, the first of our blown boats is Tate Ramsey in Reckless. A previous winner of this cup runs out of pole number 4, Liam Holland in Desperado. Pole 5, Paul Jones in Stampede. And pole 6, the Adelaide sensation, Dave Satterley in Titan, mate. This is going to be on.
Yeah, 4 hydroplanes versus 2 blown displacement boats. And by the way we've seen him go this morning, David Satterley, he's going to be right in this.
Mate, this is going to be big. Obviously, you've got GP1. This boat has won this event, I think, 7, 8 times. The man behind the wheel, he wants this. We spoke to him earlier in the weekend, and he said, mate, you know, how many times you won the cup? He said, none of that matters right now. What matters is what happens in these 4-lap final.
Yeah,
None of that matters.
8 wins to Grant Harrison and 1 win for his father in 1986, driving a boat called the Rat. Of course, the legend himself, Keith Harrison.
This is the Australasian Unlimited Championships. It's governed by a deed of gift, and what the rules require: an automotive-style engine, and there must be a propeller-driven boat. Outside of that, you can go nuts. You can do anything you need to. We've got a couple of thousand horsepower under the right foot pedal of some of these drivers out here, and this is going to tear the surface of this beautiful Lake Mulwala up. You'll notice the course has now been extended to cater for the Australasian Championship rules of a minimum straight of 850 metres. So this is a big, big track We've got the best hydroplanes in the world here, mate. This is going to be a tough race for those displacements. There's no doubt about it.
Certainly has, and this event dates back to 1910. And it's been said that the E.C Griffith Cup is the world's second longest running trophy in motorsport.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And we are lucky enough to have it here with us this weekend. When you look through the list of names, right back to Aussie Endeavour, Aussie Connection, Bayswater Bulk, Fairbanks, you know, it's just, the list goes on from 1910 all the way through to 2024 this year. This is a special piece of history.
Yeah, it came to a stop for 6 years during the World War II. And there's been a couple of droughts that have interrupted the running of this event. But yeah, dating back to 1910, the world's second longest running event, not in powerboat racing, but in motorsport in general. So that would be up there rivaling with big races such as the Le Mans.
Absolutely right. Some of the only other trophy that we're aware of, it's where that fact comes from, is actually a yachting trophy. I think the San Diego Yacht Club or something along those lines has one that's a couple of years earlier. Let's talk about the different types of boat. If you're not around boat racing, we talk about a Grand Prix hydroplane. These are an incredible piece of engineering. They're essentially an engine that flies with a propeller sitting underneath it, about 2,000 horsepower under the cowl of GP1. The sponsons at the front of the boat, left and right, and a flat bottom underneath the hull. On the left-hand side is what we call a turn fin, this huge, finely machined, precision-engineered piece of alloy that hooks in on the left-hand corner and turns this boat. They pull massive G's in these boats. They will go into this turn when they drop the flag at about 170 miles per hour in GP1. This is going to be big.
And a big 40 to 45 foot rooster tail coming out of that side skeg as they've been released from the pit area. So we get a good look at our starters and drivers for the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup here at Lake Moala.
If you're at the canteen, if you're waiting in the coffee queue, it's time to abandon that and get to the lake edge, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the big reasons that we are here. Have a look at these fields. There is Russell Jones in the red Stampede. The yellow machine of Liam Holland in Desperado. White Noise is out there with Ricky Howard. And here comes GP1. Grant Harrison, Melton Toyota sponsored. Behind the wheel, he is the pole sitter. He is the hands down favourite. Last year, it was a $15 fuel fitting that cost him potential victory in this race. This could go anyway.
We've seen a mechanical issue earlier this morning for Desperado with Liam Holland as well. The boat sounded okay then, but not under load at the moment. So here's hoping that Desperado can have a good run. Of course, he took this event out in 2022.
One of the youngest to ever do so, and a 6-litre hydroplane. It's super fast. Tate Ramsey in Reckless, mate. He'll be on a high. He's just won his heat of the final of the National Drivers' Championship. He doesn't have to care. He can put this thing back into the transporter in a million bits. He will throw everything at this. The displacements want this trophy. The hydroplanes want this trophy. Everybody wants to become part of the history of the E.C Griffith Cup. And in a few short minutes, mate, we are going to find the answer. I'm going to try not to scream my head off, but I cannot guarantee it. This is going to be fast and furious.
Grant Harrison in GP1 will start on pole position with Ricky Howard in White Noise. Then we have Tate Ramsey in Reckless, the first of the blown alcohol or forced induction boats. Then we have Liam Holland out of P4, Paul Jones in Stampede out of 5, and David Satterley, the second of the forced induction boats. He'll start right out wide in pole 6.
Tate Ramsey in Reckless, the blue boat out there, moves a little bit further forward. You'll see the team swing around now. The pace is going to be picked up a bit. This is going to be a slow start for the big hydro, so expect the blown boats to get the early jump. We're about to release over 10,000 horsepower into the water, ladies and gentlemen. Wait for the flag drop. It's a good lineup. Any second now, we will go. We are gone. We are gone. Tate Ramsey with a beautiful start. Oh, they are so close into turn number 1. GP1 on the inside. White Noise. Look at the spray. Look at the horsepower. The big turn fin digs in. GP1 is round, and as is White Noise on his outside. White Noise has a run. Ricky Howard takes the lead in the early part of the back straight.
Grant Harrison now in GP1 looking for an inside run into turn number 2 for the first time. Huge big spray of water. They come out of turn number 2. They're still side by side. White Noise and Ricky Howard and Grant Harrison in GP1. We have got a race on our hands as they scream past over to it. White Noise now making gains on Harrow. He closes up on him. He's putting pressure onto GP1. Reckless in the third. But keep your eyes at the front of the pack. There is nothing between them. Absolutely nothing. Harrow's come to a stop on the outside.
GP1 is out. GP1 is out, ladies and gentlemen. Grant Harrison has come unstuck. Ricky Howard now. White Noise. He will not believe it. We've got a caution flag flying. GP1 is out. Ricky Howard in White Noise. He needs to nurse this boat home.
Tate Ramsey.
Placement of Tate Ramsey now. Look at the work he's doing behind the wheel. He's got Liam Holland in Desperado. Ramsey nearly turns it upside down, trying to get the power down. Graham continues on. White Noise now. This is a 4-lap race. We are at lap number 2. Next time round, we'll see the yellow flag. Can White Noise get the job done? Because they are blown displacement of 6 litres, charging hard. Yellow flag is flying, Vaughan.
Great battle between Liam Holland in Desperado and Blake Ramsey. Blake Ramsey hanging on for second place at the moment. Got a great run out of turn number 1. Blake Ramsey turns turn number 2 to receive the yellow flag, but it is all White Noise.
Oh, look at this battle for second right now. This means something to both these men. Reckless, the blue blown alcohol displacement, being pursued by the man in front. Desperado, the 6-litre hydroplane. Dave Satterley pedaling the big Titan crew. We've got one more corner to go. He's just got to turn this straight. The checkered flag now in the tower. Stand up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Ricky Howard in White Noise that takes out the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup, ladies and gentlemen.
Dominating win from White Noise as Blake Ramsey. Unfortunately, we didn't see what happened there, but he's lost it.
Liam Holland, Desperado, the little 6-litre hydroplane. He has charged for all he's worth. Put your hands together
Giant
for him.
killer.
Desperado's second spot on the podium in the E.C Griffith Cup, and Tate Ramsey in the Reckless.
Then we go back.
Down your podium.
David Satterley in 4th position, and it looks like we may have lost Stampede out there as well. Oh, what a great race as White Noise comes across the line. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Ricky Howard.
Oh, I've got to take a breath. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for the shouting. Wow.
Dominating win there for Ricky Howard in White Noise. But how is this guy down here in turn number 2, the giant killer, Liam Holland in Desperado?
Mate, he would have been absolutely waiting for a cough, a sign of smoke, a puff of smoke. Commiserations to the team of GP1, Grant Harrison and all of his crew. That was going to be the race of the century.
Is that 2 years in a row now, unfortunately, for Grant Harrison?
Made full credit, however, to White Noise and Ricky Howard, that team. Harrison was being pushed 110%. He could not let up for a split second, and that pressure has unfortunately led to the GP1 coming unstuck. But take nothing away. Mate, there was nothing in that right up until that point. That was anyone's race.
I was concentrating on the battle back there between Liam Holland and Blake Ramsey. I turned around to pick up on White Noise at the other end of the racetrack. I've looked back towards turn number 1, and Liam Holland has bolted away from Blake Ramsey. So not quite sure what happened with Reckless, but a great second place going to Liam Holland in Desperado from Reckless, and Tate Ramsey in 3rd.
Come on, give him a round of applause as they cut past, ladies and gentlemen. That bloke, he just about broke that boat in half in Reckless to try and get to the front of the field. Dave Satterley, the driver of Titan, all the way from South Australia, his first GP E.C Griffith Cup Final here with us this weekend, but I can tell you there will be tears of joy behind the visor of the man in the cockpit of white noise, and he's a hell of a nice guy, mate. Ricky Howard, this means everything to that man. He has a passion for hydroplanes like few others, and to win an E.C Griffith Cup, mate, it's just something he will cherish forever.
And would that be his first win in the E.C Griffith Cup?
Mate, I'll have to check. I'm not 100% sure. We can see on the live stream the cockpit open with the drone footage down there. Mate, the team are around him. He is back to the bank. He will be wiping tears from his eyes, the big man. This will mean the world to him and everybody in that team, that their name will be struck into history for the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup.
Yeah, just watching his crew as they hatches up, and we wait for Ricky Howard to exit white noise. A dominating win in the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup. I can see now the hatch is open and the helmet's coming off. Ladies and gentlemen, especially down there at the bridge end, put your hands together for Ricky Howard and white noise.
Wow, we talked about how hard the water conditions out there. We saw Frenzy in the 105 come in with a partial hole blown in the front right corner of the boat. We just had word through that Stampede, now under tow up towards the bridge end, is also taking on water. So, mate, these guys for an E.C Griffith Cup, they are prepared to throw everything at it to break their gear. I thought Tate Ramsey was almost going to be upside down.
Yeah.
He stomped on the loud pedal that hard to try and get to the front of this field, mate. It's one of those things. It's the Bathurst. It's the trophy that you want, and they've given it absolutely everything. But
certainly was. And just picking up on that point about Reckless and Blake Ramsey, he just about backflipped it on a couple of occasions coming out of turn number 2, just unloading that 2,000 horsepower through that cab plate, and the boat, the front end, got right up very, very high in this quite windy conditions here this morning.
Mate, there is a hive of activity on the live stream footage around white noise. There's about 7 people standing on the deck of that beautiful boat. The big fella is getting hugged. There's high fives and hugs and a huge crowd down there. It's as I said, that was evolving into one hell of a race. But mate, I wouldn't have called it any other way. That until GP1 pulled up. Mate, that was anyone's race. That was absolutely on.
Oh, Ricky's got a line of about 20 people back there that just want to shake his hand and give him a big hug, going through the family and the pit crew at the moment. And there are hugs going off down there at the bridge end, and rightfully so. A well-deserved win, and as you said, Andrew, etched into history now as part of the E.C Griffith Cup.
Mate, there will be a full presentation of all of our major trophies for yesterday and today at the Mulwala Water Ski Club tonight, and we encourage everybody to come and be a big part of that. We will have one of the E.C Griffith family there with us. So she will be on site to come and present that trophy and tell the story of this wonderful trophy. So I'm going to take a break, mate. We need to take a bit of a lie down. Maybe get ourselves a cup of tea. The hard-working crews out there are now realigning the turn boys so we can continue our race program. Hey, there's a man standing out there on the deck of his broken boat. He will be able to hear you, and I want to give a huge shout out and make him feel like we care for Mr. Grant Harrison of GP1. Commiserations to you, Harrow. Mate, you threw down, you gave it everything, as you always do, to him and his crew. They are one of the hardest charging family names in Australian powerboat racing, and not what we want to see, but, mate, yeah, that's a very tough break for Harrow.
I'm pretty sure that Harrow will be able to make amends a little bit later on in his little Oz Light once that comes out onto the circuit.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a short break. Thanks so much for joining us here at the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair. We've got a lot more coming up in a very, very short space of time. Thank you for joining us on GP Hydro live streaming all around the world. We hope you're enjoying this coverage, and we're going to be back real soon.
Beautiful. Thank you. 2.
All right, not too far away from getting the action happening back out there on the water. And thanks to Land Transport, next up will be Heat 3 of the Trojan Vaughan Brewer. And this is going to be a ripper. So racing all weekend has come down to their pole positions for this final heat of the Trojan. And out of pole number 1, mate, the man with the magnificent mustache is Les Tamata in the Rattler.
Yeah, Les Tamata, the man of the moment as far as 6-litre displacement racing goes in Rattler. Been really, really quick all weekend. Doesn't seem to have any mechanical issues on board. So from pole 1 and out alongside of him is that beautiful blue boat, Steve Rarity in Rastus.
Love that name, Rastus, mate. Steve Rarity, these guys have been belted up and knocked around, and they've just kept on punching. And so got a good pole to run out of this one, pole number 2. Out of 3rd spot, the young gun Brendan Mason in Impulse, mate. They've been pretty impressive as well.
Yes, they certainly have, very quick or thereabouts. So he'll start out of P3. Then we have Melody 4 with Brian Kilpatrick. It's the first time I've seen Melody, but really impressed with how she's been running.
Actually, Melody 11, mate. To be honest, not forward, the other way around. We got it wrong on our timing screens. Melody 11, there's been 10 others. And Brian Kilpatrick, this is a boat they have built and engineered themselves. Runs the Chev power plant, and it's a bit of a ripper. Out of 5 is Mark Ebenruder in the Rooters. The beautiful red machine of Mark Ebenruder. And out of 6, all the way from Adelaide, is Mr. James Clark, mate. Tough enough.
Yeah, just thinking back to early Saturday morning, Rooters and Tough Enough were going head-to-head, and they seem to have slipped back through the field. So we'll have Rooters out of 5 with Mark Ebenruder, and Tough Enough from Adelaide, James Clark, starting outside in pole 6.
Actually, mistakenly I said this is the last heat of them for the day. They've got another heat to follow this up in race number 17. So according to the timing screens, but right now on the water is race number 13, Les Tamata. He's got the inside run. He was really, really quick and had a really solid win when we saw him out on the water yesterday. So like to see the big man with the flowing mustache and the long locks put his head down, get the power down, and get a nice clean run into turn number 1. But Steve Rarity's going to make his life very difficult.
Yeah, Rastus in the beautiful blue boat. Highly polished boat, I must say. It's one of the best presented boats here as far as the 6 litres are concerned. And we go right out wide to Rooters in Mark Ebenruder and Tough Enough. A little bit all over the place at the moment, but not critical at the moment, but they'll start to tighten up and form up for another one of our beautiful starts that we've had here this morning. The pole boat being told to be slowed down a little bit this morning and allowing the guys to turn 2 and line up side by side. This is it, another round of the Trojan series for 6-litre displacements.
So the boys doing a great job on the start there, getting out right up now. Melody 11's actually left a little bit behind here, so needs to lean on a little bit, but not going to make the start. Here we go. Holds them. It's a decent lineup. Flag down. Let's see it go. Oh, big moment for Rastus. Rattler on the inside, but Tough Enough, and Rooters outside are quick. But an inside run. Oh, that boy I think got clipped, so that could be spray. We'll have to check the vision on that one. There's a boat blown out the back is Melody, but it is Rattler. Out in front on his outside is Impulse. So very nice run with Ebenruder into 3rd.
Yeah, Ebenruder got a really good run down to turn number 1. James Clark hung out wide here on turn number 2. Steve Rarity's gone backwards, actually. He's bound into P5 at the moment. James Clark will come out and try and get on the back of Ebenruder. But how's this battle between Ebenruder, James Clark and Rarity?
Head of the field, mate. Young Walsey in Impulse. He wants a win. He wants to get to the front. Oh, he's had a beautiful exit now, but Rattler, Les Tomato doesn't want to give it away. There is nothing between them. Outside, maybe by half a boat length, is Impulse, Brenton Walsh. He's now got the hard run into the corner. That's going to put pressure on the man who's inside. He gets to set the line in the corner. Tomato takes it to the inside. Impulse to the outside. Good, clean racing. Bit of action a little bit further back as well, but the battle at the front of the pack is on.
It certainly is. Goes past Tomato on the inside. Going to lose out going around turn number 1 this time. Big outside run then from Impulse and Brendan Mason. Ebenruder starting to fall away now with James Clark making a move on Mark Ebenruder as they go down the back straight.
It's Impulse, Brenton Walsh. He's got a boat length, but Tomato on the inside run. The checkered flag is up. Who's going to get the power down? Inside is Rattler, Les Tomato. Outside, Brenton Walsh. They are diving for it, Oh!
Tomato, I reckon.
Les Tomato by about a metre. Oh, Brenton Walsh in Impulse.
Rastus for third, Ebenruder for fourth, James Clark for fifth, and rounding out the field, Melody 11.
Oh, mate, sorry, I called him Brendan Walsh. Brendan Mason, Impulse. What a drive from a wide pole. And between him and Les Tomato, there was so much trust and confidence between those. So they were pitching into the corners literally metres apart, gunnel to gunnel, and that was a cracking run for 6 litre.
Side by side for first and second, and side by side for third and fourth there at most of the way through that race.
Well, I knew it was going to be on, but and mate, Brendan Mason, those Impulse boys, they've been promising to get to the front of this field for a little while in this series, and that honestly, what do you reckon, a metre to the inside boat?
If that.
And they ran out of pole number 3, so yeah, Steve Rarity and Rastus, he got bundled up with a little bit of crosswash in turn number 1 and got caught between the two, and then
he was
pushed
right
backwards, and then all of a sudden, Ebenruder's all over him, so he had his own battle on his hands.
Yeah, Rarity right back to 5th position out of 6 boats, and then being able to fight his way back into 3rd.
You can hear the applause from the crowd. Bring it together for him. The man out in front with the big moustache, he'll be wrapped with that one. What about this guy?
Brendan Mason.
Oh, well, for Brendan Mason and Impulse, that was a hell of a drive. Out of pole number 3. Yeah, he's pretty excited about it. Mark Ebenruder in the big red Rudis machine is home safe and sound. Tough enough. Got it a little bit tough in that one with Clarkey, but once you get behind sort of 4 or 5 boats, those crosswashers out here on this Mulwhaler circuit, a little bit tough. Conditions actually improving marginally, mate. That wind has backed off a little bit,
isn't it?
We're starting to see a slight improvement in conditions, which is leading to some very, very good racing. 1.6 litre hydroplanes is next on our dance card, ladies and gents.
Oh, check out who's on pole.
Oh, how good is this guy? Brought to you this weekend by Complete Travel, so big thanks to them. This is the Oz Lights, the Australian Championship Series. The man out of pole number 1, huge crowd favourite. Had a signing session down here this morning. All of his fans queued up, waiting patiently. Of course, we speak of none other than Ryan Dewey Nichols in the S15.
Yeah, S15, a very lovable character is Dewey, and he's always carrying around a little marker pen with him, and he'll sign any part of your body that you like.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. I've actually never been invited to be one of Dewey's angels. That's what he refers to his pit crew down there. But
well, I've got it over you then, mate, because the first time I met him, he signed me up straight away.
Big shout out to the sponsors of the 1.6. This is the Australian Championship Series. The Cole Brown Trophy is what these teams compete for. MSC Signs, Melbourne Signage Concepts is one of their partners. All the Talk Photography and Boris the Boxer Production. So big thanks to them. Points standing at the start of the this weekend, mate. Grant Harrison from Melton Toyota 100 on 2,000 points with a healthy lead over Oscar Stevenson, mate, in Biohazard, the HBR yellow machine. Brad Holland in Twister sitting to 3rd. Dewey Nichols up into 4th. Paul Cunningham in 5th. Andrew Donoghue in Predator in 6th. Wendy Geelan in 7. Paul Norris, times are tough, out of 8. And Kim Burnt, holy smoke, out of 9. So,
running through our field on pole position, is S15 of Ryan Dewey Nichols. Out of 2, Andrew Donoghue driving Predator. Then we have the first of the Melton Toyota boats in the 100 is Grant Harrison. And out of pole 4, Toyota 86 of Paul Cunningham. And rounding out our 5-boat field for this one is Brad Holland driving Twister.
Yeah, interesting lineup, this one. Harrow's had some incredible pole draws this weekend, so he's put himself inside Brad Holland in every single round thus far, and it's interesting because the twister machine of Holland has done more than kept him honest. And a straight line at the back end of a straight, particularly, it seems to have better pace than Melton Toyota 100 at this point in time. The run to the inside, Ryan Dewey Nichols, is going to be a cracker, and he's going to have a battle on his hands with Andrew Donoghue, the man out of Mount Gambier. So the old shovel nose, or it's not shovel nose, but the old open deck red hulled machine of Ryan Dewey Nichols with a flat water inside run. He's going to be tough to get around. Andy Donoghue, hell of a campaigner in Predator though, so they're gonna do battle. The more modern, probably a little bit quicker boats to their outside, they're going to have a battle on their hands as well. Paul Cunningham wedged between the arch enemies of Grant Harrison and Brad Holland.
Yeah, having a chat to Dewey the other night over there at the Moala Ski Club, and he's saying that boat is 50 years old. It's been in the family for quite some time. And of course, it's the only one that is without a canopy or a capsule. And you'll always see Dewey. He'll raise his hand as he comes across the start-finish line for sure.
Yeah, when he gets a little bit rough, he looks like, I've mentioned this yesterday, one of those little spring-loaded wobbly dogs that you just put on the dashboard of the old HQ Holden. He drives the wheels off this thing. As I said, the 1.6 litre Toyota-based engine is a standard engine for this category, and Dewey drives the absolute wheels off it. Bat's well above the age of the boat. I think the boat's about, 26, 20, well, it's 20-year-old plus, this machine of Dewey Nichols.
Oh, no, that's 50 years plus.
50 years,
yeah, 50
really.
years,
50 years the S15's been around, so.
You were talking about the open deck boats not allowed to be strapped in. They can have a Velcro sash. Does that apply to Dewey, or is Dewey...
Yep. It's the same across all categories. So whether it's running an outboard, a mono, single engine, doesn't matter. If you don't have a capsule, you're not permitted to have a belt system other than a relatively light-duty lap sash belt, like a Velcro sash belt, to give you a little bit more stability in the chair. So you'll find these seats are marginally wrapped, but often, particularly with an outboard driver, you'll find bruised elbows. A pretty common thing. Same with these 1.6 hydros, because you're using your elbows to wedge yourself in when you're getting thrown around a little bit. But that's just a badge of honour that you wear at the end of a race weekend, the tender elbownitis.
Because all of these boats powered by the same engine. There is a 1.6 litre twin-cam Toyota engine that you would commonly find in your everyday average street car, a Toyota Corolla.
Yes. A bit of a shame. I said we have a few withdrawals in this one. The local superstar, and at times it's tough. Frog Norris, I don't think making the start grid, so they've obviously had dramas yesterday. We saw it stop, so hopefully not terminal, and they're still working on it. We're going to see them out here.
We haven't seen Wendy Geelan either.
Later on, no, Wendy Geelan's withdrawn for the weekend, so had a drama there and was not able to rectify it here, which is a shame in front of this big crowd here and the beautiful sunshine as I take my jacket off and the Mulwala sun shining. This is a twister, Brad Holland. We saw his brother Liam out there in Desperado. This Howard hydroplane, a relatively new rig. Grant Harrow aboard the Melton Toyota 100 machine. Here comes Paul Cunningham in the Toyota 86.
Now, these engines can be fuel injected or carby driven. There is no restriction on how you put the fuel from the tank into the motor. There's no advantage either from having a EFI. I would have thought the EFIs would have been better, but a lot of guys are choosing to run the double Holly carbies.
Yeah, correct. It's an interesting thing.
Sorry?
Obviously, yeah, due to limitations on the mapping and stuff, so that when you've got the Weber carbies, you can actually tune them and change jets and do a whole lot of stuff that you're restricted to doing otherwise as far as ignition modifications in the ECU control modules. So running either little Motec or Haltech engine management data system, so that you get a pretty good read on what's going on. But it's going to be a really good race between these three outside boats trying to pick up. We've got Dewey Nichols out there. Can't see Andrew Donoghue in the Predator, so we're looking for
He was really slow yesterday in the last heat race yesterday afternoon in the orange and black boat.
Yeah, so
Looks like. There we go. Word is from race control that Predator has failed to start over at the boat ramp.
that's a shame for Andrew Donoghue, mate. He's him and his team have come all the way from Mount Gambier in South Australia to compete here this weekend, and they've been to every round. The round spread across the calendar. Round 1 was at the Victorian Speedboat Club on the Epilogue Gold Cup back in January. Round 2 was held at Lake Charm out near Kerrang in central Victoria. Round 3 here at the E.C Griffith Cup, and round 4 will be at the St George Spectacular up there in Sydney, mate. So big series, the Cole Brown Australian Championships.
Doesn't look like Oscar Stevenson's out there either.
No, he's withdrawn as well. So we saw him stop in a race yesterday, but Predator was on the dance card and they have failed to start. So, all right, let's have a look at him. Look at Dewey. He's right up alongside Barn Dog, Barney Patterson, the start boat. So he knows that he needs to run the inside line. That opens his boat into a 4-boat field. Keep your eyes on the yellow machine out wide. Harrow out of 2. Cunningham from 3.
Oh, no start?
Oh, I'm not sure, yeah.
Oh, now they've dropped it.
Very late start. That's going to cause a bit of pandemonium. Obviously, it was Brad Holland, Twister. He was well behind the start boat and the starter trying to bring him forward, but he chose not to. But a very slow entry to the corner, so that's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. I think Paul Cunningham in the 2886 has got the better of Grant Harrison to the inside. Outside now, Brad Holland starts to wind Twister up, and Dewey Nichols on a clean inside run.
Oh, look at the run down the inside from Grant Harrison in Melton Toyota 100. Goes side by side with his teammate through turn number 2. And on the outside is the boat of Holland as well. They're going to come out of here 3 wide.
Holland made a little bit of gain in the exit of the corner, so the wider line suit him. It seems to be the way that boat prefers the Howard Hydroplane. Look at the flight he's got in this boat. It is just dancing across the surface of the water, almost to the point of no return at the end of the straight there. So a bit of a moment for Holland. Maybe had to lift out as they entered that corner.
So PC with a nice close run to the pins through turn number 1. Somewhere in their wash is the boat of Holland, who's now moved up into a commanding second and is actually putting a challenge on here to Grant Harrison. Then we go back into 3rd place, Paul Cunningham. Watch for the yellow boat around the outside here. He's got a really good run on the entry into turn number 2. There's going to be a big fight on here.
You can see Grant Harrison starting to change his line, so running a wider line there, forcing Twister to come out a little bit further and looking at his own space now. Holland could choose to drop inside and see if he can surprise Harrison. Look at the lift, the last part of the straight, just as it enters the corner. Dewey Nichols, foot jammed to the boards in the S15. He picks up another lap and points. But Paul Cunningham getting dropped off this pack, so fighting the 86. But the battle at the front continues as the laps count down.
Yeah, Grant Harrison got a good exit out of turn number 1. Able to get away a little bit this time from the boat of Holland, the yellow boat running around the outside. And I think this might be a little bit, side by side again on the exit of turn number 2. Holland's trying this outside run, but he just doesn't have the horsepower to match Grant Harrison in PC 100.
There's definitely propeller differences here. He manages to catch him. I tell you what, as you come around the end where the bank tapers away, the wind changes a little bit, and Holland, this boat is right on the edge as it goes into turn number 1. Yellow flag that time through. The next boat across the line will be our race winner, and I tell you, Grant Harrison has opened the gap. A little bit of a moment there for Brad Holland in Twister in turn number 1 last time through, so he's got one more corner to run.
Grant Harrison got a great turn of speed down the back straight for the last time. Opens it up, has a look forward, sees a checkered flag. Your winner for Melton Toyota 100 goes to Grant Harrison.
2nd place, Brad Holland in the Twister from the Victorian Speedboat Club.
3rd across the line will be PC, Paul Cunningham, Melton Toyota 86.
So well driven by PC, but just down on pace, so a little bit surprising. The early pace was there.
And here comes Dewey.
It's time to buzz the tower.
He's gone into the next postcode here. Dewey Nichols in S15. Give him a wave, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty sure he'll have the arms. He'll be flapping around as he comes past. Gives us a big thumbs up.
He hates a big crowd, does the Doozer.
What a character.
Giving it the old shuckers, one hand on the wheel as the helmet
He is so
flogs
good
around in the capsule of that boat. He's a great bloke and does a lot of charity work, has been super helpful with the Victorian Outboard Club in fundraising for SIDS at their event up there at the Archery.
There's a great shot of him on a GP Hydro live stream, a still of the boat right up in the air and Dewey with his hand out the cockpit area.
Used to rock a lot of hair, a long big ponytail and a big long beard, and he offered to shave his head for the cause of SIDS several years ago at the fundraising auction at Lake Charm. I think we raised $3,000, and the right to make the first cut was given to his mum, Coralie. So she loved every second of it.
It never grew back.
It doesn't take long. He's a hairy little man. All right, that was the 1.6 litre hydroplane. Race number 14. And next up, thanks to Power Plus Fuels, heat number 1 of the Les Spears for unlimited displacement mode. This is going to get very, very noisy and very, very fast.
It certainly is, with our big blown alcohol and forced induction boats out there on the water. You can start to hear a few firing up around here at the Eastern Boat Ramp.
Just in case you missed him first time around, blowing kisses to his huge fan base. And rips a bit of a skid on the way into pit lane. So great to see the crew of White Noise, the E.C Griffith Cup winners for 2024, standing atop that beautiful hydroplane, making their way along in front of the crowd. So if you want to get a photo, give them a clap and a cheer. Ricky Howard, mate, by the time he gets up into the commentary box, he'll be emotionally exhausted. He'll have tears rolling down those big red cheeks of his, mate.
I reckon he might have split his face in half with the big smile and the grin that would be underneath that helmet, and of course on display for everybody here to see on the Lake Moala foreshore. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand as he comes past you with his family and crew members. Is Ricky Howard and White Noise, the winner of the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, up here at the eastern end of the racecourse, here is the 2024 E.C Griffith Cup winner, Ricky Howard. I don't think you can fit many more people on that boat. You got just enough room for a barbecue up the front there on the front sponsons. Well done, Ricky and crew. Congratulations.
You can just see the pride of the faces of the crew on board White Noise down there as they salute the crowd, mate. It is such a big thing to put your name on that trophy, mate. There is so much pride, a big crew on board that boat. Not sure about the maximum seating capacity of a hydroplane, but they may well have exceeded it right there and then. But full credit to the whole crew, the owners, the supporters, the sponsors, the technical team. You can see it takes a massive crew to get this show on the road, and of course, the driver, Mr. Ricky Howard. He's done a lot in this hydroplane world, and this will be something that he will remember for a long time to come. We're just waiting for the last couple of boats to come in, because then we are straight back into our program, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be a very cool, hard and fast run heat as well, this next one. So don't go anywhere. Probably got a couple of minutes before we see a start for the next of our heats. So quick chance to grab a drink, grab something to eat up here at the canteen. So if the bar is open as well, so if you wanted to grab a drink, just make your way up towards the pit area. So if you're looking at the lake to the right-hand side, and you will see the big grey rotunda there, the VSBC Cafe and Bar. So please avail yourself. Now, we did give a shout-out earlier on Vaughan, but I talked about a guy that's really special to me and to everybody in this sport, because he's done a whole lot. And I say a guy, but he's only half of the equation, of course. I talk about the unbelievable bloke that I know, Mr. Peter Stevens. And as I said, he's only half of an incredible powerboating partnership. The other half is his beautiful wife, Anne Stevens. Today, they celebrate their 40th wedding anniversary. And I now know that Anne is here with us, mate. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Pete and Anne Stevens on 40 wonderful years of marriage. I don't know how she's put up with him for that long. She's obviously a glutton for punishment, but she's a beautiful soul. And the Stevens family, they are all about this sport in everything they do. So Anne and Pete, congratulations, and Here's to another 40. You'll notice if you look to the sky, you'll see one of the Matt Hall planes heading up. Now, we talked about having a joy flight with Matt Hall, so you can pay for the privilege, and right now, that is what you're going to get. So this is actually a joy flight. This is not an air show. They have a minimum height and altitude, so they can continue on. But, yeah, keep your eyes on it. If you're thinking about maybe that's got you written all over it, this is the kind of experience you're going to get. We talked about it yesterday with J-Bomb. Is they start out on you pretty gently and just see how you go. There is, of course, complimentary sick bags on board this two-seater stunt plane. And the better you do, the more they do is pretty much how it works. So I'm not sure who's up in the plane right now. Is actually a prize winner from our corporate area, I think, the VIP area. That thanks to all the people supporting our VIP area. Your sponsorship goes a long, long way. But yes, they start out slowly, Vaughan, and then they just work you up, and the better you do, the more cool stuff they get to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time all weekend I've actually seen that plane fly like a normal aircraft.
It's something resembling a normal aircraft. We say that as it's about to probably go upside down.
Yeah, I think so. He seems to be winding it up. I can hear the acceleration on it.
Quick chat with Vixen about these joy flights. So we heard them pull 12 or 13 Gs, up to 14 Gs when they're racing and in stunt planing. They have a limit, I think, of 8 Gs when they're doing one of these kind of flights. 8 Gs.
I think we might have just seen that. That was a full 360 turn right in front of us here in the commentary position. As now it goes and puts it right up into that stall.
Just talking to Neil Callis, one of our camera crew, mate, here with GP Hydro. He went up for a run last year and said it was an unbelievable experience. All right, we're about to go racing. Thank you to Power Plus Fuels. This is the Les Spears Heat number 1. This is a big trophy for unlimited displacement. So if you've got a displacement boat, it doesn't matter what engine package you've got. This is one of those trophies you want to put your name on. The Les Spears, an Australian Championship. Out of pole number 1, the menacing black machine, the Commodore of the Glen Maggie District Boat Club. Of course, the boat is called Chase and Cash. The man behind the wheel is Heath Hamilton.
In pole number 2, having a great run this weekend, Dean Barry in the blue. She's the culprit.
Pole number 3, expect big things from this guy. He wants to put a result out there, and he loves the idea of this trophy. It's Destiny, Blake Ramsey.
And out of pole 4, Tate Ramsey in Reckless.
Pole 5 is the big bad black machine from the Glen Maggie District Powerboat Club. Rival, driven by John the Bad Man Backer. This big monster of a thing. 2,000 horsepower the boat on the outside pole has. Can he get it into the water? Who knows? Only time's going to tell. Conditions settle a little bit here, Vaughan. What's your pick?
I'm going to be safe again, I think, from pole Chase and Cash, Heath Hamilton.
Heath Hamilton out of 1. As I said, he's come up through 6 later, and he really knows this boat intimately. Moved into the blown boat category, put a toe in the water, and he's really starting to find his feet. Running about 1,400, maybe 1,500 horsepower available to him. Says he doesn't need any more of that because he can't control it yet. And, mate, he's been a race winner here with us this weekend. You see Reckless pushing forward to get out wide and Backer going with him.
Sorry, mate, that's actually Melody 11 right out wide.
It is.
So Rival, I don't think, is out there for Johnny Backer.
Right.
Here we go for our start.
There's the drop. Oh, it's a good start out of pole 2, so Barry's got a good drop. He's going to go in early, but Chase and Cash, Heath Hamilton, beautiful through the entry. Look at the corner and a huge hose down for the boat in pole number 3. but it's Heath Hamilton is gone. Nathan Barry into second place. Reckless, Tate Ramsey. Fourth is Blake Ramsey, and fifth outright is Melody.
That's all Heath Hamilton at the moment. As he comes out, he's got a great distance between himself. Reckless back into third.
Hamilton's out.
Hamilton stopped.
Hamilton has stopped.
Oh, that's going to allow. He's the boss. Barry, Tate Ramsey trying to go around the outside now. Dean Barry on the inside. Tate Ramsey to the outside. There comes a drag race down the back straight here. Reckless getting bounced around, thrown out of the water. Same can be said for Dean Barry. Ramsey gets the power down and bolts away down the back straight.
So Reckless now about 5 boat lengths in front as they go into turn number 2. Barry to the inside, the shorter line, a little bit of a half hook. He's got to straighten it up and get the power down, but he's Reckless now. And don't count out Destiny, looming large. 1 lap to go.
Tate Ramsey doing it well now from Barry. Blake Ramsey really going hard down there into turn number 1. And then we have Melody 11. The guys encountering some very rough water down there in turn number 1. Dean Barry gets the boat right out of the water. Here comes a charge from Blake Ramsey. Can he do anything about Dean Barry?
Checkered flag now on the tower. It's going to be Tate Ramsey, the man in Reckless. He's going to bring it home for Heat 1 of the left. There's a battle coming. Who's it going to be? Outside Destiny, inside the culprit. And the culprit, Dean Barry, with a half a boat length over the man who's outside, Brian Kirkpatrick. Melody 11 brings it home. Big charge.
Gee, there's some
the end from Destiny.
There's some really rough water down there in turn number 1. The guys really tiptoeing around turn number 1. And when they put their foot down, they hit the boat wash from the previous lap. And the boat's getting right out of the water. Notice that Tate Ramsey in Reckless on the exit of turn number 2, just floating the boat across the start-finish line, right up on the cab plate. A great win for Tate Ramsey in Reckless.
Yeah, that was a hell of a race, but Heath Hamilton, commiserations to him and the crew. They've been chasing some dramas. They had gearbox failure yesterday, got the boat sorted, got it back together. This is a race that he wants, this one, and he was in a perfect spot. Beautiful through turn number 1, had a big advantage, but unfortunately for the team from Glenmaggie, they have had to shut that boat down, and there will be no points in the qualifier. But put your hands together for the guy that took the tinware in heat number 1 of the Les Spears, the Blue Machine of Tate Ramsey in Reckless.
Great run from Dean Barry as well for second place. I think Blake Ramsey needed one more lap, and I think he might have put a move on to Dean Barry.
Big fist pumps inside the canopy of Reckless. He wants to win this one. The Les Spears means a lot.
Probably the best run I've seen from Dean Barry for quite some time.
Now, Chasing Cash on a better note has fired up and made its way back to the boat ramp under power. So that is a good sign for those boys. Blake Ramsey in Destiny, mate. He got bundled out. He got absolutely hosed down in turn number 1. So went blind and probably took a lot of water into the ingested into the engine. So probably lost a little bit of the fire. But then came back strong in the back part of that course, mate. But, gee, some challenging conditions. There were some big moments up here in turn number 1.
Certainly was. And I'm not too sure of the rules regarding the Les Spears, but is it the top fastest boats that will head into the final race for the Les Spears Memorial this afternoon? As already the boats are firing up. That's Nathan Barry, I can hear, leaving the boat ramp at the moment. So we're going to be straight into heat number 2 of the Les Spears Memorial here at Lake Moala in Yarrawonga. Hope you're enjoying our Super Sunday of powerboat racing. We're going to take a very short break and we'll be back with heat number 2 of the Les Spears Memorial here.
Heat number 2 of the Les Spears. Thanks to Power Plus Fuels, mate. The boats are in the water.
This one's going to be a ripper, mate. Immortal starting off P1 for Mark Gauci. In P2, the real culprit, the young gun, Nathan Barry. Then we go back to Always Pumping, Midway Concrete for Dennis Pasala. And rounding out our 4 starters for heat number 2, Rival, Johnny Backer.
Well, there you go. We thought he was in that previous heat, but he has moved to pole number 4. But Immortal, Mark Gauci, what will we see from the Immortal clan, the Les Spears? This is the one that they all want. Nathan Barry, the young gun, real culprit, over from Adelaide, Always Pumping. Dennis Pasala, as I said, great pace from that boat, but just not able to keep it together for a full 3 laps. So let's see what he can do out of this one. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get around the big Evercraft of Mark Gauci and Immortal in lane number 1.
And you can't discredit Rival either from P4. He can probably round up Nathan Barry and Dennis Pasala if he has a good run around the outside into turn number 1. But super impressed this weekend with young Nathan Barry and his dad as well. The Barry family are having a stellar weekend here at Yarrawonga.
They certainly are clocking up big points in the Australian Drivers' Championship Series. And now, thanks to Power Plus Fuels, a Les Spears Memorial. So, placings and times from Heat 1 and Heat 2 will select your pole for the big final a little bit later on this afternoon to be crowned the Unlimited Displacement Champion, Les Spears Memorial Trophy winner.
Our pole boat taking the drivers well away from the racing line, trying to minimise the amount of wash that will come back in this direction towards the foreshore. This one's going to be a ripper. This is pretty much wide open, I reckon, although you'd have to put your money on Immortal with Mark Gauci, but don't discredit the real culprit, Nathan Barry. Always Pumping with Dennis Pasala, and of course the beautifully sign-written boat of Rival, Johnny Backer, starting out of P4, right up against the foreshore.
That's an interesting thing, actually, because I reckon P4 is going to suit John Backer. He likes to run a big wide corner. He'll have no one to his outside, so he can go into turn 1 smoking hot and just monster the big machine around. He's a bit behind the 8 ball now, needs to get up closer to the front of the field. They line up. The line-up looks good. We'll see a start any second. Let's go. Dennis Pasala, always bumping. Got a good start, as has Rival. A little bit of rollers. They're going to hit him right about now in the middle of this corner. Immortal through beautifully out of 1. Barry, he's okay out of 2. Out wide is Backer. Can he get the power down? And he does. So Rival launches into the back chute and Always Pumping, dropping off.
Mark Gauci doing a great job. How was the run from Johnny Backer around the outside as you predicted, Andrew? Then we go back to Nathan Barry and poor Dennis Pasala not having a good week.
Whoa, big moment for Immortal. Gauci has to come out of it, and Rival picks up about 8 or 9 boat lengths. Backer being able to hold it flat. He's tight on the cans this time through. Wants to shorten it. Stays inside the wash of Immortal. Nathan Barry's not going anywhere either, and the real culprit. He's doing a good job, and Pasala is pulling out. Pasala's got a drama.
Yeah, not a good weekend for Always Pumping. But as we look down towards turn number 2, it's our leader out in front, Mark Gauci in Immortal. John Backer not being able to close the distance at the moment.
1 lap to go. The yellow flag showing that time through for Immortal. Backer. Rival has stopped. Rival has stopped, ladies and gentlemen. John Backer is out. The hatch has popped. Nathan Barry says thank you very much. The real culprit in Nathan Barry gets around the outside of him. Oh, mate. He has just bought himself a ticket into the final, and Backer has to shut down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Put your hands together for this guy, though.
Yeah, he's done it very well as he jumps the boat out of the water. Oh, gets it really sideways. There's a big gunnel slap for Mark Gauci as he crosses the line.
Hang on a second. Nathan Barry.
He's come to a stop as well.
We have a 1-boat finish in the Lawson ship.
Oh, a DNF for Johnny Backer and a DNF now for Nathan.
I'm going to go and get my 115 horsepower outboard and enter the unlimited displacement and qualify. Of course, I'm not allowed to do that, but that is heartbreaking because, especially for the young man sitting up there at the bridge there, Nathan Barry, that would have been a ticket into the big final at Les Spears. But commiserations, Dennis Pasala.
Well,
There's a withdraw. That we know that they've chased dramas in the always pumping. John Backer looked really strong and tactically was driving a very
Really
very
good
nice
race.
Yeah,
Yep.
very very nice race. But
well, there's a fine demonstration of the old adage: to finish first you must finish.
yeah, tough gig, mate. I tell you what, you see the amount of power and torque in Immortal when he led on it a little bit. It just threw the boat out and rolled it over onto its right side. These are awe-inspiring machines. Mate, that is thanks to Power Plus Fuels, the Les Spears Memorials Heat 1 and Heat 2. Next up, we're going to 6-litre displacement. We'll take a quick break. We've got to tow a couple of these boats in and bring you back to the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair, brought to you proudly by the Victorian Speedboat Club. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Immortal brings it back to the bank. These guys are working super hard out there. This is tough and rough racing. And that man really didn't look troubled. Took the pole one advantage and made the absolute most of it. Gee, it's a beast of a thing, isn't it, when you see it up close?
Just the sound of them as they come past. That's only idle, and it just sounds like the engine just kicking over. It's a fantastic sound, as you would expect from big block blown alcohol motors. So while we got a bit of a break, I'll bring you up to speed with the fuel that a lot of our competitors are using this weekend. It's called methanol, and it's a race fuel that's used in motorsport worldwide. Unlike its close relative ethanol, you cannot drink methanol. If you consume 10 mils of this stuff, it is likely to attack your optic nerve, causing blindness. 100 mils or more would be fatal. While methanol doesn't go well with Coke, it certainly goes well in our high-performance race engines. It's derived its name from the Greek word methi, meaning wine, and it is thought to be first discovered back in ancient Egypt. I reckon they might have had a different use for it back then. Road-use petroleum, such as unleaded, makes a bigger bang when lit. However, methanol produces a 25% increase in octane rating. Methanol is naturally very cold fuel, so this assists in cooling the high-performance engines. And this is vital in our blown alcohol boats as they don't have radiators. Methanol's real secret is not in its quality, but its quantity. Methanol requires less oxygen to burn when compared to petrol, so you can put more methanol into the cylinders, which will produce more power. Roughly 2.5 more times methanol can be burnt in a cylinder compared to petrol. These blown alcohol boats, over a 4-lap journey here at Lake Yarrawonga, will burn more than 100 litres. Methanol is a very safe fuel to have in the pits, and it is not as volatile as petrol. However, methanol has one very dangerous drawback, and that is if it ignites, you cannot see any flames. It burns invisibly. A methanol fire is combated by the use of just plain water. This dilutes the methanol and lowers the ignition point so that the fire will burn out very quickly. Methanol is a very corrosive fuel, leading to an increase in engine maintenance, and as methanol is made from renewable resources, we are guaranteed a limited supply in the future.
Give this bloke on board the real...
those of you out there watching the race boats going around this amazing course, all the safety and all the effort that goes into keeping these drivers safe. Obviously, there's safety cockpits in these boats. They've got harnesses, they've got air supply. The open cockpit boats, they all wear jackets, helmets, they've all got all the safety gear, and the boats get gone through in scrutineering and made sure they're really safe. But the biggest factor in the safety in this sport, these guys right here. This is Race Day Medical, Dave and Anna Bodner. They do most of the powerboat racing throughout Victoria, and they do an amazing job. Dave's had to deal with some really big crashes lately, and he's done an amazing job. And there's probably some people that are here this weekend that may not have been, had it not been for Race Day Medical, Dave Bodner and Anna and their team. They do a great job. Just think about them when you're watching those boats go around. They're out there doing the job, and that's why all these teams out here feel really safe.
That or Needry.
Do you want to just tell me about what happened in your warm-up?
We didn't warm up today, we ran yesterday. We had to start up today on the trailer. We just had to move some breathing things around yesterday with an oil issue, breathing issue, which we're not 100% sure we're fixed, but we'll find that out in the heat of the cup. So we've obviously got a bit of a breathing problem with the engine, but it's what we've got here, and we'll have a crack at it and see how we go. You know? We've got a reasonably tough heat. We've got the 4 fastest displacement boats that are on our outside for the heat. So we'll have to get a good start and a solid first lap to get a break from them. And then the plan is to sort of consolidate and bring it home and make the final and buy a ticket to the parade, you know, and see how we go.
Awesome. That's cool.
All right, we are about to go racing again, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 17, thanks to Land Transport. The 6-litre displacement, a 3-lap flyer. Heat 4 of the Trojan Super Series. Out of pole number 1, Tough Enough. James Clark, the Blue Machine, the man from South Australia. Pole 2, the Red Rocket of Mark Ebenruder. Hasn't gone all his way this weekend. Wants a good result in this one. Pole 3, Melody 11. Brian Kilpatrick, 70-odd years of age, the man behind the wheel of that boat.
Pole, great job.
Pole number 4, mate, is Brendan Mason in Impulse. We saw him lose the last race by about a metre. He will want to make amends for that one. Pole 5, Steve Rarity in Rastus. And pole 6, the man with the moustache, the last race winner, Les Tamata in Rattler. Good, strong field
got a bit of work to do.
Displacement, he certainly does.
As Tamata from P6. But as we saw in that previous race with John Backer running around the field from P4 and ending up in turn P2, anything is possible here. But look at the water conditions at the moment. That wind chop is really starting to die down now.
Yeah, starting to improve. Obviously, it's going to cut up when you put 6 displacements out there, punching 700, 800, 900 horsepower into the water. It's going to rip it up pretty quick. Interestingly enough, mate, I don't know that we've seen James Clark run from an inside pole yet. He's had a horrendous pole draw, so it's going to be interesting to see how Tough Enough goes, because the boat's got good power and the man behind the wheel can pedal. And that inside run up into turn number 1. This be interesting to watch this one. I'm not discounting the fact that James Clark couldn't get some clean water in front of him and potentially put a lot of heat on everybody in this field and a potential race win.
Yeah, he has won a round of this Trojan Series, and of course he's a multiple race winner as well in this category of 6-litre displacement boats. So they start to form up now and get in this beautiful, nice wide line. Tough Enough on pole. Ebenruder, Melody, Impulse, Rastus, and right out wide over towards the foreshore. It's Les Tamata in Rattler. Let's go racing.
It's not a bad lineup. Flag still held high. Here we go. Let's have a look at Tough Enough on the inside. He's got Ebenruder to his outside, but he has got a beautiful run in Tough Enough. Kicks the cap plate in hard. He's got a very clean run right outside him though. Ebenruder's gone with him. That is beautiful driving from the man out of pole number 2. The blue machine, the red machine. They are locked in a battle in the front straight. No one blink.
Side by side, gunnel to gunnel as they go down into turn number 2 for the first time. It's still James Clark, but here comes Ebenruder. Oh, runs the boat really wide. That's going to allow James Clark to run away now. And oh, look at up the inside there as well as the white by Ebenruder coming back.
Just trying to pick up, that is Impulse. So Brendan Mason has come out of pole number 4 and he's now fought his way into second spot. He was charging hard last race and he's done it beautifully. An inside move out in front though. James Clark, Tough Enough, clean water, going to be very tough to beat. And now Mark Ebenruder is under pressure.
Now Rarity in 4th place, right on the back of Ebenruder as they turn the boats into turn number 2. Rarity with the inside line, Ebenruder to the outside. Better exit goes to Steve Rarity. He's going to take over 3rd position here from Mark Ebenruder. Then we go back to Melody.
So yellow flag. Les Tamata has been bundled out of this one. Last race winner, now currently at the rear of field. Let's pick up the action at the front of the field. The blue machine in the back straight. This is James Clark, Tough Enough. He got a beautiful launch. We got a caution flag. Ebenruder is out. But boys to the head of the field, 1 corner to go. He's done it beautifully. Put your hands together and welcome home. Race 17 winners, 6-litre displacement, James Clark in Tough Enough. 2nd place, Brendan Mason in the Impulse and Rastus. Steve Rarity with a very strong run to 3rd spot. Brian Kilpatrick in Melody, 11. Just edging out Les Tamata. So that wide pole, Tamata, he really got bundled out. Won the last one and pulled 6th in the second one, mate. But what a drive
there. That's
out in front. James Clark, credit to him. That was a beautiful run.
Wasn't expecting Tamata to come in last there. I thought he might have been able to get up into at least 3rd position. But a great win for James Clark out of South Australia. And another guy that moved forward during that race as well was Steve Rarity. Unfortunately for Mark Ebenruder, he pulled out and allowed Rarity to just blow straight past him.
Yeah, cracking drive from the man that won it. Probably my driver's pick for that one. I'm going to give that one to Brendan Mason in Impulse out of pole 4 and some really aggressive and clean controlled overtaking and fought his way up in a 2nd spot. Put your hands together for him. He'll be wrapped with this win. He deserves it. James Clark, Tough Enough. The man from South Australia. Very, very nice drive. The orange and black machine of Melody. Another race in the book.
Well, that's good news for Mark Ebenruder. He's been able to get Rooters back up and running again.
2nd spot home in front of the tower now is Impulse. Brendan Mason, Steve Rarity in the Rastus.
Takes out third position in the blue boat.
And yeah, the red machine of Evinrude are making its way home under its own power. So that's good news as well.
Tough, hard racing for our 6-litre displacements, as you would expect. Always very close and exciting racing when it comes to that particular category.
Geez, they're making us work hard up here in the commentary box. Just had radio through from pit lane that they are ready to go for race number 18. I want to take this opportunity to give a massive shout out to our volunteers and organisers here from not just the Victorian Speedboat Club, but all these support clubs. These crews out on the water, mate. There's over 80 volunteers here making this happen. We've got crews up in the crane pits up near the bridge. We've got teams working in pit lane. We've got our rescue crews, our support crews, our control teams. It's a tough gig, and they are putting on an absolute show, mate. Literally, they are ready to go right now. The water hasn't even settled from the race prior.
Good's that.
Unbelievable stuff. This is, thanks to Power Plus Fuels, the Heat 2 of the Lawson Shield. 6-litre hydroplane and a 4-lap race. Out of pole number 1, mate. He's drawn pole number 1 again this time through.
How's he doing this?
I'm not sure. He's given someone the right amount of money in that pole draw, but no credit, take nothing away from him. The boat is the mechanic. The driver is Michael Clinch. That magnificent KT is going to run from 1. Out of 2, Paul Jones in Stampede, mate.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to see Stampede because there's only one hydroplane that has left the western boat ramp.
Mate, you're spot on. There is only... Yeah, there's none others on the crane, and they are ready to go. So, wow. That boat right there is the prior heat winner, Graham Malloy in the Hurricane. So...
And we look like we're going
We've got no Desperado. We've got no Stampede. So we saw Liam Holland limping home after that E.C Griffith Cup heat. I can hear a rumble down there in pit lane. So we're looking for the mechanic, Michael Clinch. This could be a 2-boat. It looks going to be a 2-boat heat of the Lawson Shield, thanks to Power Plus Fuel. So
the Hurricane and the mechanic. The mechanic has left the boat ramp. So yeah, it is a 2-horse show for this one. But this will give our punters on the foreshore here a great example of the benefits of having a KT and then the benefits of having a hydroplane.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's exactly the way you'd want them to run, actually. The KT inside the hydro, obviously turn a lot harder and obviously make their speed in a totally different way, whereas the hydro will want to run a little bit wider and not square cut the corner, just let the curve, so not blow off too much mid-corner speed. But I've been super impressed with this 6-litre hydro Hurricane, Graham Malloy. He's pedalled it beautifully, and he's looked, to be honest, a tad unstoppable out there. But if anyone can do it, Michael Clinch, the man and the mechanic, has got the job in front of him this time round. Let's see how he goes out of pole number 1.
For me, the big difference for these boats, the KT turns like it's on rails, but the hydro almost like drifts around, almost speedway style, out of the corners.
Yeah, they've got the obviously the 2 sponsons, so 2 little. If you think like a catamaran, the front half of the boat has sponsons. The back half of the boat, under the boat, is completely flat almost because it runs on the tips of the sponson and the propeller blade. That's how it works. With the prop, gives it enough lift, and it literally just the boat flies along. 3 points of contact. The big turn fin down on the left-hand side is what tears the water to pieces. As these hydros, it's mounted on the left-hand side, about the middle of the boat. The shape and size, it's tuned very finely. You move it a millimetre, it changes everything on the boat. It's a very technical thing, but Sam Smith's going to be up here in the commentary box very soon. He's going to tell you more about it. We're about to go racing. 2 boats in this heat of the Lawson Shield. Flags down.
And away we go. It's the mechanic that gets the best of the start as they head down into turn number 1 for the first time. The mechanic right up close next to those pins, turns like it's on rails as we were just talking about, and now accelerates down the back straight. This is where the hydroplane, in theory, should be able to catch the mechanic.
Yeah, so the mechanic axle boat originally was a McLaren Formula 1 boat. It's running a 6-litre Chevy engine. Was converted by Ricky Howard here in Australia. Obviously the E.C Griffith Cup winner, or the provisional, whatever you call it, E.C Griffith Cup winner. But have a look at him now. He's trimmed this thing to the eyeballs. to get as much of that boat out of the water as he can. This is a good race.
Oh, now they're side by side, so this time we may see the Hurricane drive around the outside of the KT, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Big rooster tail. Oh, the mechanic bogged it down mid-corner there, and that's going to allow the Hydro to give a good run. But here comes the mechanic. He's coming back at him again on the way down into turn number 2. He's still going to be close up against the pins this time. Let's see whether the Hydro squeezes him, but he doesn't. He allows for that big, wide arc on the exit of turn number 2. This is a great race, side by side.
Michael Clinch driving very, very cleverly. So opens the corner up a little bit that time. The top end pace of Hurricane, he's just got maybe 5 or 6 mile an hour at the end of the straight, and that's all it's coming down to right now. But Michael just turning that boat beautifully. Arc through turn number 1 is magnificent. Gets the boat back into straight line so he can unload about the 700 odd horsepower into that stern drive leg. Poke the nose in the air. Yellow flag.
Oh, sounded a bit
Being
fluffy
shown,
down there.
so she a little bit popping a bark as he comes off, so a bit of unburnt fuel making its way into the exhaust. Hurricane out in front now. This beautiful Hydro is looking very strong this weekend.
Sitting really nicely on the water as they receive the yellow flag, which indicates 1 lap to go. It's still the Hurricane, the hydroplane out in front from the mechanic. Let's see whether the mechanic can do anything about it. Last time down the back straight, and it's all the Hurricane. So our boat gets right up onto the right-hand side. Sponson that jumps and skips and dives.
They would have lifted the heart rate a little bit for Graham Malloy on board, but
here comes Graham Malloy. He's going to take a great win.
checkered flag flies high for the Hurricane. And second spot in that heat of the Shield is Michael Clinch in the mechanic. So the only 2 boats to compete in both heats. That will mean a pole 1, pole 2 for the final of the Lawson Shield a little bit later on, according to my commentator mind. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. Michael Clinch in that magnificent KT. All right, it is time to change things up a little bit. Thanks to TRN Transportables, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a wild ride, Vaughan Brewer, because we are about to jump into the final of the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix Championship for round number 3. This is a totally different format to what you've been witnessing if you've joined us here on the bank, unless you were here first thing this morning with our reverse grid race. I can tell you that in this race, there is 18 boats. That's right.
This is mental.
18 boats. They are the best competing anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere. And this is Formula Boat Powerboat racing like you have not seen in a long, long time. This is a quality field. Some of the best in the business and best in the world are going to be out here today doing battle. It's a 14-minute plus 1 lap final hit out on this modified course, and you are about to see some very, very close, very, very tight action-packed racing with 18 boats out there on the water. We've seen some heats with 5.
Seen some heats?
Seen some heats with 6.
But nothing like this.
This is 18, mate.
It's going to blow your socks off.
Wow.
Of course, our pole position was determined by point scores scored during the heat races yesterday and earlier this morning. And looking at the top 3, I can see out of pole position in 888 Racing.
Yes, Simon Troy, mate.
Troy.
Mainline Dynalog, mate. So I've got him out of pole number 1 down here, but I'm looking at where the crew's standing, and they are not. So I'm going to have to refresh my screen.
Mate, while we got 2 seconds, let's just go back to the National Drivers' Championship. After we've seen the completion of the A final today, I can give you the provisional first, second and third for the championship as it stands after round 2. In third position, and he'll be really stoked with this, it's Craig Storner in Avigo, now takes over third position in the National Drivers' Championship. In second place, Heath Hamilton, the Commodore of the Glen Maggie Powerboat Club, in Chasing Cash. He moves up into second position and unfortunately not finishing the A final, but still in front of the National Drivers' Championship. Turn it up with Connor Patterson.
Wow, here we go. The con man getting it done in that championship series. This is a big, big series. A lot of rounds held all around the country, mate. So it's one. It's interesting. We actually had some drivers withdraw their entry for the E.C Griffith Cup because they wanted to make sure that they maximise their points in that National Drivers' Championship.
Of course, those are provisional. They're subject to any protests or anything that may happen down in race control, but that's the word that we've got, and that was about 10 minutes ago. And I've got Craig Storner sitting down here in front of us in the commentary box, and he had a bit of a look of surprise on his face when I read him out in third position.
Well, there you go. That's this is the commentators up here. Obviously, never let facts get in the way of a good story, but for right now, Storno, you're taking out third. All right, let's talk Formula Powerboat racing. As I said, this is going to be a 14-minute race plus one lap with 18 boats out there. I don't have the polls in front of me. We'll call them as we see them. But we do have out there with us today Simon Troy, 888 Racing, Mainline Dialogue, Superfast. Butler Vehicles, Reece Coles is here with us. He has made his way to the final. The reigning champion from last year, the Blue Machine. Sam Lucas, Marine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services, the beautiful GTR of Lucas has been flying. Greg Banks, final feature, mate. Hasn't he been an action-packed excitement? The guy is on the ragged edge all the way through. Ewan Bricker, TBR. We saw him go for a swim on Friday in qualifying, so picked up the turn boy, went and did a full 360-degree Matt Hall, a.k.a. backflip. But credit to the TBR race team. They put that boat back together, and, mate, he's out there. Hadley Deegan, race winner.
He's pretty cool.
Early this morning, the man from Ulverston in Tasmania. So took the top step of the podium in the reverse grid race this morning and a well-deserved win. Epic Marine Jackson's Stephen Gilligan. This guy just keeps continuing to charge hard. The New Zealand sensation up on the podium as well.
Lucas Oil.
Yeah, Mr. Nick Cole. So credit to him and the team. They are just finding some form. The current series leader at the start of this weekend is also out there, Kai Cornell in the 117 Motorsports team. Shane Martin, Hunter Valley Fire Services, is out here, and he's been a bit of a revelation as well. We haven't seen him for a little bit, and he's come back with his angry horns on. He is flying.
Very quick in qualifying on Friday.
Dave Meads, the Bud Light Racing pilot on board his machine from the Victorian Outboard Club, is here with us. Paul Sane, Trim King 3.0, is here and ready to do battle, as is Mr. Matt Smith, the elder statesman and the hard-charging man aboard this yellow and blue Babber. Oh, yes, I'm getting tired. We're nearly through the field. Will Parker is back, and he is mad. Wasp Racing, he's ready to find his way to the front end of the field, as is the young gun, Joel Smith, out of Smith Family Racing. A couple more to go. Austin McDonald, the man from Wallaroo, Copper Coast Marine on board the beautiful Mulgard for the man from South Australia. Caleb Frost is here running that beautiful Mercury 200 Apex in Caleb Frost Racing. And Paul Witten, who also went for a swim upside down in qualifying on Friday. Credit to the crew. They have got that boat back together. So, a huge field. I'm going to take a breath for 1 second, and then we're going to...
Can you just answer one question?
Yeah.
How did they come up with Gravy Racing for Paul Witten?
That is only something that the arborist himself could answer. Yes. Something about giving love to Angus, which was a Cocker Spaniel. I'm not 100% sure. Okay. I made that up. I don't know. We'll get Paul up here a little bit later. All right, so the format that you're going to see, if you have a look out on the course in front of us, you'll notice on the northern side of the bank there are two yellow buoys tightly packed together, a big one and a small one, over towards that big radio tower in the sky. We haven't been using that in the format thus far because it's been circuit racing, but for the Formula GP, that will become part of the course. It will be known as Turn 2. So if you look to your far right, turn at number 1 will remain. The boats will race around turn number 1. They will then head across on sort of a compressed triangle straight across to those double yellows and then turn left. Now, on that angle, it's a 90-degree left-hander. They will then come back towards the bridge end and run around what has been turn 2. So as the commentary unfolds, it's going to be action aplenty. So you'll have turn 1 to the far right, Turn 2 will be those double yellows out the back, and turn 3 will be our bridge end corner.
Mate, take a little bit of a breather here. You're going to do yourself a heart injury.
Hey, we've got a lot to get through before we get this racing underway, because once it starts, you were here with us yesterday when we started with all 17 of these boats.
I love the concept of this standing start up against a concrete wall.
That's exactly right. So the next part of it is how we get these boats rolling. You've seen pole boat starts with the flag on the boat. This is totally different. It is a standing start. You'll see down here in front of the commentary box, just to the right-hand side of the swimming lagoon, there are teams here with poles. The boats will come out. They will have a quick look at the course. They will then come back and line up with the pole sitter, the furthest boat to the left or the bridge end. Once all 17 boats are in a line, the start boat will come in. 2 flags will be raised. And at the drop of the second flag, the boats will be released from here. They will go straight across the course to those double yellows in the back Vaughan in the northern part of the track. They will then have to turn about 130 degrees left. So the first 10 boats will be released at exactly the same time, and they will race across in the drag race to get to turn number 1. They'll then turn left 2 seconds later, I think it is, maybe 3 seconds later. The remaining 7 boats are released in a second wave behind them, and they all charge across, holding their pole to try and get around turn number 1, mate. It's a pressure cooker.
It's super exciting, and for us back here in the commentary box, once the pole leader goes into those into the first corner for the first time, with all of the spray, it kind of hides everything else. So we have to wait and see when they come out of that first turn, boy, as to who's done what in a very short period of time.
Yeah, it's a real hold your breath moment, and it's not just for me, for all the crews out there. Obviously, these boats will be travelling when they get to the other side about 120 miles per hour. They will be literally feet apart. We're not talking metres here, we're talking feet apart. They will go into the corner at full speed, trim the boat down and turn left, a little bit like our Red Bull plane. These guys are going to pull 5 or 6 Gs. The Formula Power boats are incredibly hard turning boats, and they will then turn and point and try and find some vision through the spray amongst 17 other competitors, mate, and get around here and come past us at the commentary box for the start of lap number 1.
Must be so difficult. Yeah, 1 minute you're looking out and you can see everything around you, and then all of a sudden you're in somebody else's wash or spray, and it's just bouncing off the windscreen. It'll temporarily block your vision, wouldn't it? Obviously it would.
It certainly does. The drivers sit inside these carbon fibre cockpits, so we call them cells. Have about an 8,000 to 9,000 Newton metre test rating to protect the driver. They wear a 5-point harness, a Hans device. A Lexan bulletproof windscreen is in the canopy in front of them. And because we race on water, they also have an onboard air system, so the drivers will be wearing masks like a fighter pilot, mate. And so that if they do end up going wrong and upside down in the water, they've got ample breathing time to undo the catch, take the steering wheel off, undo the belts, and make their way back in.
So a lot of the boats out there, the GTR hulls that have been very, very successful in this series, but nobody has an advantage on any particular day. It's so wide open. That's what I love about the Formula GP.
Mate, this is going to come down to who races the best. So we'll have a look at these boats as they come through first time. Boat number 15. Marine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services, Sam the Assassin Lucas. There's Bud Light, the yellow and blue. Dave Meads, the all blue boat carrying boat number 1. The Butler Vehicles machine of Reece Coles, last year's champion. Stars and Stripes sit on top of Ewan Bricker in TBR. The orange and white machine of 117 Motorsport. He'll be right up there as well, as will Simon Troy in the main line Dynalog machine, the white boat with the red canopy. This is a big, big field, Vaughan, and if you haven't seen it before, you just don't know where to look. We'll try and keep you as updated as we can. Remember, turn 1 is the turn to the right-hand side. Turn 2 is those 2 yellows over the northern part of the course. Turn 3 is the bridge end, and it's going to be, just trying to pick up who's down there in pole number 1.
So that wind has really dropped off since our heat race earlier this morning, so that'll bode well for a very fast race. And as Andrew has said, these drivers are referred to as pilots as they float these boats or fly the boats across the top of the water. as Ewan Bricker just rolls up in front of our commentary position. Nick Coles.
Mate, it looks to me like Sam Lucas is going to take pole number 1. So Marine Jackson, Lucas Tree Services out of pole number 1, so that's a big result from him.
Where is Simon Troy?
We'll wait and see as they come in. One of the last thing I need to explain, there is more than one engine choice available to you in this control category. Now the number board on the boat, so the colour of the number, the board behind the number will dictate what type of engine you're running. We'll just talk about 2 of them because they are the most common. The first one is the Mercury Optimax. Boats with an Optimax will be running an orange number board. It's a high-pressure direct injection 2-stroke system, and I'll come back to why that's important. The second engine type that's a preferred choice for this format of racing is the Mercury 2.5 litre 2-stroke, and those boats will be running a yellow number board. The difference between the two, the 2-stroke 2.5 litre, the yellow number board boats, they're a bit of an old-school technology engine. They have carburetted systems, ignition modules, as opposed to the Optimax, a much more advanced digitally controlled engine. Now, the thing about the Optimax is it is a 2-stage injection system. So the engine needs both fuel pressure and air pressure to blow the fuel charge into the cylinder before the engine can fire. The reason that's so important is on the start line, when all these boats get dropped at exactly the same time, they are all got their finger on the button, they hit the start button, what you will see is the old school 2.5 technology. As soon as the flywheel starts to turn, the piston comes to the top of the cylinder, spark plug fires, bang, you've got ignition. With an Optimax, you get a split-second delay because the flywheel has to turn, the engine has to build enough air pressure to blow the fuel charge in. So it's about 0.6, 0.7 of a second. It sounds like nothing. These things accelerate incredibly quickly. It's about a boat length, mate. So straight away off the starting dock, if you choose an Optimax, you're at a disadvantage to a guy alongside you with a 2.5 litre.
You were saying it's about a third of, 3/4 of one revolution of the flywheel.
Absolutely right. And in practice, you will see that out there. Why would you choose the Optimax then? Well, because they have a different torque in the mid-range. So when you've blown off a bit of speed on the exit to a corner and you throw your foot at the throttle pedal, you can find you get a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more mid-range torque. So what you give away at the start, you're hoping to make up at the back end of the track. So let's have a look at this field. Out of 1, and he's going to be a very tough campaigner to beat, is the man in epic Marine Jackson, Sam Lucas of Lucas Tree Services. Out of 2, young gun, Ewan Bricker, Stars and Stripes on board the factory DAC boat out of Europe. The young gun from Lane Warren down there in Victoria. The first of our 2.5 litres, pole 3, Reece Coles, last year's champion in Butler Vehicles. Pole 4, final feature, Greg Banks, mate. Pole 5, Hadley Deegan. So Hadley Deegan with his race win has kicked himself up the order, and that's sensational to see for Deegan Marine Racing, the men from Ulverston in Tasmania. 6 is going to be the second of the Marine team boats, which is Epic Racing, Stephen Gilligan. Marine Jackson, sponsored by Yarrawonga 4x4 Centre. And, mate, you asked about him before. Where does he line up?
Yeah.
The Iceman, Simon Troy, mainline Dynalog, is going to run out of pole number 7.
That was because of the DNF in the previous heat, I would say. That's cost him quite dearly, really. He's gone from what would have been pole position right down here to 7.
Pole number 8, the GDR of Dave Meads in Bud Light Racing. Boat number 101, the Victorian Outboard Club president.
He's had a good weekend so far.
He has had a very strong weekend, Meadsy, and that's got him right up into the mix.
The next one along, the best presented boat, I reckon, here this weekend. Boat number 91 of Paul Sain, the Trim King Racing boat, as Nick Coles comes into his position.
Well, that's pole 9, so he's inside the top 10, mate. So the first 10 boats getting the drop on the first flag, so no disadvantage. So that is a huge result by the Kiwi crew. They've said they've come over to take on the Aussies after having a spectacular series in New Zealand. Said this is the Australian Championship Series. You've got the best in the business here, and they've had a lot of learning to do, and they are starting to show that they have got what it takes to make their way right to the pointy end of this field.
Podium finish in the heat race earlier this morning, which would have been his first podium for this series.
Getting the beautiful Lucas Oils machine turned around and pointing across the lake to those two yellow boys. We are perched above the starting dock here. We did have to mention it yesterday. I don't think it was too bad, but kids, mums and dads, if you've got one of these Formula tunnel boats sitting directly in front of you, there is every chance that when they launch, you are going to get thrown with water. That the spray from these race propellers may well make it up the bank and onto you. So perhaps put your phone in your pocket or any valuables behind you. Wasn't too bad yesterday, but no promises today, mate. Things change.
No, that's it. And look at Kai Cornell, where he's starting. He'll be in the second group. And he was my favourite for the weekend, being the leader of the championship coming into this weekend. But from back there, unless he has an outstanding result in this one, I would say it's going to be very, very hard for Kai Cornell in the 117 boat.
There's a lot of talent between him and that boat way over to his left. So we've got Reece Coles, we've got Paul Sain in Trim King, running out of about 10, I think that is. Then 11, Shane Martin, Hunter Valley Fire. 12 is Matt Smith, Smith Family Racing. 13, Kai Cornell. 14, because a great result out there from Wasp Racing, Will Parker. 15 is Joel Smith. Coming into 16, Copper Coast Marine, the man from Wallaroo, Austin McDonald. Just trying to pick up, there are more boats coming around the corner, so we're still looking for Paul Whitten in Gravy and Caleb Frost in Caleb Frost Racing, so they are both out there. So big field. Huge field, 14 minutes plus 1 lap. This is going to be on up and down the track. Obviously, every point from qualifying hot laps through to race number 1, the reverse grid race, and the final goes towards your championship campaign. 4 rounds all across Australia. This is sheep stations, mate. You want to get to the front and you want to win this one.
So Gravy now into position down there, boat number 67, the grey boat. But fatigue on these guys, it's going to play a factor in this one. This is twice as far as they've previously been over this weekend.
Yeah, this endurance style of racing, it generally does, mate. Some of these boats are fitted with power steering, some not, depending on the driver preference, but the heart rate is up. The cockpit, they're very closed in. You're breathing through a mask system. You're physically exerting. You've got boats. You've got pressure. You've got your team talking to you on the radio. There's a whole lot going on, and in the meantime, you've got 17 other drivers that are trying to beat you. So this comes down to a real mental game, and you'll see those strategies unfold as it plays out. There's a lot of experience here. We've got, mate, this top 10, you're not going to find better racing anywhere.
Anybody can win this in this top 10 for sure.
I can't pick it right now. As I said, I'm expecting Sam Lucas with the Optimax. He's going to drop a boat length. The rules state that you must leave a lane into turn number 1, so you can't come across and close down the competitor to your inside. You'll notice down here, the boats are about 1.5 metres apart. Right, so that's racing room. If you're touching, you're too close. If you're not touching, it's a bit like Matt Hall. If you're not touching, you're okay. So if you get to the corner before the boat to your inside...
2 flags, mate.
You've got to estimate. Here we go, 2 flags out on the start boat. The first flag will lower. That's your sign. Ignition on, fuel pump on, finger hovering over the start button. When that white flag drops, the first 10 boats will launch. Hold your breath, let's go. Beautiful start from Ewan Brecker. Reece Coles away nicely. So is Greg Banks out of 3. Hadley Deegan goes with him. Second field to go. Oh, and it's a belter from Paul Sain. Wasp Racing gets away beautifully. Keep your eyes at the front of the field now. We've got to try and get these 10 boats around the corner. And I think it's Ewan Brecker. Ewan Brecker has got the early advantage, the 2.5 litre. Sam Lucas drops back a little bit with that Opti as predicted. And outside of him, boat number 1, Reece Coles. Stars and Stripes, Brecker is through clean. All boats through turn number 1. I can breathe a little bit, mate. Here comes Brecker. Behind him, Coles. And the inside, Sam Lucas. Outside, final feature, Greg Banks. There's Hadley Deegan, Stephen Gilligan, Nick Coles. We've got a boat. There was a big thump there somewhere. Turn boy's been collected out of turn number 1. Didn't see who it was.
It looks like one of
our top 3 front runners.
Looks like one of the mainline Dynalog boats.
One of our front 3 runners has picked up that turn boy on the way through, but out in front, let's look to the head of the field at turn number 2. Ewan Brecker. Now he's got to settle in. He's got the reigning champion behind him in Reece Coles, mate. And Reece Coles with an early push. Look at this. He's moved to the inside, Vaughan.
Lucas
trying to put pressure on him.
Yeah, Sammy Lucas up into P3. And boat 14 are running through the outside.
So Greg Banks, we saw him run this wide line. Now drivers realising that turn buoy at turn number 1 has been deflated. The action up and down this field is phenomenal, a huge amount of pressure. You've got to make sure you don't clip that turn buoy. There's an anchor and float attached to it. That will tear the bottom out of the boat if you're not too careful. Oh, they're close in turn 1. Oh, that was almost Kai Cornell coming together with Will Parker in Wasp Racing in turn number 1. Things will start to settle a little bit now. We can take it down an octave, mate, but right now, Ewan Bricker, TBR, out in front.
Yeah, doing a great job. Boat number 2, the Stars and Stripes of Ewan Bricker. He comes over the line, leading the boat from Coles in second. Then we go back to Sammy Lucas in third place. But there's action everywhere on the water at the moment. Meads going past in the Bud Light boat. He's currently in about 8th position as they head down into turn number 1.
All right, back to the head of the field. This hard left-hander at turn number 2 on the north side of the course. Bricker's driving it beautifully. He was lightning quick on the exit of that corner as is Reece Coles behind him. Sam Lucas now starting to pick up a little bit of ground, and he's put Greg Banks behind him in the final feature. So Lucas, the red top, white sides, boat number 15, is going to have to make it millimetre by millimetre to chase the team in front of him.
Trying to pick up on our Lucas Oil, our New Zealander here, and he's fallen right back into the field. There he comes across the line now with Trim King, not too far off the stern of the Lucas Oil boat. There's going to be a pass made here very shortly by the Trim King on Coles from New Zealand.
Mate, there is a lot of pressure in this rear pack that are just exiting turn 1 right now. A couple of guys maybe out of position a little bit, and they are going to want to fight to the front. Every spot counts. Your race leader, Ewan Bricker, Stars and Stripes across the finish line. There is Reece Coles. Sam Lucas. Greg Banks comes through. This is Hadley Deegan, Deegan Marine, the blue boat from Tasmania. Simon Troy, the Iceman. Mainline Dynalog starting to push forward as well. But Stephen Gilligan in Epic R Marine is going with him. Let's pick up this battle now on the entry to turn number 1 on the inside. Austin McDonald from South Australia to his outside. The orange top.
Kai Cornell.
Series leader Kai Cornell. And Austin McDonald driving the wheels off that beautiful Mulgard is keeping Kai Cornell behind him.
Ewan Bricker now starting to negotiate the lap traffic. So anything can happen here as he heads down into turn number 1. The slower driver doing the right thing and staying right out of the way of these faster boats. But Simon Troy right back. A lot of work to do for the current champion.
I tell you what, there was just a really big moment out at turn number 2 in the back chute for this man right now, Wasp Racing. He hooked the inside sponsor. The boat nearly tipped up and went over Will Parker.
Both the Smith family racing boats coming down over the start-finish line at the moment. But it's all Ewan Bricker at the moment. He comes up behind Paul Whitten in Gravy, who unfortunately flipped the boat on Friday. Be checking the mirrors now to see Stars and Stripes all over his mirrors. Bricker to the inside, drives straight underneath Gravy and doesn't lose a boat length.
I tell you what, Vaughan, the 2 guys chasing Ewan Bricker, they're heading into the back straight right now. So up towards turn number 2, they are closing him down. Reece Coles, the blue machine behind the Stars and Stripes, he is cutting down that gap. So keep your eye at the head of the field. As I say that, Reece Coles had a very untidy exit. You could see it in the wash behind the boat. Lost a bit of prop speed, but Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles now, running a tight inside line, and just behind him, Sam Lucas. There's your top 3. 1, 2, 3 across the line. Final feature, Banks is with them. 4, there's some lap traffic in Paul Whitten. Here comes boat number 5 in Hadley Deegan.
Hadley Deegan having a great run there in P5 as the moment is being mowed down by Simon Troy in the mainland Dynalog boat as they're down into turn number 1. But Ewan Bricker getting hunted down. Like you said, Coles is making hand over fist on Ewan Bricker.
We see that from this guy. He's probably one of the most experienced campaigners out there. Has competed on the world stage, has won Australia Championships. He is relentless in his pressure. Reece Coles, the blue boat right now, and that is as close as you'll get to a boat taking flight and going over He is 10 tenths right now in Reece Coles.
Sammy Lucas in boat number 15 in third position at the moment. He's trying to do something about Coles in front, the current champion, wearing number 1 on his boat. They're just nothing. I thought they were closing in on Bricker on the last time through. This time it's levelled itself out as the Bud Light machine goes across. We've got Nick Coles from New Zealand in the Lucas Oil boat, and the Trim King looking for a pass on Nick Coles very, very shortly.
Mate, the action at turn number 1 is thick and fast, so keep your eyes peeled on that battle pack, but it's hard to know where to look. Sam Lucas is trying to chase Reece Coles, and right behind him, so this is the red machine on the start-finish line right now. That white and purple boat number 14, while Sam's focused on the man in front, he's got pressure coming from behind, so he needs a tail gunner. He's got it both ways. He's trying to hunt down the man in front, but he's getting chased by a guy that's not going to give him an inch behind him. So do I go aggressive? Do I go defensive?
Yeah, I think Sammy Lucas is trying to do something about Coles in front. Very, very even racing this is, Andrew. These guys all maintaining the same distance within each other at the moment. As Ewan Bricker, he's got a wall of boats in front of him he needs to negotiate. This could be what Coles and Lucas are looking for.
Sam Lucas, a lot of courage, drives through the spray. So takes a outside line on Reece Coles. Decided he's not making ground sitting in his wash, so he's going to try and change it up a little bit. So in and out of the water, he's definitely made gains there. So that was a good move from Lucas. We've got about 7 minutes to go in this one. Hard and fast. And there are battles all up and down.
Simon Troy now up into P6. So he is coming forward after starting out of P10. He's moved up 4 positions during the beginning of this race as we try and find Ewan Bricker. There he is exiting turn number 1, out on turn 3, out onto the main straight. It's Ewan Bricker from Coles in number 1. Lucas still hanging around in third place.
Now you can see that gap is starting to close. Sam Lucas now right up into the mist of the boat in front of Reece Coles. Oh, big move there. Watch the action, turn number 1. I'm talking about the boat with the red canopy, the white sides, chasing the blue boat in front of him. Both of these two now starting to shut down Ewan Bricker. So the clock is ticking, but Bricker under a huge amount of pressure. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. So do not look away. The Stars and Stripes machine coming into turn number 3 at the bridge end is your race leader. Here comes Reece Coles, mate, on his inside.
Jumping out of turn number 2 and now floating the boat.
2, 3. There's about a second gap between each of these 3, and right behind them is your 4th place sitter. So this is absolutely on.
So Bricker coming up now on both of the Smith family racing boats as they tear down towards turn number 2. The double buoy over there on the northern foreshore. It's still Ewan Bricker from Coles and Sammy Lucas.
Mate, there is lapped traffic everywhere. This cannot get any more challenging for Ewan Bricker. Here comes Sam Lucas on Reece Coles. Have a look at the action. Turn number 3 now. Lucas, Coles, Bricker. They are locked in battle. Lucas now hyper aggressive. He's gone to his inside. Has he got enough? Reece Coles will know he's there. He's within a boat and a half length. He goes blind through the spray now. He has a huge amount of courage as a driver. Competed in Europe on the international stage, mate, and it is showing right now. He's trying everything, but Greg Banks is now closing right up behind Sam. This is on. It's letting Ewan Bricker skip away.
Starting to close away. What I like there was the boat in second. They're side by side down there now.
Watch turn number 2 out the back. Butler vehicles on the inside. Ewan Bricker the outside. There is a change for the lead. Reece Coles makes a move on Ewan Bricker. Bricker has gone wide. He's got a problem. Bricker is slowing.
Yeah, Lucas through.
So Reece Coles, this man in the blue machine off the start finish line is 1. 2 is Lucas. 3 now. Final feature, Greg Banks. And I tell you what, I think lack traffic. It sent Ewan Bricker blind. He had to take evasive action. He's now dropped into 4th spot.
Coles did a great move exiting turn number 2. Was out wide. Came across. Blocked the line for Sammy Lucas. And we've got a boat slowing over there on the back straight.
We'll try and pick up who that is. It might be the Trim King, Paul Sain, I think. Don't look away from the front of the field, though. Greg Banks.
Coles.
Greg Banks is right up in the wash of Sam Lucas. And Ewan Brick are starting to come back at Greg Banks now. So the blue machine on the inside of the checkered boy. That's your race leader, Reece Coles. Marine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services is in second. Third, final feature, Greg Banks. Fourth, Ewan Bricker, TBR, the Stars and Stripes. Hadley Deegan, Deegan Marine in fifth, holding down a rock-solid position. Simon Troy, mainline Dynalog, trying to take it off him. The clock continues to kick down. We can't have too much longer. 14 minutes plus a lap.
This is the Formula GP here at Yarrawonga, and it is boat number 1, Coles out in front from a hard charging Sammy Lucas as they come out onto the main straight, still negotiating lap traffic. Coles getting the better of the run out of turn number 1. He comes across the line. Sammy Lucas is next, and then Banksy in boat 14.
Oh, Reece Coles has just been blocked badly in turn number 1. This is going to give a big advantage to the men behind if they can get clear. Reece Coles is caught in the spray between the babber of Matt Smith and the boat who's outside. He's had to split the middle of them. Sam Lucas. Mate, we cannot have long to run till we see the yellow. Oh, watch the action. They are 3-4 wide into turn number 2. This is seat of your pants stuff. But the vehicle's out in front. The babber turns to the inside. Lucas running a shorter line. But tell you what, Reece Coles has found some pace, mate. He is flying at the front of this field.
He certainly is, from Sammy Lucas, who got balked back there into turn number 2. If we go back to boat number 14, the beautiful iridescent purple and white boat of Banksy. But down the back straight again, that boat that slowed is now on the infield, so we will continue racing. Can't be too much longer left to go in this one, Andrew.
Hadley Deegan holding down 5 out of 6 is Simon Troy. There goes Dave Meads, a lonely race.
One of the Smith family boats.
One of the Smith boats is out at turn number 1. So one of the Smith team boats, can't pick up which one that is, has had to pull out of this final. Clock ticks down. Race leader, another lap in the bank. Second spot here, the GTR of Marine Jackson, Lucas Tree Services, Greg Banks in final feature right up behind him. Ewan Bricker, Stars and Stripes in 4, Hadley Deegan, the Blue Machine in 5, Simon Troy in 6, Stephen Gilligan, Epic Marine Jackson, the Silver, Red and Blue Machine in 7, Dave Meads, a beautiful run from the Meads in Bud Light in 8.
We go back to Nick Coles in 9, and then Wasp Racing is our top 10.
Will Parker doing a beautiful job, and so is this bloke, mate. Copper Coast Marine, Austin McDonald in 11, so just outside the top 10.
Yellow flag, 1 lap to go.
Okay, Reece Coles picks up the yellow. The blue boat will take the checkered. The red and blue machine, boat number 15. If it's going to happen, it has to happen now. Oh,
Banks.
Watch turn 1.
Got stuck right out wide there by one of the Smith
outside Joel Smith, I think it was.
So it looks like we've got the second of the Smith family boats has got up and running again.
So, turn number 2, the blue machine at turn number 3 now. This is your race leader. He's going to bring it out wide. He'll lift the nose of this beautiful Butler Vehicles machine and salute the checkered flag. Put your hands together and welcome him home, ladies and gentlemen. Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles, Sam Lucas, Marine Jackson's Lucas Tree Services, and right up behind him, final feature of Greg Banks. What a run.
Ewan Bricker will cross the line now.
Into 4 is Bricker. 5.
Hadley Deegan. Awesome run for Hadley.
Well done. 6 will be Simon Troy in mainline Dynalog. 7, Stephen Gilligan, Epic Marine Jackson's.
Mead coming across the line now in...
It's 8th spot for Davey Meads in Bud Light.
Coles in Lucas Oils.
Inside the top 10 from Colesy. Cracking run, as is Wasp Racing in 11. 12 is Austin McDonald. 13, series leader Kai Cornell. That's going to cost him a bag of points.
Yeah, not the weekend that Kai Cornell will be looking for. But how good was those first 3?
That's boat number 65, so that's Matt Smith home safe and sound, as is Shane Martin, Hunter Valley Fire.
So it was Joel Smith that slowed down on the run
side,
between
mate.
turn 1 and 2.
Well, there you go.
He's able to get refired up again for Joel Smith and make it back to the pit area as well. Wow, Formula GP, what a product.
Mate, absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to all those drivers out there. Mate, there is so much pressure. We've got these boats running so hard and fast and tight, and they did it beautifully. Put your hands together and give them a wave as they come past and salute this huge crowd. All of your Formula GP competitors here this weekend.
Greg Banks coming past in that beautiful iridescent purple and white boat. A good run for third position.
Well done to that man. My
Hadley
good mate,
Deegan.
Hadley Deegan. In Deegan Marine Racing.
Ewan Bricker coming past and Paul Whitten in the boat that went upside down.
Now, Ewan Bricker, he is missing a pickle fork on the left-hand front. So I'm going to make the call that it was Ewan Bricker that maybe picked up that turn, boy. Put your hands together for him. Your race winner started out about pole number 4. Butler Vehicles, Reece Coles, as he comes past and salutes the tower. Well done, Stephen Gilligan, with a cracking drive. And welcome to the checkered flag for Caleb Frost in Caleb Frost Racing.
Boat number 97. And then we have Mr. Meads in Bud Light, boat number 101. We've still got a few more coming past. Nick Coles, our visitor from New Zealand. A consistent run over the weekend, you'd have to say.
Hey, one of his best rounds thus far, so well inside the top 10 and on the podium in the repecharge race. So congratulations to the Lucas Oils crew.
Wasp Racing.
Yeah, Will Parker, keep your eye on this kid. He's up into the top 10 as well, so a cracking run from him. And, mate, most improved without a doubt. Austin McDonald.
Yep.
Upper Coast Marine, mate, what a run from Aussie.
Number 15 for R Marine. And 117 of Kai Cornell.
Mate, Sam Lucas, ex-president of my club, the Victorian Outboard Club. Great bloke. He's raced Thundercats. He's raced everything. He's got a beautiful baby with his beautiful partner. And, mate, he's really happy with that drive. He did really, really well.
The Thundercats, they're going back a while.
Yeah, it's going back a fair while. Shane Martin, Hunter Valley Fire, our fourth fastest outright qualifier. Didn't go his way in that big final, but a really good, solid run. And Matty Smith, mate.
Yeah, second of the Smith family boats.
He's
I
home.
think it was Joel Smith that actually stopped over there. He was able to get back to the pit area. But a good day for everybody out there. So that's the way that they finish in Formula GP here at the Yarrawonga Speedboat Spectacular and Fair. Hope you enjoyed that. That was an absolute lungbuster, Andrew.
Mate, it's always pretty tough to know where to look in those kind of races, and thankfully, unfortunately, when it's that close and they're pushing so hard, we do see incidents, and I really want to congratulate all of the drivers out there because there was some quality decision-making. You know, when you're charging into a corner 120 miles an hour, there's 10 of you and you're within 1.5 meters, 2 meters of each other. There's spray in the air, and then you got to turn left at about 120 degrees, mate.
Yeah, nah.
All through clean. So well done to them.
And
Paul
Trimkin,
Sane.
Paul Sane.
Commiserations to that man. They looked really good early on this weekend, but they've obviously had a big mechanical failure. So tough break for my good mate Paul Sane, the pilot of the Trim King.
Well, our jet ski taking out a new turn buoy out to turn number 1. So we will take a break so we can have a drink and regain our voices. Hope you enjoyed Formula GP here as part of the E.C Griffith Cup for 2024. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back racing on the water very, very shortly here as part of the E.C Griffith Cup weekend here at Yarrawonga. Stick around, lots more racing to come your way here this afternoon. So our Formula 4 runners out on the circuit on their sighting lap at the moment. And again, these guys will have a standing start from the concrete wall down here in front of their commentary position. And out there in no particular order will be maxed out with Max Cook. We also have the Bud Light F4 with Jack Meads behind the wheel. And we have Queen Bee, Carlin Bailey, recovering from a steering cable issue. The cable decided to part ways with the pulley. And I suppose the standout for this weekend will be Epic F4 with Tyler Gilligan. As I said, they just completed their sighting lap now, and they'll turn back around and head towards the wall. See the great man himself, Craig Bailey, up towards the end of the concrete wall at the moment, and he'll be on the cans very shortly to Carlin. He'll be looking for a good result to end off the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The thanks to Excel Grey Bruni, the F4 final. Mate, Ty Gilligan, Epic F4, sponsored by Yarrawonga 4x4 Marine. Yarrawonga 4x4, your local ARB store, has fought his way into pole number 1, mate, and he's raced really clean. Now, that's important to understand because he had a big moment and with his boat a little while back, upside down, and it's taken a while to rebuild his confidence. In those rougher conditions earlier today, we saw this boat of Tyler's really start to put a lot of pressure on the man in Queen Bee, Carlin Bailey, who had been fastest. In fact, I think he had him covered, to be honest, in those choppier conditions. But then, of course, Carlin with that steering gear failure. So Ty Gilligan going to run out of pole number 1, and that's going to be a real interesting run across. Out of 2 is maxed out. The birthday boy, Max Cook. He's just come on leaps and bounds, started winning races and putting a lot of pressure on a lot of people. Carlin Bailey will run from 3. So he's got a bit of work to do to get around the outside of these boats in front of him, mate. And it's going to be Bud Light, the provisional series challenger. The kid from Victoria, Jack Meads, in the Bud Light F4.
So we're thinking back to the heat race earlier this morning. A lot of wind chop, starting to calm right down now out there on the water. So we'd be looking for a prop change definitely between those conditions this morning and what we have now. It's a tough one to pick, to be frank. I would say yes, that would be the answer to that. You might now that we're so flat and smooth, go maybe a little bit of a taller propeller to try and carry a little bit more pace. But interestingly, as we're talking here now, the wind is just it's a breeze. I won't say wind is starting to build. So coming in from the northeast, if you're watching at home from the right hand side of screen. So 9 minutes plus 1 lap is the race format for these 4 F4 juniors. Commiserations to Lockie Bride in Phantom, currently sitting second in the championships. The boat broke. It's broke a whole lot of gear this weekend, and they just have not been able to get it together for him. So hard work for young Lockie. He won't be loving this at all, being sat out of this round, mate. So just quickly before we get our 2 flags, when we talk about a change of prop, there's the height of the blades, there's the angle of attack of the blade as well. And of course, they're a very expensive item when it comes to powerboat racing, because the more technology and more research that goes into these propellers, and also what they're made of. So there's a big decision to be made about what type of prop, what pitch, what height.
Absolutely, mate. It's the dark art of
dark
propellers.
art, yeah.
You'll actually notice in pit lane, if you're ever in the pit lane in one of these formula categories, is that even on the way to the boat ramp, they will hang a cloth or a rag over the propeller until the last possible second, so teams don't get a look at what they're running. Could be a 3-blade prop, could be a 4-blade prop. Different propellers do different things. You might want to lift the back of the boat up out of the water, so you run a 4-blade prop. Literally, as the blades hit the water, they provide vertical lift. So yeah, it is a dark art, and a lot of these guys will have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 props. Now this breeze for these boats is more than enough. If they get their trim angle wrong coming into this head straight, that these boats are really quick, so they sound quiet. There's 60 horsepower 4-stroke EFI, but they're really quite fast, 75, 85 miles an hour. So you're pushing 150 k's an hour, and you start to get into that those headwinds. You get your trim angle wrong, mate, they're going to take off like a Matt Hall aeroplane.
Well, I've seen some of the competitors that actually store their propellers in proper protective aluminium cases with all foam around them.
Yep. Up to, even at this level, for these 60s, you're talking, around $2,500, $2,000 for a high, stainless steel, high carbon forged propeller. There's only a few manufacturers in the world that build propellers to that standard. So, and again, they are a race thing. So, clipping a stick out there can take the tip off a blade, and it's absolute junk. Just waiting for the call to 2 flags. So same format, 9 minutes plus a lap for these junior drivers, average age of about 6 to 17 years out there on the water.
2 flags.
2 flags are up. So ignition's on. Finger on the start button. These boats have no transmission. They're already in gear. Flag drops. These 4 strokes launch. Nice launch, Tyler Gilligan. Max Cook is out well at a pole number 2, but it's nice and clean. You can see a little bit of screw. Look at the rooster coming out of Bud Light, so a bit more trim. So I think it's Ty Gilligan, out of 1 that's got the best. Now, he's actually running a line that's probably a little bit to the right. He's trying to open up this corner a little bit. He needs to be a little bit careful because these guys are all going to want to come across. But Ty Gilligan, beautiful, out of pole number 1, needed to make the most of it, and he's done it very nicely. Max Cook dropping into an inside line, and out wide is Carlin Bailey in the Queen Bee race machine. So a fast line through there, and Jack Meads is going with him in Bud Light Racing. So into the first straight for the first time. The man in front, Yarrawonga 4x4 on the side of Epic Racing. It's Tyler Gilligan, mate.
Yeah, Tyler Gilligan doing a great job from Carlin Bailey as they cross the line for the first time. And Maxed Out will be in 3rd. And Meads, Jack Meads in the Bud Light, side by side now as they go down into turn number 1 for the first time, with Maxie Cook close up against the pins, and the Bud Light boat just trying to drive around the outside, and he's got the better of that turn. So the Bud Light of Jack Meads now takes over 3rd position from Maxie Cook in Maxed Out.
Yeah, interesting. Keep your eye on the boat in 2nd spot, Carlin Bailey. So he went for a really aggressive move into turn number 1 down there and slid to the inside. So trying to out-turn Gilligan. Actually upset the boat a little bit of inside sponson lift, and he lost a bit of speed and put him on the inside. But you saw in the back chute then, he actually opted to go back outside again. So drove through the mist and the spray and went back to the outside. So had a look at it, didn't like it. And now Ty Gilligan is very nice, just skates this boat on the exit to turn number 3. And that's the thing, this is limited horsepower racing. You've only got 60 horsepower non-modified Mercury racing engines. You've got to flow these boats. So there's a couple of ways to get around a corner. We'll watch them as they go through. Do they trim it down to drop the boat in? So Ty Gilligan just kisses the sponsons on the surface of the water. Oh, it's hooked in. That's going to give me enough. So it's now going to be gunwale to gunwale for Carlin Bailey. So that's what I'm saying. This is horsepower limited, so you've got to be centimetre perfect every time. And it didn't come off that way, but back on the gas hard, and some good acceleration from the boat on the inside has managed to hold off Carlin Bailey just on his outside.
Certainly has. That was a really good opportunity there for Carlin Bailey to make some ground. It looks like they're not too far off side by side. Carlin Bailey looking for the outside run, the wider arc, able to keep the momentum and the RPM up. Now we've got a drag race for turn number 3 with Gilligan on the inside. Carlin Bailey on the outside in Queen Bee, and look at the line that has been used by Tyler Gilligan. Brings Bailey right out wide, just about puts him on the foreshore here at Lake Moala. But these two getting away now from Jack Meads and Maxie Cook rounding out our 4-boat field. Yeah. Andrew, the rooster tail really tells you a story as to how the boat is behaving.
Yeah, it certainly does, mate. The amount of trim. So we talk about trim. There's paddles on the wheel of this boat, so depending on what the drive preference is, but let's say right-hand lever, it trims the engine out. So the further out you trim the engine, the higher the nose of the boat goes in the air. These Formula Tunnel boats, they're a little catamaran, and you'll see that when they're coming straight towards you. They have the gap in between the two, what we call sponsons, the hulls on the left and right. It's wider at the front than it is at the back. So as the air pushes underneath the boat, that gap narrows, the air becomes compressed, and it lifts the boat off the surface of the water. So these drivers technically are referred to as pilots. They're essentially flying these boats. Oh, Carlin Bailey, this is a pressure move. Look at that. The applause rings out. So Ty Gilligan caught napping. He went for the same move to carry him wide.
Moved across.
Now he needs 3 boat lengths to take the line. So what he's done, he has to allow him a line. Oh, Carlin Bailey.
Gets swamped.
Oh, the tower's going to have a close look at that, because did he have 3 boat lengths? But Carlin Bailey, he went completely blind in the spray, and you could see as he drove into the spray, the boat tried to lift its nose. All of a sudden, that air that's getting jammed under the boat becomes air and water vapour, gets much denser, and that's enough sometimes to put you upside down.
Got to have super quick reflexes in these boats to be able to trim them almost instantly. If you get a puff of wind under the front of the boat, you want to trim it down quickly, but then get it back up again as well. As Tyler Gilligan goes down into turn number 2, Carlin Bailey not giving up. There's going to be another drag race here in a minute. Carlin Bailey got the better of the exits out of turn number 2. He's going to come alongside him this time. Let's see what behaviour from Tyler Gilligan is going to do this time. This time he hugs the pins and he allows Carlin Bailey the better run around the outside, that wider arc, keeping the RPMs up. Let's look for side-by-side as they get down towards turn number 1.
This is all about racecraft, and that's what I love about this category. So Tyler Gilligan, first time out, took him wide. That was a good tactical move. Went to do the same thing. Carlin was a wake up to it, stepped to his inside, put a lot of pressure on Tyler Gilligan. He was then forced, and Carlin Bailey goes inside again now. In turn number 2, he's got a great run and exit. This is going to be enough. Now, this is going to put him on the transit, but we've seen a bit of boat speed. The Mulgard, 2 different hulls out in front. Ty Gilligan, he has rights to this boy now, 3 boat lengths. He has not been overtaken, so he can actually set his line into this corner. And I guarantee you it's going to be a very tight and very straight line. So Carlin Bailey, he's going to have to opt to sit around him. No.
He goes underneath.
He hangs to the inside. He is a Bailey after all. The applause from the bank.
And he's got the lead.
That is a power move, and it's paid dividends, mate.
Awesome bit of driving and racecraft from Carlin Bailey. Of course, mentored by his father, multiple champion winner in Craig Bailey. And he now takes the lead by some 15, 20 metres now as they cross the line. Shouldn't be too much left in this one, Andrew. It's going to be a close end, a race to the end here, with Gilligan now on the back foot having to chase down Queen Bee and Carlin Bailey.
This one is not over, mate. I can tell you that right now, that Ty Gilligan, he's driving with some confidence, but the little bit more aggression from Carlin Bailey. It could have gone either way. As I said, he nearly upended himself when he went through the spray in the front chute, but there is some pace in that epic racing machine. The boat in second. The boat out in front, Queen Bee Racing, owned by Tracy Pugsley from up at Dargle. So has won a lot of races, and now that he's got some clean water, Carlin can run his own line. But Ty Gilligan is not getting away, but has a run out of Jack Meads, Bud Light number 3, doing it beautifully.
Doing a great job, and they're back there in 4th position in Maxed Out is the birthday boy this weekend in Max Cook. But it's all Carlin Bailey at the moment in Queen Bee. As you said, Andrew, now able to take the lines that he wants to be able to take. And he's increasing that lead this time across the start-finish line. He's out to about probably 60, 70 metres now in front of Tyler Gilligan as they head down into turn number 1. There can't be very much time left in this one as Jack Meads goes past in the Bud Light F4 and Maxi Cook.
Yeah, let's have a bit of a look at Maxi Cook this time around, because I'm watching him through that last lap, and mate, he's doing nothing wrong. The boat's just down on a bit of outright pace. Like, he's driving it beautifully. You see him through there. Super smooth in turn number 1, nice and flat, no mid-corner bobble, just pokes the nose in the air again, and he's really aggressive. You can see the boat, he's got a great attack angle on it. So I'm thinking propeller selection potentially. Maybe he's either might be down a bit of revs, they might have got a tiny bit too tall, or he's actually banging the rev limiter, because there is nothing that guy's doing wrong behind the wheel that's translating to this gap that's forming in front of him.
As you said, Andrew, there's only like 1 or 2 mile an hour between these 4 competitors.
Yeah, over the course of 9 minutes, you only got to drop a tenth on a corner, and you add that together and you end up with this kind of delta. But Maxi Cook needs to carry his head pretty high, because, again, watch him now out of the exit at turn number 3. The boat's just performing beautifully. It's, as I said, he's just down on that straight line pace. So I'm putting that one down to a bit of propeller selection. Maybe could have gone a little bit taller in these flattening conditions, but you've got to have a bet before you put the boat in the water.
I mean, sorry, mate.
You're right. And
I mean, overall, all of these boats are handling beautifully out there. They've got the right angle of attack. They're maximising that limited horsepower that they have out of that stock standard 60 horsepower motor. And they're doing what they can. I'm just seeing whether Jack Meads is actually closing in a little bit on Tyler Gilligan.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The clock's running down, obviously, and these guys have radio comms with the crews on the bank. But, mate, he's a racer. He's a provisional racer in this series. But this kid likes to win stuff. Doesn't matter what you put him on, whether it's a skateboard, a milk cart, a push bike or whatever. He likes to and win. And this is all about experience. So Ty Gilligan, he's running that boat pretty flat right now. So just trying to make sure, I said he had a little bit of a hook down there. He's a little bit conservative on the trim there on the way through. And, yeah, you're right. Bud Light is closing him down.
Yeah, Bud Light looking very, very good. And I don't know whether there's an issue on board for Tyler Gilligan or it's just outstanding driving from Jack Meads. But if these two boats are equal in power, look how far Jack Meads is now starting to encroach onto the back of Tyler Gilligan as they head down the big long drive all the way down there to turn 2.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and if I watch the attitude of the boat in second place, Tyler Gilligan, the Epic Racing Machine, that boat is not changing angles. We're not seeing the wash move up. I wonder if he's lost his trim.
Trim angle, yep.
So he's actually caught at a trim angle that means he can't lift the nose of the boat to get more air under it, and he's managing it through the corners. Because you see, the boat not changing its attitude there. And
1 lap to go.
1 lap to run for Carlin. But yeah, you can see the boat's
very
flatter, and you would normally, you can see Jack Meads, the angle of the boat, that's jamming more air under it, so reducing the friction, and it's translating to speed. Watch into the corner now, Ty Gilligan, the spray and the rooster tail in the wash doesn't change. So yeah, I think he's got a trim issue, I would imagine, for that young bloke out there, so that's a bit heartbreaking. But Maxi Cook again, another lap in the bank, so this time through, it's going to be checkered flag for these 4 hard charges. I think the oldest man in the field is 18. Which is Carlin Bailey, Maxi Cook at 17. I think these other 2 blokes are 16-year-olds out there.
Of course, every lap is a learning experience. The racetrack is not the same every lap. But how is this guy out in front? Got to the lead on about lap 3 or 4 and is able to drive away now. Carlin Bailey in Queen Bee. Lines up for the last corner, looks up to the tower, sees a checkered flag. He knows he's got this one in the bag. Yeah. Well done to the Bailey family, and Carlin Bailey will take the win in Queen Bee from a hard-charging Jack Mead in Bud Light F4. Great drive for second. Provisional driver, isn't he, Andrew?
Absolutely, mate. He's been welcomed into this field, and, mate, he's done a great job. And yeah, Ty Gilligan, unfortunately, I reckon there's a bit of an eagle on board that boat. Maxi Cook looked beautiful all race and all weekend, so well done to that young man.
We say that our J3 drivers are the future of our sport, but that there is the future of our sport, like the second step up towards outboard racing or blown boat racing. But yeah, it's looking good. The future's looking good over here on the East Coast with standard and talent like what we've just seen.
Yeah, they're an incredibly rewarding form of motorsport. Obviously, you don't have to be a junior to drive these boats. Said Tracy Pugsley, a lot of adult competitors in this category over the time. It was actually the adults that brought this category to Australia. And Tracy Pugsley from Dargle, the boat out there, Queen Bee, that Carlin Bailey's driving, is her own boat, one of the first 7 that were brought to the country. She won everything, mate. She just absolutely, that boat is as dialed in as you're ever going to find one of these beautiful little F4s. So this is the last time we're going to see these guys on the water, so please give them a round of applause. Give them a wave as they come past and salute this big crowd here at the Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair.
Carlin's got the lid up. He'll be able to hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Young Carlin Bailey, the 4x4 Yarrawonga Centre, takes the win from Jack Meads in Bud Light F4, just coming past. We have Tyler Gilligan in 3rd position, and rounding out the field, the birthday boy this weekend, Maxi Cook.
A bit of a mono from the Queen Bee machine of Carlin Bailey. He's pretty happy with that one, and he should be deservedly so. All right, whilst the crews in pit lane work absolutely furiously to get boats out and in the water, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bit of a special treat for you because we're going to rip these course boats out of the way. We are about to go back live to the skies above Lake Mulwala for the Matt Hall Air Show. We saw a bit of a taste, a prelude to a kiss a little bit earlier on when we had one of these sensational aerobatic machines up in the air. But this time round, we've got Matt Hall, or Rass as he's known as his call sign, up there with the magnificent Emma McDonald in Vixen, and they are going to put on a 2-plane show. We've got John from Matt Hall Air Show here, or the J-Bomb as he's been termed this weekend, to take us through what we're going to see. We started a bit of a battle yesterday when we had Matt up here for an interview, didn't we, Vaughnie? And we were sort of throwing a bit of shade left and right, and made up this story that Emma reckons that she was going to beat him in the actual show. So Matt's a pretty competitive kind of guy. So they are actually going to, apparently, at the end of the air show, put on a bit of a race. So we're going to see a real He's going to get on these radios and to call in two of the best aerobatics pilots you are ever going to see anywhere in the world here at Lake Mulwala. Reminder that we'll all be waving this time. So we had to look down. I always remember at my wedding day, where are you looking? All right, mums and dads, boys and girls, we can hear them, but we can't see them, and that's exactly the way that they want it. We've got Rass and Vixen up there in the sky. Matt Hall, Emma McDonald. We've got up here J-Bomb or John from the Matt Hall Air Show, mate. This is a pretty special thing that's about to happen.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely pretty special. You'll see in a moment. Here Emma is coming in from the east.
She's coming in low and fast, mate. So this is Vixen. She was up here earlier in the commentary box. These kind of things. We're talking 500 kilometres an hour out of these planes, aren't we?
Yeah, they do get pretty fast, around about 500 kilometres an hour. Matt's plane is capable of the silver plane, the MXS. This right here, the plane you see Emma in, the red and blue plane, we call this. This is the extra 300L. This is the one that's actually available to do joy flights in.
Oh, really? That scares me somewhat.
Yeah, I hear you want to come on a joy flight with us.
No,
is that
you're
right?
wrong. I'm not getting a plane with any of you. I like you. You're wonderful. Mate, that's incredible the way these planes just hang on a minute. Where did this guy come from?
Here comes Matt with his dramatic entrance, as always.
So Vixen and Rass didn't seem sneaking in over the top of the water. He came in low and hot and goes vertical.
So you'll see Matt here hovering just up there. He's pretty much hanging on his prop. The only reason he's actually allowed to do this is because he has his helicopter license as well.
That is unbelievable the way they can make these planes do this. He's now diving straight at the surface of the area and he's about to pick up the tail end of Vixen, so he's switching to guns.
That's right. Too close for missiles, switching
Too close
to
to
guns.
missiles, we're switching for guns. The climb rate out of these planes, I think you said 6,000 feet a minute.
6,000 feet a minute from the MXS, that's right. So yeah, you can imagine they climb pretty fast.
Unbelievable, up to 1.5 metres clearance distance between them. If you're touching, you're too close. Everything else goes, and have a look at that low pass. These two beautiful machines. So Vixen leading, Rass out in front. So she's got the lead for the routine you were explaining earlier. It's Matt's job to stay tight and stay close to her.
Yep, so Emma's in charge of maintaining a safe distance. She basically extends her wingtip as Matt's wingtip. And it's Matt's job just to stay off her wingtip and just maintain that safe distance.
Any of us who drive a car understand how hard that is to do just on cruise control. You're in traffic. But when you make it three-dimensional, you've got your speed, you've got your distance, you've got your vertical height, you've got your angle. It's just insane that anyone's able to fly that close to each other and do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, another thing to mention is they also don't have brakes.
Yeah, true. Can't hit the handbrakes right out now. I'm not sure that we're in the right place. They're coming right at us. Going vertical. What kind of G's are we pulling up here?
So in this formation display, while they're in formation, I believe they pull up upwards of 6 Gs, which is pretty unique, trying to concentrate on not passing out while also trying to stay so close to each other.
And if you've never experienced big G-forces, it's hard to understand, but so much force, so many times gravity, it actually pulls all the blood out of your head. If you hold it for too long, you don't know what you're doing, you're going to faint and pass out. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. So,
yeah, great. Just one more thing to think about while I'm up there.
Yeah, so a little thing about G-force. Whenever they pull Gs, their blood obviously appears to weigh a lot more. So all of that blood goes down to your legs. Your legs are like a balloon. They fill up with blood, and when your legs are filled up with blood, there's obviously none in your head. So that's what makes you pass out.
I noticed that all three of you blokes are pretty fit, mate. I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit scared of Vixen. She looks like she can bench press an elephant. Fitness is a huge part of this when you're performing at this level.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So they have a lot of specifically core exercises that they follow just to be able to squeeze hard enough to keep all of that blood up in the head.
Now, I've been promised you guys have invented a brand new trick for us. It's called the Tsunami. I'm looking forward to it. You're going to let me know because I don't understand most of what's going on here, but I know it's going to be spectacular, so we'll wait and see that one. But the proximity, have a look at this. We're inverted. Mate Vaughan over here, he's all about the technical stuff. I know he's got some questions for you. Come on, what do you need today, Vaughan? Come on, what's going on up there?
Well, what's coming up? There is two very, very unstable people behind the cockpits of these planes, and mate, they are just frightening. What would the value of one of these planes be worth at?
Oh, honestly, a lot.
I know a lot.
Yeah, you could buy a house in most places of Australia for the cost of one of these planes.
This is their signature move from yesterday. That's just a fantastic piece of driving or flying with Matt doing some loops around the smoke.
Yeah,
being created by Emma.
That right there was one of my favourite passes, so I hope you guys all got your cameras out. If you did manage to get a photo of that, make sure you post it, tag our Instagram or our Facebook, Matt Hall Racing.
How much fuel are these guys going to be consuming during this display?
I'm not too sure exactly how much fuel they consume, but Emma will be getting back to the airport with about 20 litres of fuel, and Matt will be getting back to the airport with about 30. So the margin is pretty small when you consider these big 6-cylinder engines, how thirsty they are.
Do you know the cubic inch of those motors?
540 cubic inches.
Wow.
It's right here, the formation stall turn. This is something you don't see very often at all. I don't think I know of anybody else that does a formation stall turn like that.
So I guess lots of hours, as we were talking to Emma and yourself before. That's frightening as well, to see them just change direction like that.
Yeah.
Lots of flying hours to be able to get to a standard like this.
Yeah. Now, which plane do you look at? Who knows?
This isn't the bit that they just go at each other. We called this chicken yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, here it comes. So what's the go here? You just want to be the last one to blink? You just want to just straight at each other and see who's going to turn away first? That's how this works here, J-Bomb?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, no! Oh.
There they go.
You see all the kids down the front duck. I think it's about time for the tsunami. The way they're able to get back together and then just match speed and pace is absolutely beyond me. The control of both these pilots on show right now is next level. As I said, these are two of the world's best without doubt.
No, that's not it. They're still going. Here we go. Keep your eyes out.
Right, so this is the throwdown, is it? This is the start of our race. So we're going to open it up. We're going to dive low, and this is going to be for sheep stations with these two. They're pretty competitive humans.
Not yet. Not just here. So this is another photo pass here. Get your cameras out.
Give them a wave, kids, mums and dads, because they can quite clearly see you from up in the cockpit of these planes as they go through. We were talking to Em about that earlier, that you can see all the smiling faces and hats and colours as they roll through here, which is amazing to me at the pace that they're travelling at.
So all of this talk about Emma winning the race last time,
Yeah.
Matt's heard this and he's gotten a little bit competitive, so he's decided that he wants to show you just how fast this plane is. And at the end of this little display here, they're going to have a race.
Oh, awesome. There's nothing like poking a bear. We talk about the experience in aerobatics, but obviously Matt Hall is a much awarded pilot from the military and background, has flown pretty much everything. He is Australia's top gun without doubt.
Yeah, all right, so they're just about to commence their race now.
So they've only been mucking around up until now as far as pace of these things.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see this, so really appreciate you putting on this show. So getting up to, what sort of altitude are we starting from up here?
I wouldn't be too sure what altitude, but you'll see they will get pretty low.
Righto. So who's in who? We got the blue plane with Vixen and silver is Matt.
That's right.
Here we go, the big dive down to the start line.
Here we go. Who do you have your money on?
I'm going to pick. Listen to the revs of these things.
Here we go, ripping around the corner. Matt's in the lead. Emma trailing behind.
Oh, no.
Who's winning now?
Yeah, I think he was never going to take that one line down. The instantaneous change of direction on this plane is just next level. Now, I believe you're sold out on all these rides up here, but you can jump onto the Matt Hall Racing site and book one of these flights up in Port Macquarie. Is that right?
Not Port Macquarie, it's Lake Macquarie.
Lake Macquarie, beg your pardon.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of our flights have sold out here. But if you want to head up to Lake Macquarie, you can jump on the website, book a flight with us, and you can come fly in that red and blue plane that Emma's flying now. We'll take you through all of this stuff we're doing in the display, the tumbles, everything that makes it look like the planes are just out of control and about to crash into the ground. You can experience all of that yourself.
This is incredible. So put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. The Matt Hall Airshow pilot, Matt Hall, or RAS as he's known, requires adult supervision. And our good mate Emma Mack up there, the newly named Vixen, mate, J-Bomb or Jono. Thank you very much for being a part of this show up here, mate, and entertaining this big crowd here this weekend.
Yeah, no worries. It's always a pleasure to be here. I believe we'll be here again next year, so make sure you're here.
Ah, beautiful. There you go.
Thanks for your contribution to the weekend, and good luck.
So not too far away from race number 23, the Power Plus Fuels Les Spears Memorial Final, mate. The Les Spears is open to all forms of forced induction displacements. And, mate, we've got a bit of a lineup here. So only 4 boats making it through to the final. So a bit of attrition in the Les Spears. Out of pole number 1 on my listing is Immortal Mark Gauci. So, mate, he's had a decent run in this one. Out of 2, Tate Ramsey and Reckless. Out of 3, Blake Ramsey and Destiny. And 4, Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody 11. So, wow, there you go. Big attrition in this Les Spears Memorial.
Wow, 3 blown displacement boats and a 6-litre with Melody. So, yeah, going to be interesting. The 2 brothers out there against Immortal in Mark Gauci.
Side by side now. I have had word from the boat ramp. Of these 4, there is a boat down there with a bit of a drama. They are working on it furiously right now. I don't know who it is. My gut tells me it is not Melody 11 because that thing just finishes races and it starts every time Brian pushes hits the button. So one of those other 3, I'm thinking, has got a bit of a drama down there, mate. So we could be looking at a 3-boat final in the Les Spears. This tough Yarrawonga circuit has done a number on a few of our competitors, mate.
It certainly has, and it all started bright and early on Friday morning. We've had dramas and controversy and just so much happening in just about every race. There's been a story.
It has been. It's unbelievable. Thanks to Power Plus Fuel supporting the Les Spears Memorial here this weekend. As said, then we've got a little bit more action happening. We move into the 1.6 litre Oz Lights straight after that, and then we're going to go back into the Superstock 105. And a little bit later on, we will run the Anzac Day Trophy. Hey, some interesting names here in this Anzac Day Trophy, and a name that I've seen the man here, haven't seen the boat on the water at all, Crazy Duck Racing, Peter Zala. So Pete Zala, which is a Formula Powerboat, Unlimited, has put his hand up, and I've been led to believe that we are going to have the privilege of none other than Slam and Sammy Smith jump in and commentate this Anzac Day Trophy.
Out of P2 will be Destiny and Blake Ramsey, and rival maybe. We saw
Johnny Backer, yeah.
We saw him had a failure in the previous race. Hurricane, Graham Malloy, the new E.C Griffith champion for 2024.
No, that's not Hurricane.
No,
I'm sure he'll take it, yeah.
Oh, mate, White Noise, of course.
GP 101, Ben Clark is lining up, and the magnificent Aussie Connection.
It looks like Ricky Howard's going for a ride in Aussie Connection.
Yes, mate. That's what we're seeing on our screens, but never let the facts get in the way of a good story. Up here in the commentary box, mate, I can hear the rumble of thunder. Let's wait and see who takes to the track in the Les Spears Memorial.
Mortal, Reckless, Destiny and Melody.
11.
Les Spears trophy's been around for a while, hasn't it?
He had that in your notes there, somewhere, didn't he?
I didn't have any notes on that one.
Oh, the rumble of forced induction thunder. Vaughan, who's going to appear from the boat ramp? We know there was a boat over there with a drama. Who can you see, mate? As I mentioned, there was word that there was a drama. The Les Spears Unlimited Final. Are we missing Immortal? Four boats on the water. So Mark Gauci has made it to the start grid. Barney Patterson picking up this crew, letting these big cubic capacity blown alcohol engines get up to temperature.
Of course, we must explain that Melody is a 6-litre.
Absolutely.
Where the other 3 boats in this one are the high horsepower methanol burning monsters that we know as blown alcohol or forced induction boats.
In actual fact, Melody, I didn't realise this myself when I spoke to the crew there this morning, is a 5-litre chef.
Ah, so
it's a 5-litre.
1 litre short.
Yeah, didn't need it.
No.
So it's going to be very hard if he gets a good jump to get in front of Mark Gauci on the inside run. That wind building now consistently. It won't be enough to upset it in this heat.
It's like Gauci on P1.
Ramsey and Reckless, Ramsey and Destiny, Melody. With Ryan Kilpatrick out of 4. Good lineup. Let's go. Big hard dive in by Destiny out of pole 3. Like the look of that. Gouch around clean and Immortal. Oh, Reckless cops a big spray to the windshield and moves to the inside line. Nothing between the Ramsey brothers and Melody's through clean.
Reckless, Tate Ramsey applies all of that power to the water, but look at Blake Ramsey not giving up on his brother. Going to run around the outside here. Oh, Blake Ramsey gets really thrown out. Reckless is all over the place, up and down, and so is Mark Gauci in Immortal. That's going to allow Reckless to blow past.
Hey, Reckless, Gauci, he could not get that boat settled. Reckless, Tate Ramsey saw his opportunity, drove up the inside of him, spray covering the windscreen of Immortal. Sorry, Tate Ramsey that was. Blake Ramsey settles into 3rd. Brian now pushing hard with a little 5-litre.
Now they've got the wash to worry about as well. Very, very rough down here in the corners as we saw Reckless jump out of the water last time around. Oh, and again, a big wheel stand from Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Our photographers will be getting some fantastic shots of that one as he goes across the line from Mark Gauci in Immortal. Then we go back to Blake Ramsey and Melody.
Unbelievable, this is not over. That was the yellow flag, there's one to go. Here we go. Destiny's had a big moment. Gauci's got a clean run on the outside. Oh, this is going to be nothing in it. They go down the back straight. Oh, they step together. They have nearly come together in the back straight.
Oh, Ramsey.
Something is wrong on the bottom of that boat.
That's going to cost him the race, unfortunately, for Tate Ramsey, the winner of the Les Spears for 2024. Mark Gauci in Immortal over Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Then coming across his brother Blake in Destiny, and rounding out the field, Melody. Wow, there'll be a change of clothing required for Tate Ramsey after that wild ride. Not only down there in turn 1, but turn 2, just about turned the boat into a submarine.
Mate, I would not be surprised when they pull that boat out of the water if they haven't got a bent turn fin or something on the bottom of that boat. The way that consistently just kept throwing itself onto its gunnel, that did not look normal in any way, shape or form. And I am glad it was not me in that thing. I can tell you right now, I would have got out.
But also Tate Ramsey looked to leave our atmosphere a couple of times as well. That boat was right out and just about perpendicular to the water.
Mate, credit to Mark Gauci and Immortal. Wow.
What a weekend he's having.
Oh, I tell you what, he just could not settle the horsepower in that boat. It was left sponsor and right sponsor just shine walking, trying to get it done, and that was enough. Tate Ramsey seizing the opportunity, driving Reckless hard and flat up the inside, hosed Immortal off completely. Gauci goes blind into turn number 1 on lap number 3, on lap number 2, and then it all goes pear-shaped.
Yep.
You couldn't write that script.
I thought Blake Ramsey in Destiny, he got down to turn 1 the first, but he was 3 wide, and he surrendered the lead. Gauci hugged the pins and be able to drive away a little bit, but then came under attack from Tate Ramsey and Reckless, and then it all went pear-shaped for Tate, unfortunately, jumping the boat from gunnel to gunnel and then rocketing towards the moon. But our winner of the Les Spears Memorial for 2024, Mark Gauci.
A big fist bump on the inside of that screen. He's got the clenched fist up. He is very, very happy. And, mate, he had it taken away from him halfway through that race. He all of a sudden was looking at spray on his screen from a blown boat in front of him. But the fight came back, and, mate, Wowee, what a race. There's going to be a few replacement race suits required down there in pit lane. The dry cleaning bill will be horrendous.
You know, it's quite easy just to let your fellow competitor drive off into the sunset, but to be able to fight back, regain the lead and take the win, that was an excellent drive for Immortal and Mark Gauchi, having a stellar weekend here at Lake Moala. Okay, so it looks like I can see our Ozlite runners getting into the water. Won't be very much longer, and we go Toyota racing with our Ozlites, the 1.6cc, still cubic, 1.6 litre Ozlites. And it'll be interesting to see who we have in this one. I can see down towards the boat ramp, we've got 3 in the water. There's 2 white ones. They will be the 2 Melton Toyota 186. And it could be Twister down there as well. Dewey Nichols, we know, enters the water from our eastern boat ramp. Be interesting to see whether we see Predator with Andrew Donny. Just starting to leave the boat ramp.
We do, mate.
Who that was?
He's
There's
on the
Dewey.
pole draw of pole 4. I said they've travelled all the way across from Mount Gambier, and fingers crossed. I think they've been launching out of the boat ramp area.
You see the bright helmet of Dewey Nichols. He's out.
Mate, that wind now has started to build consistently. It's coming from the northeast, which basically, if you're looking at the lake, straight into our faces from the right-hand side, it's really starting to rough things up out here. These guys are going to earn their money in these 1.6 hydros, and I tell you what, Dewey Nichols, that little bobble-headed man in that beautiful red hydroplane, is going to be doing it tougher than most.
You can just see them even at this speed here, how much they're getting slammed around. Jumping from sponson to sponson. It's the 2 very well presented Melton Toyota boats.
Something's wrong, I don't understand it. I'm looking at my pole lineup, and it actually got Grant Harrison in Melton Toyota out of pole number 5, outside pole.
Oh, well,
something must be wrong.
He probably deserves that after all the ones that he's had this weekend. So they're going to make him earn for his money this weekend.
Well, it certainly is, because the man that's running out of pole number 1 is Twister, Brad Holland. We've seen these guys locked in battle and only races won or lost by boat lengths. So Brad Holland has got the inside run.
It does look like Predator's out there. He's on Holland's right-hand side. Then we go back to Dewey Nichols, and then the 2 Melton Toyota boats, 100 with Grant Harrison and PC, Paul Cunningham in 86.
Yeah, so grid order, according to our sheets, is Twister, Paul Cunningham in Toyota 86, Dewey Nichols, Predator, and Grant Harrison. But in that afternoon sunshine and mist, it's a little bit hard to make out from this angle. Definitely see 4 out there, so not sure if Predator's joined the fray, unless you've spotted Andy Donoghue in the orange and black machine, but...
very hard to pick up in that glare at the moment over there in the north. One, 2, 3, 4 I can count out there, so there is somebody missing. We'll have to wait until we pick them up over this side of the circuit. But a lot of wind chop out there now. This is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, so...
Harrow right out wide.
1,
We
2,
do have
3,
5.
4, 5. So there is Predator. So out of 1, I like the idea of Brad Holland in Twister. Look at this little wind chop, mate. Flag flying high, looking for a start. Flags down, let's go racing. We've seen Twister, the yellow machine, being very, very loose. Now they've got a big headwind here. These boats are really fighting it. This is going to help that little 1.6 hydro of Dewey Nichols. It's a heavy little boat, and he's got Andrew Donoghue up alongside him, the orange and black machine. Out in front, it is Brad Holland. Makes the most of pole number 1, and the pace is well down with this chop.
Certainly is. Oh, Grant Harrison making a move on his teammate of Paul Cunningham. So Harrison now into second position from Paul Cunningham in third. Then we go back to Dewey Nichols in S15 and Predator rounding out our 5 boats. Doesn't that look spectacular? Look at the size of these rooster tails out of these 1.6 litre hydroplanes.
So the canard wing on the front of these boats, it's what they use to help adjust the front angle. You can see in Twister, very conservative, so he's got the nose of the boat pushing down hard with this blustery wind. Harrow is throwing caution to the wind. He's got the nose of the Melton Toyota boat perched in the sky. He's getting a lot of air underneath this machine to try and make the pace he needs to track down the man in front of him. Dewey Nichols holding off Andrew Donoghue in the battle for 4th and 5th.
The same thing with our Formula GP boats. The more the water touches the hull of these boats, it slows them down. So they trim them up to try and keep minimum amount of that hull in the water. That Holland doing a great job out in front at the moment, comes really wide, forces Grant to go even wider in Toyota Melton 100. A bit of a drag race this time as they come across the line. I think Harrow's starting to make some ground.
He definitely is now. He's up alongside him. He is flying this little 1.6 hydro for all it's worth. He's risking everything in these blustery, choppy conditions to translate it into boat pace, paying dividends, and he got in front of him before the corner.
There we go.
He's got speed in the back straight, so Brad Holland, the Howard hydroplane, so really hard down on the canard at front. He's not got the pace to match Harrison.
Almost downwind down into turn number 2. It's Harrow in Toyota Melton 100, but Twister coming back now hard up the inside. They're going to see the yellow flag this time. Twister can't do it this time through. Actually slips back around about 50 metres. Could be an issue on board with the Holland boat as Harrow goes into the distance, turns number 1 for the last time. So it's Harrow in Toyota Melton 100 from Holland, and then we go back to Cunningham.
And Dewey Nichols has come off the pace.
I know that's Dewey Nichols.
Oh, he's back on the pace. Don't worry about him. He was just showboating down there in the S15. He's fired back up and he's on the way. So the checkered flag flying high now.
There's our leader.
It
Grant
is
Harrison.
none other than Grant Harrison, Melton Toyota 100, fought from the wide pole. Big, hard run from Harrow, and I reckon Brad Holland, the mate, looking to ease off, and once he had the man in front of him, he decided to ease off and save his gear.
Yeah, you can definitely see he slowed down on that last lap, but it was too late. Harrow was already gone, so he settled for second place. In third, the Melton Toyota 86 of Paul Cunningham. Unfortunately for Dewey Nichols, looks like he's stopped. I know, there he goes down the back straight. Predator comes across the line for Donoghue. He'll take out 4th position. And just rounding the corner down there is the S15. With Dewey Nichols and his head bobbling around, as you said, Andrew, it's like one of those little toys you put on your dashboard.
Yeah.
The only open cockpit boat, and he stopped again. So definitely an issue on board S15. And he'll be spewing because he normally likes to come past and wave to the crowd. This time he'll be waving to our recovery team.
Boat's still making a little bit of headway, so not sure what's going wrong out there with Dewey, but he's trying to limp her back home. But that is the final round of the Cole Brown Trophy Championship Series here at the 1.6 litre.
I heard a bit of a rumour that Dewey was going to do some donuts on the way back to the pits. So there's the wave, the traditional wave from Dewey Nichols. Let's see what he's got in store here. He's doing something a little bit out of the ordinary down here in S15. Revs the daylights out of that little 1.6 litre Toyota engine. Give him a wave, ladies and gentlemen. S15 and Dewey Nichols.
Just don't blow it up or sink it, Dewey. Oh, he's just, I just said don't blow it up or sink it.
He's right. Well done to Dewey Nichols and S15. One of the great guys of powerboat racing over here on the East Coast. But how competitive is the 1.6 litre hydroplanes A fantastic show they put on all weekend since Friday when we arrived here at Lake Moala.
All right, so a lot of moving and shaking as boats choose to enter the Anzac Trophy, mate. So trying to get a read on exactly who we've got. Hurricane Graham Malloy, GP 101 Ben Clark, Aussie Connection with now Lindsay McMillan at the wheel, which makes a bit more sense.
They've changed it up a bit.
Yeah, but I have heard a couple of other names being bandied around. Of course, we're going to have the privilege and the honour of welcoming up to the commentary box to call the Anzac Day Trophy, none other than the legendary Sammy Smith.
Going to be interesting to see whether Blake Ramsey gets out there. That's a very quick turnaround from the last race, and now he's got to try and get back out there again. Normally they do they'll go through the engine, check all the oil filters, make sure there's no metal shards in there, refuel the boat, of course. They might give the tappets a bit of a look at in between races. So they have a standard routine that they go through in between each race, but it will be interesting to see whether the Ramsey boys have been able to turn around destiny so he can take part in this Anzac Day weekend race here at Lake Moala. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine and enjoying this action-packed program here that we've had as part of the Yarrawonga Speedboat Spectacular and Fair for 2024. It's been fantastic to see so many people here over the weekend. And just looking back, don't forget to see all of our merch tents all the way along the foreshore here. And, of course, there's coffee. And you go and see the people over there that are operating our canteen this weekend, the Victorian Speedboat Club. They have been run off their feet this weekend, and that's not a bad thing. It's a great thing for our event here this weekend. And, again, a big thank you to all of our volunteers and, of course, the Victorian Speedboat Club and all of the other affiliated clubs for making this event so successful in 2024. We're going to take a very, very short break, and we'll be back with more racing here at Lake Moala. Anzac Day one, is that an invitation race, is it?
Open. So just a reminder to all of our crews out there, so as in our race teams, that you are required at the completion of races today to assist in the dismantling of the temporary fencing as per the briefing notes. So please ensure that you get involved with that one. It's important that we all chip in and get this squared up as soon as possible at the end of racing. That was a community service announcement for all of our race teams. Obviously, next up is the Superstock 105, mate. This is going to be a ripper. Habitat Creations on board as well for this one. I did mention earlier, mate, a bit of dinner last night at Club Mulwala, another one of our fantastic sponsors. And, mate, if you're at a loose end tonight and you're looking for somewhere to go, get involved and get on down to Club Mulwala.
I'm not at a loose end, mate. I'm heading straight there.
Beautiful.
Because so many of our supporters and partners this weekend: Babcon Plant Hire, Land Transport, it's Hicks Transport Group, EPS Elevator Placement Services, there's Lift Logistics and Transport, Rainbow Elevators, Miller Merrigan, Complete Travel Services, TNR Transporters, and Habitat Creations.
But it's a huge crew that have come together to put this event on here. Obviously, 10,000 people attending here across the course of the weekend. Everything's booked, everything's full. It's great for the community. We want to also give a huge shout out to the Moira Shire Council, the Yarrawonga Tourism Board, and the crews of the VSBC, who have done a massive amount of work. So don't forget, race teams, it's time for you to do your little bit at the end of racing this afternoon and get involved as per the briefing notes to dismantle some of this temporary fencing that we've been required to put up to ensure safety of all our competitors and spectators. Anyway, enough of the boring stuff, mate. Superstock 105. Let's have a look at this field and these pole positions. Out of one, bad temper, Jason Jones.
Yeah, he's had a very good run this weekend. I don't know how pole one was drawn, but it looks like a reverse grid, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. So out of pole one is JJ. Pole two, Madam 4, Max Stevens. Now, we haven't seen Max Stevens out on the water yet today.
No, he was out yesterday, but haven't seen him this morning. So hopefully they've been able to rectify that and get the boat out on for this one, for sure.
So there's the 105 open. Right, okay, because there's two heats of this. And, yeah, we do have a couple of names in there. Out of three, Point Blank Reloaded, Shane Northey, another boat that we haven't seen out on the water yet today.
I haven't seen that one either. So, yeah, there's going to be a bit of a mix-up trying to work out who's who.
We'll make it up as we go along. And out of pole four, one more new face, Glenn Roberts in Conspiracy. So Jason Jones out of one. Out of two, Madam 4, Max Stevens. Out of 3, Point Blank Reloaded, Shane Northey. Out of 4, Conspiracy, Glenn Roberts.
Conspiracy. I've seen that boat out in the paddock area, 21-footer Evercraft. It's a converted jet boat. And
nice.
Yeah, it's got a nice big motor in it, and we'll be attempting a world record later on this year. The driver of that boat, was it Glenn
Roberts?
Yeah, Glenn Roberts. He is visually impaired, and just to make life more difficult, they're going to put actually a black balaclava over his face as the driver, with somebody alongside of him describing water conditions coming up, and they're going to try and do the world water speed record blindfolded.
Right. So Glenn Roberts is not a guy I need to have a beer with at any point, anytime soon.
No.
He obviously has a few issues. I have a theory about Conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
We're here all week. Righto, 4-boat field in the Superstock 105. So obviously this being run because it's a non-Australian championship, so therefore our provisional drivers, of which there are 3, Glenn Roberts, Shane Northey and Max Stevens, are permitted to run. As a provisional driver, you're not permitted to run in an Australian title. So these 2 105 races have been put into the program to give these guys a chance to get out here and give it a red-hot crack. But, mate, bad temper's been coming on and looking very good. But I tell you what, pole 2, Max Stevens, I know this bloke. The boat's Madam 4. It's a white machine out there, a little hoop behind the driver's head. This is going to be a pretty good race between those two. And, yeah, Shane Northey as well, point blank. The boat goes quick.
Well, let's see who gets down to turn 1 first, because I think that's going to be the key. Once that water starts roughing up, as you said, these guys all provisional drivers.
Yeah,
We've got a 4-wide field as they come around turn number 1.
So Stevens out of 2, 3, Point Blank, 4, Conspiracy. Nice start, so Conspiracy a little bit left behind on the outside. Max Stevens looks good on the way in. Jamie Jones, however, got the inside pole in bad temper. So JJ is going to lead the field around. Max Stevens goes a little bit wide in the mid-corner. And the boat behind him, this is Point Blank Reloaded. Shane Northey steps to his inside.
Yeah, Point Blank looking to go up the inside of the Madam here as they go down into turn number 2. But a bit of a fight back here on the outside from Madam as it gets very, very rough down there. Somebody's run really wide. I think that was Madam that's ran wide. And then Conspiracy round out our 4-boat field.
Oh, Jamie Jones is off the power. Jamie Jones is off the power, so he's got a drama. He's looking down. He's looking down between his feet. I guarantee you that boat's going to refire. He's just pulled his kill switch out. Here we go. So the automatic cutout switch between the legs of the driver has been accidentally activated. So he's reset it. He's got a hard charge to get back to the front of this field, mate, but Point Blank is gone.
Yeah, Point Blank is in the next suburb. Conspiracy having a great run out there with the big block Chev. As it goes down into turn number 2, we pick him up again through all that rough water, now starting to deal with the wake from the previous lap. It's Point Blank Reloaded, a commanding lead, 3/4 of the length of the main straight. As he drives the boat, Chine walks it down into turn number 1.
This is Max Stevens now into second place. So Max Stevens in Madam 4 now. The little white hoop behind the driver's cockpit. Working very hard behind the wheel, and the big machine of Conspiracy out wide into 3. Jamie Jones trying to make it up. This is a 4-lap race. Yellow flag being shown now for your race leader, Shane Northey in Point Blank Reloaded.
Doing an awesome job. Still increasing away from the crowd, off and on the gas now as he tries to settle the boat down there for turn number 1. Very, very tight line, hugs the pins on the exit of turn number 1. Oh, that looks like Conspiracy off the gas, but back on it again now in 3rd. Madam holding on for 2nd at the moment. Conspiracy very, very slow, the big 21-foot Evercraft. As Madam jumps and dives all out of the water. Then we go back to Conspiracy in 3, who looks like he's come into trouble now. Conspiracy slowing. Checkered flag's going to go to Point Blank Reloaded. Takes the win here for our provisional drivers.
So well done to Shane Northey. That was a good run. Look at big Maxie Stevens, mate. He's getting thumped out there. And here's home for a checkered flag finish. Jamie Jones in Tampa. And the big Conspiracy. So Jamie Jones picking up a 3rd place, mate. But
a good fight back from a stall.
Yeah, so I said the driver's obviously not strapped into these boats, so they have you can call it the naughty cord. It's actually a kill switch, so a lanyard that you connect to your race jacket that has an ignition cutout attached to the floor in between the driver's legs on most occasions. So hence when he started looking down, the engine had cut out. Sort of putting 2 and 2 together, he's gone to reattach his kill lanyard and get that big rig fired up.
Because the amount of shocks and vibrations that you get, especially when the boat's jumping out of the water like that, it'd be quite easy to pull that lanyard out.
Yeah, it's potentially bounced that high out of his chair that it thought he was gone and out of the boat. So, and that's obviously why if you do get thrown out of the boat, it turns the engine off so that the boat doesn't continue on across the magnificent Lake Marwala. But put your hands together for the man in the red machine. Point Blank Reloaded. Shane Northey with a race win, was aggressive in turn number 1.
Yeah, and that's where it was won yet again. Turn 1, the secret here, I think, this weekend. Madam coming through as well. It was a good run from Madam to take out 2nd position. Bad Temper for 3rd. And Conspiracy, the converted jet boat, takes out 4th.
The Madam 4 machine running the 350 Chev, but all together into a single tailpipe. And I love that sound. It sounds like it's revving at 16,000 RPM when you hear all of those 8 cylinders come back together in a single exhaust. I love that kind of noise.
So I believe we have our J3 juniors will be next out onto the circuit. And we'll have Levi Witten on pole 1 from Spitfire, Jack Williamson, Extreme, Jacob Clark, A Little Nuts, Andrew Cameron, Pickles with Candice Rainbow, and Perseverance with JD Land. Looking for a great race coming up very shortly here at Lake Mawala as part of the Yarrawonga Speedboat Club. Yarrawonga Powerboat Spectacular and Fair for 2024.
All right, so a couple of people asking questions as to regards the remains of the day's program. So we've got our Formula Futures heading out there in Group A. They're going to go 2 back-to-back 3-lap races in the first group. Second group, we'll also get out there and do a couple of races. That is going to give time for our 105 crews to refuel and get back out there onto the water. And then race number 29, mate, the big one. The J. Sayer Anzac Day Trophy Final, and Slammin' Sammy Smith up here with you in the commentary box, mate, to call home some of these beloved hydroplanes and big blown displacements that he loves so much.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have the great man, the legend himself, Slammin' Sammy Stevens. Smith. We've got a Sammy Smith back in, Sammy Stevens back in Perth.
There's Stevens everywhere, mate. There's thousands of them.
There is. They're spread far and wide around this big country of ours.
Yeah,
just having a look at the wind chop now. That wind, to me, seems to be increasing as the afternoon progresses. Not familiar with the conditions over here, but this is the first day that it's actually been like this at this time of the day.
All right, so conditions changing slightly out there, and therefore program changing as well. We are actually going to go straight back out into our 105s. Conditions out here with this wind picking up right on the verge of what is drivable for this Formula Future. So we're actually going to give it another couple of minutes while we run the 105 again prior to the Formula Future. So we obviously competitive safety is a consideration. Michael Klimt, so the owner of the mechanic, we need you to go to the pit area operations tent next to the boat ramp and introduce yourself to Arthur Clark, because you are required to sign off on the Australian Championship certificate. So the crew from the mechanic, the KT, can you please head to the operations area next to the boat ramp? You're required to sign your Australian Championship claim form. Arthur Clark is waiting for you there. Thank you.
So heat number 2 of our Superstock 105s for our provisional drivers. I can see Bad Temper, the yellow boat, on P1 as they head down into the glare. We'll pick them up as they come across the line for the first time. So a big shout out to our pole boat driver and communicator this weekend. They've been doing a sensational job. They get right out into the glare at the moment. Conspiracy should be out wide.
So that's Madam 4 out in front of the start boat right now. Conspiracy needs to get a move on because they're going to get left well and truly behind as they turn around his corner. Flag flying high. Simon Patterson, the man on the flag, replacing Chris Dynan. Holding them for as long as he can. Needs to let it go. Here we go. Jason Jones is away. Point Blank is away. Max Stevens is away nicely. Conspiracy out very wide, so needs to come in and bring around the outside. Provisional driver, so getting some seat time. Not so the man out in front. The yellow machine of Jamie Jones. Bad Temper, mate.
Yeah, Bad Temper off to a good start as he rockets down towards turn number 2. Point Blank reloaded about 25 metres off the back of that boat. Then we go back to Madam in the 3rd position and Conspiracy right out wide. But it's all the yellow boat out in front at the moment. Bad Temper doing a great job from Point Blank reloaded.
Yeah, Jamie trying to maximise his seat time. Point Blank reloaded now, coming back hard on his outside. Remembering this is 105 mile cap racing, but some really good boat speed out of Point Blank and some nice corner work there too. So sitting right on the crest of the wash there, that's some good tactics. Max Stevens is through nice and clean, and Conspiracy, this big machine, is doing all right too.
Yeah, Madam looking very good. Starts to get a little bit airborne as it heads down to turn number 2. But out in front, the yellow boat doing it really well here from Point Blank reloaded. Circuit starting to rough up big time now. It's Bad Temper increasing that lead now out to 50 metres over Point Blank reloaded with Northy behind the wheel. He's on and off the gas as he hits the rollers. Then we go through to Madam and Conspiracy round out our 4.
So some interesting throttle feathering. I'm not sure that Point Blank doesn't have a bit of a problem on the entry to that corner. Yeah, they've come off the pace a little bit, so I reckon he's got a drama. He seems to be surging a little bit in his acceleration, so keep your eye on Northy and Point Blank in second. He's about to get swallowed up by this field. We've got a yellow flag, so we've got another lap to go. And he's having a battle out there with his gear, I think, mate.
Yeah, Madam starting to close in on the back of Point Blank reloaded, and Conspiracy not out of this either at the moment. As we pick up our leader, he's down into turn 1. Point Blank reloaded again on and off the gas. And these other 2 boats are closing fast with Madam looking for the outside run this time. Conspiracy further out to the outside. Madam. Maxie Stevens has come to a stop.
He has lost the fire in that engine. So the 350.
So is Conspiracy.
Oh, no, he's just confused. So Conspiracy's come off the pace, but Max Stevens. So checkered flag. Your race winner. It's all over the shop out here in the 105 Superstock. Jason Jones, Bad Temper. Good drive from that man.
Coming out onto the main straight now to greet the checkered flag. On and off the gas again as it hits those big rollers. And that's Northey driving Point Blank Reloaded.
See, these guys are working. Conspiracy as well, mate. We might have a fuel issue, to be honest. They've run back-to-back on those two, so potentially they might have run out of bang water. We hope that's all it is for these guys.
For sure, but the lucky guy was Point Blank Reloaded because Madam and Conspiracy were closing fast, and what a coincidence, both of them coming to a stop in turn number 1, allowing Point Blank Reloaded to take second position. But it was all bad temper that takes the win here in heat number 2 for our Superstock 105s for our provisional drivers. show everybody your secret cab plate. Well, thanks for joining us back here on GP Hydro live streaming. Catching up with the driver of Rival and John Backer. And I had an interesting chat with John yesterday regarding a victory here at Yarrawonga 20 years ago. Do you want to allude our viewers to what happened here 20 years ago?
Well, actually 24 years ago. It was 2000. Up here's Les Spears and actually Terminus 2000, Terminus Hotel used to be a big sponsor of up here. Or Mark Baldwin, good man. Anyway, that was the first year I ran the new 21-foot boat over the 18-foot 6 and managed to have a real good weekend, and we took out the Les Spears. That's back in 2000, so here we are again today. Haven't won it since. But I think Crossy would have won it a few times driving the boat, but myself, I've been back out and had another crack. So it'd be good if we can pull it off again and be 24 years later. So.
Well, a lot of our viewers probably don't realise, but you actually built this boat. So you're one of the three hull designs here this weekend with Charles Play and, of course, the Everinghams.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of history there. Like, I started back in the late 80s racing and bought some moulds off one fella back in the time, the boat I was particularly racing, and then, long story short, I come up with my own idea in the 18.6, and then the 21 was introduced in 2000, which was a real big boat at the time, because 18.6 was a big boat back in those days, and just progressed from there. So with the 21s, a few of them were in ski racing for a while. There has been a couple out on the circuit, but I find that it's pretty hard to keep everyone happy as far as if we're going to build boats and then they might want, help with different things and so on, and it just eats up a lot of time. You want to do it yourself. So at this point in time with the cell boat, I haven't, sort of said I would build more, but possibly would, or sell the moulds maybe. But at this point in time, I enjoy having something a little bit different and knowing a couple of little advantages I think I have that work out all right for me on the circuit.
Oh, it's great to catch up with you. Good luck for this weekend. One of the nice guys of the...
A little bit choppy. There's not enough rollers or white caps out there, so we're going to release the hounds, ladies and gentlemen. Our Junior J3 competitors are going to get out there and strut their stuff.
And starting on pole position, P1 for Little Untidy, Levi Whitten. Alongside him will be Spitfire, Jack Williamson. Then Extreme, Jacob Clark. A Little Nuts, Andrew Cameron. Pickles, Candice Rainbow. And Perseverance, JD Land. So we've got two provisional drivers out there, being Candice Rainbow and JD Land. They're going to find themselves out of P5 and P6.
Now remember, this handicap series, I can tell you, this is going to play into the hands of Perseverance, JD Land, because that little green machine of his will just motor through this. You can see these boats out here now. These little wing boats are obviously a little bit more sensitive with a breeze, but yeah, we're having a good look at them right now. They look nice and balanced, so good to see them out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the finest. So we're actually missing one boat. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 flags on the start boat. It'll be up to Levi Whitten to wheel them around and line them up at the other end. Out of 1, I beg your pardon, I've got Spitfire, Jack Williamson out of 1. But I can't see Jack out on the water, in fact, in this heat. So I'm showing Levi, I don't know what I'm looking at here. I've got Extreme Jacob Clark out of 2, 3. Little Nuts, Andrew Cameron. 4, Little Untidy, Levi Whitten. So, I don't know. We'll wait and see as they line up. It looks to me like Levi Whitten's taken pole number 1. Pole 2 is Spitfire, I think, Jack Williamson. Pole 3 is Andy Cameron. Pole 4.
Away we go.
JD Land and Pickles. Flags are down, so let's go racing. The little white machine of Levi Whitten. Nice run. Look at JD Land. Look at the balance on this boat. That's what I was going to talk about. It won't throw its head around. He'll be able to drive through this little wind chop that's out here right now without too many dramas.
Well, he's going to have to stay right out wide there in P5. as they enter into turn number 1. JD Land has to take the long way around, but that's actually can work for you. Let's see how the boat handles out of turn number 1 for the first time. It's very flat in the water, Andrew. He's not being affected by that wind chop at all.
Oh, this is going to play right into his hands. We saw these faster little wing boats in those flat conditions driving away from him. Not so this time round. So a little bit of trim adjustment as well, but the boat's looking nice and balanced all across the field. They'll take a few little bit bumps and lumps and a few little flies and look a bit spectacular, but looking pretty good out there now. There's a little bit of a leap from the man in second, Andrew Cameron. Right now, Little Nuts. Levi Whitten, the white machine. Nice, smooth turns out of these kids, and that's really important. They roll through. JD Land, mate, he's just pumped it. Foot to the boards and just wind that green machine around. A very nice corner. Candice Rainbow. These two are our provisional drivers, so she's out a little bit wider. Nice and conservative, but she's going quite quick, so she's got the foot to the board. So
jumps it right out of the water. Twice.
And Jack Williamson in the Spitfire as well, doing a very nice job.
Yeah, Spitfire jumping twice out of the water there. And our leader has a good lead now as he goes down into turn number 1.
So Levi Whitten, one of the youngest competitors out there in the white machine, goes around behind him. Here's Andrew Cameron, the blue and yellow machine, a little nuts. JD Land now up into third spot in Perseverance.
Wonder if he can close the distance on Cameron in Little Nuts there in second place. Of course, we're talking about JD Land in the green boat in third position at the moment.
Remember, he came from out of pole 6, had to go the long way around, so there's really not a lot of pace difference as these conditions have changed considerably from when they were out there early this morning. And he's doing well. So is Candice Rainbow. Got the head forward, so leaning forward a little bit to keep the nose of the boat down. So that's some really good racecraft from her, and the hands working the wheel to keep the boat balanced. So
I think Candice has been improving all weekend.
Yeah, she has. She's a great kid, 12 years of age from Bacchus Marsh College. Is a beautiful Candice. Plays a bit of footy. Likes to run around in full forward, in fact. So if you're an AFL player, she wants to be a goal kicker. Yellow flag shown this time round. Levi Whitten. Great young kid. Big smile, great manners.
Waiting to
Certainly doesn't get them from his uncle Paul. No, just kidding.
Paul Whitten.
The Whitten clan, they're a great bunch of people and brought a lot to our club, members of our club, the Victorian Outball Club, and great people to be around and have around. And this young fellow's got a big future in this sport, I can guarantee. He just loves it. Nicely done, Andrew Cameron.
I tell you what, JD Land must be the only junior in Australia or probably around the world that has his own semi-trailer to transport around a J3.
Yeah, how good is it? JD Land Transport. He's got his own hats. He's got all the merch. He's got it all happening, and that's what you want. That's what it's about. So that's Jack Williamson in Spitfire, picking up another lap on the yellow. So he'll get checkered flag next time through.
I actually think Candice is more confident in these rougher conditions than what we saw yesterday. She's going extremely well. There's our leader now coming out onto the main straight to greet the checkered flag. It's been a great drive.
It certainly has. As I said, conditions, we see that out there. You know, there's little bounce back waves, this wind chop. It's beam on, so it's not as bad as it would be if it was head into it. And put your hands together, mate, because that is a very nice drive. A checkered flag finish for the young gun on board. A little untidy. Levi Whitten. Second man home is Andy Cameron, a little nuts. Well driven. And third spot, a spot on the podium for the green machine of Perseverance, JD Land at the wheel.
Great effort by our juniors in challenging conditions, you would have to say, with a bit of wind chop now. And of course, the wake that these boats also create after 1 or 2 laps, they start to feel the effect of that as well. And it's all about moving their body weight around to trim the boat, as you're not allowed to trim the boat once you're out there.
Yeah, certainly. Candice Rainbow gets across the line in the pickles. This boat looks $1 million. Actually, the first boat that my son ever raced. It's an APBA Victoria-owned boat. And across the line with a nice job too, Jack Williamson. So his handicap time will be bang on. Done it beautifully in the Spitfire.
I believe these guys will have a reverse order race coming up very, very shortly.
You know, I'm not sure whether they're going to pull up. No, it looks as though they're going to come back to pit lane. So we might be doing Group 1, Group 2, and then sending them back out. But the The black flag will be flying high now. That's the signal to return to pit lane. Levi Whitten will bring him back in.
Still hard on the gas all the way back to the pit area.
Yeah, technically, once the race is over, you're supposed to ease off a little bit, but these juniors, they don't worry about that. They just want to get back in front of this big crowd here.
JD Land.
The race back to pit lane is a cool one.
They probably have their own trophy for first back to the pits.
Big fist bump for JD Land as he gets back past the fans here on the bank.
So we was talking about this morning, all of these guys only get to see each other 4 or 5 times a year because they're from the eastern states and for coming up from Sydney, Melbourne, Queensland, whatever. But once they do get together, they have an absolute ball over a race weekend. They all congregate together with their brothers and sisters, and they just have a great camaraderie between these young kids, which are the future of our sport.
Yeah, certainly do, mate. And we've, as I said, as a development category, we want to balance the... you know, it is choppy out there, and, you know, you don't always get to race in perfect conditions. This is a development class, so it's good to see these kids getting out there experiencing all water conditions. You know, it might mean that you have to back off the throttle a little bit, you know, and feel the boat a little bit more, and all those 5 drivers did a great job of that, so nice, clean run from all of that crew.
So when these boats go back to the pits now, they'll get refueled, and Dad, in most cases, is the mechanic on these boats. Are they allowed to actually move the engine now? Like,
yeah, they can. Yeah,
yep, they can.
So most of these guys won't need to refuel. They use about 3 litres, 2 litres a race if they're lucky. That does depend on the setup of the boat, but yeah, they have different methods. But normally it's just basically a big bolt and a nut and a little on a little arm so that they can just wind out a little bit more trim. Again, you want to keep the nose of the boat down into conditions like this because the hull in the water is flattening the water. If you put the nose too high in chasing speed, you'll end up with the nose of the boat in the air flying. It'll feel unstable, feel unsafe. It'll actually translate to a much slower lap time. So, yeah, little changes can be made in between. But once they tend to get them right, they tend to be able to sort of set and forget them. Often the other way, when it's a bit choppy, you'll bring them in a little bit. So a little bit less trim, let the nose of the boat sit a bit flatter on the water and just help the driver through this little chop.
And of course, the more experience the young kids get, they can drive around any issues by simply moving their body weight and changing that or tilting the balance of the boat to keep it either nose heavy, or they can sit back and lift the front of the boat out of the water. So we're going to take a very short break. I can see our juniors returning to the boat ramp. Won't be too much longer. We'll get underway with Heat 2 of our J3 for Formula Future here at Lake Moala.
So the crew's working hard up in the crane pits. They've got a few big boats to get in the water up there, so doing a beautiful job. And whilst these Formula Futures are out there on the water, so the crew's working very, very hard. Right, so same group hits the water again. They spin them around and get them out here. So we saw Levi Whitten take pole number 1. I'm not sure whether they've got a new pole draw. We'll wait and see them line up.
The JD Land came from P5 last time, so that'll put him up into either P2 or P3 for this one. So hopefully be able to get a better run in Heat 2 of our J3 Formula Futures here. Boat's doing a great job starting to line up. They're only halfway down the back straight. They're 3 wide. And they'll pick up the runners in first and second very shortly.
Yeah, it's important that everybody here on the bank understands, you know, obviously this is a big event, and why Formula Future at an event like this? Well, the reality is that these kids can only race under controlled conditions, under an event sanctioned by the APBA, which is the Australian Powerboat Racing Association. Otherwise, at the age they are, they're not allowed to skipper a boat at this speed on their own in most states of Australia. A 15 horsepower outboard, you know, with a speed of up to 45 miles an hour is not something they're allowed to do on their own. So as part of an investment in the future of our sport, we ensure that the Formula Futures are part of events like this, because they, it's the only way that they can get race experience and then make the step, much the same way that you'd go to Milo Cricket or Oz Kick on a Saturday morning. This is the breeding ground. Nice start on the outside, JD Land. So
same pole positions for this one.
yeah, it is, certainly. So good to see Candice Rainbow building in confidence. So she's right up with the start pack this time. That's very, very nice. Does a good job, wheels it around. So good, clean lines through there. Levi Whitten, the inside pole, has a good run there. There's a much better battle going on in second and third right there. A little bit of ground lost on the exit of that corner on the boat on the inside, but back on the gas hard now and hunting down these boats in front.
JD Land back to fourth now in the green boat, and Candice in Pickles rounds out our 5 boats as they head down into the glare.
Yeah, so Levi Whitten out in front in second, Andy Cameron, but only by a couple of boat lengths. Right behind him is Spitfire Jack Williamson.
Might be two here for Levi.
Fourth place, JD Land. In Perseverance, Candice Rainbow in the Pickles machine. Remembering, of course, this is handicapped, so they're trying as hard as they can to win the race, obviously, but it's going to come down to how well their times line up from that first heat. And because it's rougher, there can be quite a big variance between that flat race.
Now, Levi Whitten doing an outstanding job there. Just take out heat number 1 and straight back into the lead, and looking good here for heat number 2. Is a great battle here with JD Land in the green boat. He's going to go up into third position here. Now, Andrew, do these guys and girls, do they have to hold their line for the entire race?
No, it's only through turn number 1 that they're required to hold their pole. So after that, the APBA rule states that, well, there's 2 things. The overtaking vessel must take all measures to avoid contact with the boat being overtaken. But secondly, that you must have a minimum of 3 boat lengths before you can come across and take the line of the boat in front of you. Once you commit to a corner, essentially the corner is yours if you're the boat in front. It's not overly complicated, but if you're a boat coming up behind and you can see that the boat that's outside you is turned into the corner, you can't force passage, so you can't jam the nose of the boat up there to prevent them. Much the same as in race cars, to be honest. If you're not past the boat or equal with the boat, then they've got a right to the corner.
Levi Whitten greets the yellow flag. 1 lap to go here for our Heat 1 and Heat 2 of our J3 Formula Futures.
So
doing it really good.
Acknowledges the flags on the way through. Good to see. You see these kids look hand up to the boat out there in the middle of the course. They go, yep, I've seen that flag. JD Land looking very nice in Perseverance. I think this boat is a little chance boat, so a shortened version of the chance. Very good little choppy rough water boat. And nice and balanced right now. There goes Jack Williamson in Spitfire. Candice Rainbow. Hey, she's starting to push on a little bit there. The Pickles machine has given her a bit of a wild ride. So probably got a tiny bit too much trim in that boat. She's left and right. As I mentioned earlier, my son started in this boat, a borrowed boat from the APBA in Victoria. So you just sign a lease agreement. You give it a service. You keep it clean. You give it back to the association at the end of the year. And after that, we're into our own campaign. And he's currently owns a new tunnel boat, mate, and he's trying to put that together to get that back out into the series next year, so at the age of 21.
There he comes, Levi Whitten.
Checkered flag flying
2 from
high.
2.
Yeah, nice run from young Levi.
He greets the checkered flag, rocking and rolling all the way up the main straight. But a very confident and dominating win for Levi Whitten. They'll pick up on our 3rd place, and that's JD Land just crossing the line now in the little green boat. And Spitfire. And rounding out the field is Pickles with young Candice behind the wheel. Now the juniors will be heading back to the pit area now, and our second heat of our juniors I can see already out in the water there over at our eastern boat ramp. So it'll be straight on with Heat 3 and Heat 4 for our J3 Formula Futures here at Yarrawonga.
So black flag flying high now. Levi Whitten will bring it home, and that's his weekend done and dusted. The young gun from the Victorian Outboard Club. That big orange helmet sitting proudly atop those little shoulders. There's Andy Cameron. Give him a wave, ladies and gentlemen. A little nuts. He's done a good job. One of the bigger juniors getting out there. There's JD Land, Perseverance. The big race back to pit lane. Give him a clap and a wave as they come through. So the last of our boats heading in up in the crane area. So the timing's going to be just about perfect, because once we've got a couple more minutes of Formula Future racing, we are going to go live to the big shebang at the very end. The Land Transport J. Sayer Anzac Day Trophy. So the Anzac Trophy is a big one. It's unlimited open. So if you have a capsule on your boat, you are welcome to enter. And we have got a huge mix here. We've got a Formula One tunnel boat that's, by looking here, it's going to run out of lane number 1. It's called Crazy Duck Racing, Pete Zala. The GP races that we saw earlier, Vaughan, are the 200 horsepower class, essentially, in that 2.5 litre. This boat runs what's called an S3000 racing engine, revs to about 10, 11, up to 12,000 RPM, produces almost 300 horsepower, which doesn't sound a lot in a blown boat, but in a tunnel boat, you've added another third. So these things are capable of 140 mile an hour. Craig Bailey, you will have seen, has won a lot of unlimited open races, beating these big blown boats and hydros, and it's that kind of rig that we're talking about. Yeah, Melody's out there. Destiny will be out there. Rival, we're looking for. Always Pumping, Hurricane, GP 101, and Aussie Connection.
Wow, what a field. A wide variance of different hull designs out there.
Mate, I can already hear slamming Sammy Smith, mate, when that big Merlin comes screaming past here. All right, this is a second grouping, the second to last of the Formula Future for today. Bit more experience in here, a little bit faster boats. Some of these too we've got out there looking for Riley Bride now. She's going to be one to watch. This is a great little rough water boat in Fat Chance. Crackerjack, Jack Hockley is out there. Bud Light Jr., Harry Meads, the tall assassin. 4 is the magnificent Ella Gilligan in She's Epic, the white boat with the pink flash. 5, little hole shot, Fletcher Donnelly, the little white machine. 6 is going to be Prime, Josh Taranto. And 7, if we've got all 7, Chase Hamilton in Flat Out.
Yeah, we got 7 out there. Josh Taranto a little bit late to the line, but he's away, and flag drops and away we go. It's a fairly even start from all of our runners at the moment. Oh, Taranto getting the boat right up out of the water.
Yeah, so a little bit busy out there. I said these are probably a more experienced grouping, and on the inside, so very, very nice. So that's Flat Out actually on the inside. So I'm just trying to pick that up. Yeah, Chase Hamilton has got that pole 1, and he's done it really well. Just to his outside. Where's Riley Bride? I think that's her in
second.
Spray in second, yeah. She's going to be one to watch in this one. And Crackerjack, Jack Hockley. This thing's fast, but looking to me like it's a super light wing boat. So in these rougher conditions, he's going to have to maybe trim the boat in a little bit, or it's going to spend too much time with its nose in the air. You can see Harry Meads working very hard behind him to keep the boat settled, as is Ella Gilligan. And the young gun in little hole shot, Fletcher Donnelly, this white machine, is doing it pretty tough out there. The shorter boat in these choppy conditions. Around the corner we go, mate.
Riley Bride on the outside now, trying to chase down our leader at the moment, Chase Hamilton in Flat Out. And Crackerjack not too far off the back of these first and second. This is a great run as they cross the line. This is going to be a dead heat for lap 1, number 1. With Riley Bride on the outside, Chase Hamilton on the inside, and now starting to fall back a bit is Crackerjack with Jack Hockley behind the wheel.
Tell you what, that red and blue machine out wide, that's Prime Josh Taranto. So first time I've seen him out here this weekend. This boat's super fast. He's a super light young fella. the boat very quick, but these conditions aren't what he'll want because he doesn't have a lot of body weight to keep the boat in the water, so he's going to be getting ragdolled out there. I'd love to see Riley Bride take the plunge, step across the inside wash because she's going to be able to outturn the flat-out machine of Chase Hamilton. She's sitting just outside his wash right now, so yes, she's going to get the visor wet, but I wouldn't mind seeing her make a move to come to the inside and see if she can run a tighter line on the exit from one of these corners. Ella Gilligan, the white and pink machine. This thing, just the nose, this boat's super light. She's about in 5th right now. Really struggling into that headwind and having to back out of it. Nice corner up there from Chase Hamilton in flat out. You've got Riley Bright and Jack Hockley, mate. He's going nowhere in Crackerjack. He's up the inside as well.
Yeah, he's
three-way battle.
He's moved to the inside now, the inside of Hamilton, who is our lead boat as they come across the line. Riley Bright in second.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, 1 lap to go.
Oh, I tell you what.
And Hamilton, hang on.
Mate, the Crackerjack, Jack Hockley, he's going to put this up the inside. He's got some closing speed, so they look left, they look right. He's not going to have a lot of room in that turn, boy, so he's going to have to sit it on the crest of the wash. Oh, he's done that beautifully. That's Gunnell to Gunnell Racing, so he's shortened his distance. He's going to give Riley Bright a real surprise in a minute because he's going to sit on her inside wash. So she's got a good exit, though, so the 2 out in front, a little bit of breathing space. Josh Taranto now moves up into 4th.
Yeah,
in the prime. Bud Light into 5th, Epic in 6th, and 7th is Little Hole Shot, Fletcher Donnelly.
Little Hole Shot rounding out our big field of 7 runners in this one, but it's all young Hamilton in this one, flat out from Riley Bride, driving Fat Chance. She's only 2 boat lengths behind here, but this is the last lap. So if there's going to be a move put on, it has to be down here in turn number 1.
Dig it in, get inside him. No, he's run wide, so a bit of racecraft. He's a Hamilton after all.
Yes.
He's not giving her an inch, so the drag race to the line now, the checkered flag being shown. There's not going to be a lot of inside. On the inside, there'll be tears in the eyes of the Hamilton clan. Can he hold her off? Flat out. Chase Hamilton on the inside. Outside Riley Bride. It's Chase Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen. Riley Bride, Fat Chance in a second. What a drive from Jack Hockley. Kept it on the water surface as best he could, and great effort into 3rd. Oh, there's a battle back here as well. Who have we got into the sun? Coming out of the sun. Oh, a big moment there from Josh Taranto in prime. He's thrown it all on the line to get past his good mate Harry Meads and nearly binned it. Beautiful run. There is Ella Gilligan. This boat too fast, too light for these choppy conditions, so she just needs to take it, settle.
Very easy.
Have a run. Have a look at this thing. I love watching this boat run. Fletcher Donnelly, it spends more time in the air than on the water surface, and it's a ripper little boat and driven by a great young gun. So well done to that man. But, mate, hey, these kids have got the mail. They are going to move straight back up to the milling area, form back up. They're going to do it all again.
Do it all again.
And we now have the last of our Anzac Day boats going into the water. So it's a good time to give a shout-out to our good mate Sam Smith, who's down here in the audience. Sam, we would love for you to come up to the commentary box because very, very shortly the big finale for this weekend will be the Anzac Day Trophy. And to acknowledge the work that Sam Smith has done for this sport in calling races for probably about the last 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
At least. Probably more than that, in fact. We're going to get Sammy Smith up here on the Macronia phone alongside yourself. Right. Crews forming up there now.
Good start.
There's no radio comms between these juniors, so they've got to do all this on their own. Ella Gilligan.
Last time we were coming up to the line, Taranto out of 6 was jumping and dipping and diving. He's doing it again right now as he tries to form up. He leaves his run a little bit late, but that works for him once he controls all this jumping and diving he's doing. Looks like it's going to be a fairly even start for our first 4 drivers. Flag drops and away we go.
Now Fletcher's got a better start that time, so that's an interesting one. So the boat out of 3 is going to lead them in. Riley Bride won't mind that at all because she can turn on a pin. Josie Taranto, they've obviously had to put get some trim out of that boat and flatten it down, but that boat is very light, and he's just got to measure his attack down there. It's not going to be his day in these choppy, windy conditions, so he's just got to get some points on the board. But out in front, have a look at this 3-way battle. Who's the boat out in front? I think it is flat out. So Chase Hamilton, he's got Riley Bride who is inside this time, and just outside is Crackerjack with Jack Hockley. So three-way battle, but Jack Hockley is into second spot right now.
Let's see whether Riley Bride can move over to the inside of the track on the way out of turn number 1. So he got held nice and wide last time through from Hamilton. And, of course, you've got Jack Hockley in there as well in third position at the moment, looking to make a move on Riley Bride.
Riley Bride, she's awake up to that, so she's running a much tighter line now. She's just shortened that corner, and you can see a bit of air for all of these boats as they go through. Big Harry Meads in Bud Light sitting out behind them, so these hands working super hard on the wheel. And Fletcher's making a big charge here, but they're all getting a little bit airborne, so he's got a nice clean run, but he said as these boats lift off the surface of the water, they blow off a bit of speed. You can see that there with Ella Gilligan and Josh Taranto.
Got a caution flag out there at the moment.
Yeah, trying to pick up why. I can't exactly see what the issue is.
No, is that one right over there at
No, I don't think so. So we've got all our competitors underway, which is great to see. So not sure what the cause of the caution is. But anyway.
7 boats out there on the water still.
I don't know, maybe someone's seen Elvis. But out in front, it is flat out Chase Hamilton. So caution may be called just because the wind conditions are building and the junior drivers were advised. Yeah, Josh Taranto hooks it round in the prime. I was just talking about that as it's building. So in the boat in 6th, he's that boat just tripped up and he's it's grabbed the nose of the boat, and that's what happens with these little wing boats, and it's just turned him around. So
Hockley and Bride coming very, very close there on the entry into turn number 2 as they come out side by side. They're jumping out into this headwind as they come up the main straight. This is yellow flag. 1 lap to go here for our J3, our Formula Futures. And it looks like Hockley's been able to get past Riley Bride. He's going to challenge for the lead this time as they head down into turn 1.
Yeah, he's a long way off. And I said, that boat actually doing a really nice job. So, as I say that, it just grabs and bites. So the hard part about it is when the boat gets airborne, your instant reaction is to back off the throttle, and that brings the boat back to earth. But you don't want to back it off too much. So you got to just feather it. Ella Gilligan's a really good example of that. Boat number 24, white and pink. She knows that her boat is built super light, and if she pushes too hard, she's just going to spend all her time.
Here we go. Race for the lead.
Mate, this is going to be on between these two young hard
That's
chargers.
Hockley.
It is Hockley on the outside. Chase Hamilton on the inside. And a big push. Oh, wheel stand. So as I said right there, you can see all of a sudden the momentum shifts the other way. The boat just stalls up in that breeze, gets too much air. So you've really got to lift off, you actually go a little bit quicker. And Harry Meads, a little bit of a mono in the back straight. Ella Gilligan as well. Jossie Taranto backing off a little bit after his hook. So realise that this is not going to be his day. He just needs to get home and get his points.
I think that's Hockley on the outside here.
And his mate, Crackerjack.
With Hamilton trying to make a last lunge. Up the inside, Hamilton versus Hockley. It's going to be Hamilton. Across the line by about 3 boat lengths.
It's not, it's Hockley. He's moved to the inside in the sun, couldn't see it. So,
how's that?
Big last lap move, Jack Hockley, Crackerjack.
Camouflage move over there.
Right in the sun. They're coming straight at us. Well done, Chase Hamilton. Beautiful drive. Riley Bride. Look at the thumbs up out there between these kids.
Yeah, they're good. Good show of sportsmanship for these young kids.
Sensational, it is that, mate. Harry Meads in Bud Light Racing brings it home. Ella Gilligan, smiling one. She's epic, boat number 24. Josh Taranto in prime, out and about, getting the job done. Gave his mum a scare over there in the back straight, but picked it all up, got it back together, brought it over the line. And the smallest boat in the field out there, the River Rat from up north. He loves a bit of flat water. He's lightning fast, of course. I speak of none other than Little Hole Shot and Fletcher Donnelly. What a great crew of Formula Future Racing, ladies and gentlemen. But I think it is time for me to vacate my chair, because appearing behind us like an enigma wrapped in a mystery, you don't say this word too often in your life, but we have been joined up here in the commentary box by a legend, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Smith, who has been invited by the Victorian Speedboat Club to get up here and make the call for the Anzac Day Cup. Sam, you've been here all weekend. You've invested so much of your life into this, mate. It wouldn't be a powerboat race without hearing your vocal cords. Thanks very much for patting up one more time to thrill the crowd with all of your knowledge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Murph. This is where I grew up. This was my playground, many, many years ago when I was a young kid. And I dreamt, after watching boat racing here for so long, I dreamt when I was 13 that I was going to call these, and it was a long time after. I called everything but boat racing. I started off with hot rods. I started off you know, speedway, motocross, jet sprint boat racing, Melbourne to Yarrawonga professional bikes. Then I went to Winton Motor Raceway and V8 supercars, but the heart wasn't there, mate. And as soon as a bloke from Yarrawonga said there's a fella that's gonna have to give it away because he's having a few matrimonial problems, he dived in for me, and yeah, in 1985 I had my first call for the Victorian Speedboat Club. So I heard you say 40 years, well it's 38, but then I had a season and a half off. They said I'd retire, but my wife was seriously ill, and so I couldn't go on, and then the late and great Tony Walsh got me down to Painesville for the Griffith Cup, rang me 25 times in 12 days, and the wife said, oh, if I cried out loud, take the bloody thing on, will you? So, you know, down I went, and of course run into the Kiwis. They ran 1-2 and went to New Zealand until COVID hit from 2001 to 2018, and then across to America, Canada. The Canadians were there, and they said, come over, we want you to come over. So over to Valleyfield before 200,000 people, mate. People were bowing at me and clapping and carrying on, you know, it was brilliant. And then into America, and got home, back over to Detroit for the H1s, which of course are the turbines. 220 mile an hour, mate, over a 2.5 mile course. God, the heart was up when they were hitting the corners. But yeah, look, I've had a great time, but I think it's time for you blokes to take over. The old tonsils are not like they used to be, and I couldn't do 3 days. I told them that, and I said I'll help you out wherever I can. So as I said, this is my hometown, and great way to go out.
Mate, Open Unlimited, the Anzac Trophy. I'm going to give you a microphone and get it away. You're down the barrel over there. There's a lot of people watching from around the world. When we mentioned it earlier, the comments started coming thick and fast on GP Hydro live streaming. You know, I listen to old stuff, and we all do. We jump onto YouTube, we hear that stuff. It might be 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and here's this bloke. Hey, bring it on. We got some hydros. I'm going to give you a Vaughan Brewer, mate. Enjoy this one, the Anzac Cup, the Open Unlimited here at Yarrawonga for 2024.
Thanks very much, Murph, and Vaughan, done a great job over the weekend. You two, you've still got a voice. Normally, this time of the day, I'm gone, I'm out. But yeah, look, great to get on there, and a special thanks, as I said, to the Victorian Speedboat Club who give me the opportunity. And you know, I've been all over the place, and yeah, I just thank them very, very much that you know, they've helped me out.
Mate, I'm going to put you on the spot. Over that stellar career that you've just described to us all here at Yarrawonga, what is going to be your single highlight of your powerboat racing commentary?
Oh, single highlight, mate. Well, everything's been a highlight because, you know, a boy from Yarrawonga thinking that he's going to work for the VSBC, and that's, you know, Albert Park Lake I started, Lake Epilock, and here at Yarrawonga. Then in the late 80s, they got the Australian Championship at Griffith in New South Wales, and I don't know how they got it, but 5 years in a row, and I was lucky to call that. And so, look, highlights, yeah, I suppose the E.C Griffith Cup, Marge Watson for the blown boats, those types of races. But then the little picnic races, I've been to Tasmania, to Chris Palmer's, Rosevere's a little place, you know, and it's absolutely magnificent. We had a ball over there. You know, and I've been up to Bundaberg, crossed to Broken Hill, into Adelaide Speedboat Club. I've, you know, take my hat off to those guys, Mark Palazzo, Dave Clark, and the boys over there. Absolutely brilliant. Then up into Sydney, Dargle, for Alan and Joy Smith, you know, 20-odd years with Mark Staunton calling there. Then, of course, the Deepwater, and, of course, Windsor, Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. So, you know, look, everywhere I go, I think it's a highlight. I just love it.
Mate, you've been to every powerboat club in Australia except Perth. What about the WA Speedboat Club?
I was just going to say to you, Vaughan, you know a bloke over there by the name of Paul Harvey?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know Paul?
Harv's Tyres, yep.
Yeah, well, I texted Paul Harvey last year when you had that big meeting over there.
Stannard Cup.
And the South Australians were going over.
Yep,
I never got a reply. And the only state and the only place I've never called boat racing is Western Australia. I haven't been there. I want to go to Fremantle. I said to my lovely lady, I want to go to Free. I'll have a look at that. And, of course, we've got to go over there when your boat racing's on.
There's lots of cruise liners coming into Melbourne, from Melbourne and Sydney, coming across to the west. I think we had 25 of them here through our summer. So jump on board a cruise ship and you'll be deposited right in Fremantle.
Yeah, well, as I said, I'd love to do that, and I'd love to go on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise. I think my lady's been on 6. I haven't been on one. We booked a couple, and of course COVID hit, but I'm lucky we got the money back. But so yeah, look, everything's been a highlight, and it's you know, I just can't believe that what I've done and what I've achieved, you know, and where I've been. That everyone has you know looked up to me and want to talk to me, and that's what it's all about.
When we asked people yesterday if they spotted you in the crowd, did you get mobbed?
Oh. I had phone call after phone call this morning. I tell you, Gus Vivers rang me up. Gus come down and he had my unit last couple of years. Haymaker. You know, and yeah, look, they just kept calling and calling.
Well, we've got boats on the water now, Sammy, and we'll have a look at our drivers and starters. Out of pole 1 will be Crazy Duck Racing with Peter Zala. Alongside him, Melody 11, Brian Kilpatrick. In 3rd spot will be Rival John Backer. Out of 4, Always Pumping, Dennis Pasala. Then we have GP1 with Ben Clark just cruising past us right now. And then the old girl, Lindsay McMillan. Here she comes, Aussie Connection, a hydroplane, piece of history.
Well, I did hear, Vaughan, I don't know whether it's right, that Ricky Howard's going to drive it.
Well, we did have that down on our list, but the updated list now says Lindsay McMillan.
Okay.
Yeah, the early entry list showed us as Ricky Howard, and that would have been fantastic for him to finish off the day.
Rick could put the boot into it, I tell you. Great fellow, and congratulations to Grant and Karen and Ricky Howard. Ricky, of course, holds the outright time for the bridge to bridge, and now he's won an E.C Griffith Cup.
Well, I can see Dennis Pasala out there looking to see Johnny Backer. Looks like he's out there as well. The orange boat is the 101 of Ben Clark. We've also got another orange boat out there, which would be Melody 11. So Crazy Duck Racing on pole position, Peter Zala. Alongside him, Melody 11, Brian Kilpatrick. Then the first of the blown alcohol boats in Rival, Johnny Backer. Always Pumping, Dennis Pasala. Alongside him, then we have Hurricane, Graham Malloy. GP 101, Ben Clark. And the old girl, the 27-litre supercharged Rolls-Royce Merlin engine on board Aussie Connection.
Yeah, well, I was in America, in Detroit, in 2018. They had 12 of those on the bank, and they started up one by one. And you should have heard the crowd absolutely went berserk, because the turbines, what they call them, they don't
superchargers.
No, they call them hair dryers. That's right, hair dryers. Yep. But when the GPs come out, when there was noise, the crowd just rushed to the bank like they've done now, Vaughan. So hang on to your hats, folks, when you hear this Merlin go past. It will be rumble down under, I can assure you, and that sun is not good.
No, it's very hard to pick up our runners out there as they start to move around turn number 2 alongside of our pole boat. Interesting to see how this Formula One unlimited tunnel out there on pole position goes. Look at the old girl Aussie Connection just about coming over here in the commentary box. Here we go, we're set for a start. Away you go, Sammy.
Okay, the flag is down, folks, and it's go, go, go. And Dennis Pasala is the first one that comes out of the chute. It is a charge, and Benny Clark in the 101 got a flyer going out wide as they go round there. So down the side has Crazy Duck got it inside running. Vaughan.
Now around there is Johnny Backer. It now takes the lead in the blown alcohol boat. We see GP 101 with Graham Malloy having a great run out there as well. GP 101, not too far out the back.
I think it's been made Rival Johnny Backer, is it, as he comes in the front straight away. The Trelgan boy. Oh, he's hit some hard water as he goes past. And it is Rival Johnny Backer. Goes through on lap number 1. From in second, Melody. Third placing, then Hurricane over on the outside. There's Pasala in, Always Pumping. Crazy Duck and the big door just going past Aussie Connection.
The sheer noise of Aussie Connection. What a piece of Aussie history as we look down towards turn number 2. We're on lap number 2 at the moment. Johnny Backer doing an outstanding job here in Rival.
Oh, the big 21-footer built it himself, this boat, folks. Johnny Backer, 565 cubic inch, and he's putting the power on. He is winning it here at the Anzac Day Cup as he goes down to the bottom corner the last time. Who's going to the chase? The little 6-litre Melody, Brian Kowettrick.
Melody 11 doing outstandingly well up into second position. They pulled right away here as we get the first of the hydroplanes, the GP.
Oh, keep going back. Keep going. Johnny Backer's in trouble. Johnny has buttoned the power right off. Can he get home? Or will Melody pick him up as he goes to the bridge corner? Come back. Give it one last squirt, son. Into the front straight away. Homeward bound. He's about to come. But he's on probably, probably 6 cylinders, Vaughan.
Checkered flag on display. Your winner of the Anzac Day Cup for 2024, Johnny Backer, takes the win from a hard-charging Melody 11. Bring him home, Sammy.
Yeah, and further back in the field, Hurricane. Here he goes through, Goman Boxy Beloy. The bell boy from Queensland going through. Crazy Duck found it very hard out there. Peter Salo as he goes through. Then always pumping Dennis Masala back behind him. And unfortunately, the big Merlin has called it a day over the back, Vaughan. But my great mate, and he, of course, had the late and great Johnny Cross driving the Rival open cockpit boat. And Johnny Cross and I formed a very, very big relationship, and so too did Johnny Backer, and it's great to see Back come to Yarrawonga and take out this Anzac Day Cup. Well done.
I must have done something right yesterday, Sammy, because I went and got a T-shirt off Johnny Backer yesterday.
They're brilliant. They are absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, awesome, man. He will be wrapped with that effort. He's been strong all weekend, and this is a thoroughly deserved victory for Johnny Backer, driving the blown alcohol boat of Rival as the lid comes up and he comes to a stop. Sammy, what did you reckon of that one?
Oh, yeah, well, look, it's hard, it's rough, it's tough out there, that water, and that Rival boat really suited Yarrawonga water as it chopped up there, and especially at the bridge corner, mate. So, yeah, well done. I thought he was in a bit of trouble down the back, but whether he was just letting it off and making sure he was going to get home, but good win, great win.
Well, as we've said all weekend, mate, thank you very much for your service to powerboat racing worldwide. We can say that, except Western Australia. Yeah, your commitment to the sport, your knowledge, just the mentoring of what you've been able to do over the last 45 or 38 years, just sensational, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Vaughan, and thanks to the crowds that have supported me over all these years. They come up and want to shake my hand, want to talk to me, like this bloke behind me, they all want to talk to you. I suppose when you're, doing things that you love doing. And it was just my love of, from 6 years of age, and then, as I said, from 13 years of age when I had that dream that I was going to call them. And, yeah, I just love it. So, again, a special thank you to the VSBC. They've been absolutely magnificent, and long may it continue well into the future, and I'm sure it will.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a legend of the Yarrawonga region in Sammy Smith. And before you go, from one legend to another, Sammy Smith, this is Mr. Matt Hall and Emma McDonald. So we've got Raz, we've got Vixen, and we've got J-Bomb. This is John from the Red Bull Air Racing team.
Yeah, well, I was lucky last year to interview this guy and this gal, and, mate, people were standing alongside me, and this girl down here on, I think it was a Saturday, these two got that close together, and this girl said, I can't look. I look away, and I went, an inch between them, and she went, wow! That was just unbelievable, what they did for Yarrawonga this weekend. And look, people say, but it's boat racing, but gee, it brought crowd after, people into the town, and that's what it's all about. We're a tourist town, we love it. And whatever makes people come into Yarrawonga and spend their money and spend the weekend, if it's up there in the sky or down there on the water, I'm all for it.
Mate, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend, Sammy Smith. So we move on to our legends in the air, the aviation side of things. Mate, Matt Hall, What did you reckon of seeing a 27-litre supercharged Rolls-Royce Merlin engine out there? Although briefly, it just a thunder.
It's a good sound, isn't it? I've been for the last 2 years I've been here. I've been looking forward to seeing that race. I hear it from out at the airport, but to actually see it finally race. I thought I was going to get to see it race yesterday afternoon, but they didn't quite get it going. But that was what a sound, hey.
It's a very unique sound, and as we said yesterday, if you closed your eyes, if there were 3 or 4 of those, it'd take you back to maybe what it sounded like in World War II.
Yeah, for sure. It's the same engine they ran in the Spitfires and the Mustangs, so it's and the Lancasters actually. So it's an amazing, iconic piece of history, running around, still being maintained and out there on the water for us to hear.
So how was your day up there today? A little bit windy compared to yesterday. Have much of effect on the plane?
Oh, it was a little bit windier. It's still just as safe. It just makes we've got to work a bit harder to counter for the wind and the turbulence. But we had fun, and more importantly, I beat Emma in the race, so I'm pretty stoked.
We did see that, and we were thinking about the argument that must have happened back on the tarmac over there at the Yarrawonga Air Force Airplane Airport. And, of course, we've got Emma McDonald with us again this afternoon. Emma, thank you very much for all of your help and assistance with Matt's displays this weekend. Been phenomenal, and, of course, your performance, awesome. Just matches the rival here, so that's something that you can put on the resume.
Yeah, certainly. It was great to be here over the weekend. It's just been absolutely fantastic. The weather has been absolutely amazing, and the crowds have been huge, which has been great to see everyone down here.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people congregating around you yesterday when you had all of your merch and the posters and the little cards and that. People just super excited to see the Matt Hall Red Bull air race here. And, those planes are sensational. The noise that they make when they change the pitch of the propeller is just sensational. It takes me back to when you guys came over to Langley Park in Perth a few years ago.
Yeah, basically the big noise that the props are making is the tips of the propeller blades are going supersonic. So there are shock waves you can hear coming off the blades when we do those big high G pulls. So yeah, there's a lot of action going on in those planes while we're doing that. And then obviously we make the plane go backwards at times, so you're actually hearing the air going through the propeller backwards, which makes a massive screaming sound as well.
We better bring over the next of our sidekicks, J-Bomb, as he's now been known as. So, J-Bomb, your next job on Monday morning is to organise some T-shirts with J-Bomb, Raz and Vixen.
Sure thing, I'll get onto it.
Of course, you're going to have a busy role this afternoon. There's a few more media activities for you guys to do before you take off and go to the next port of call. But, mate, what type of things do you have to do now? Like, obviously, you've got to pack up a lot of things. How you not transport the planes, but Matt and Emma will fly the planes back to your home base. You turn them around, do some engine checks, and then get them back up in the air again.
Yeah, so today we've got a bit more media stuff to do, and then we'll be packing the planes, getting them ready to go home tomorrow. It's pretty interesting how much stuff you can fit in those little planes, to be honest.
The suitcases and some sleeping bags and hair dryers. Oh, wonder. J-Bomb, you don't need a hair dryer, mate. On behalf of everybody here in the Victorian Speedboat Club, thank you very much, guys. Sensational. Absolutely sensational display over the weekend. Matt, best of luck for what the future has in store for you. And let's hope that we can get the Red Bull air race back over to the west.
Yeah, exactly. Now, thanks for having us. It's been an amazing weekend. Everybody has looked after us from all the local businesses, including Seabull, where we're staying. It's just been an incredible stay here at Yarrawonga. We're already booked in for coming back next year. So, it's sort of like a Gillette ad. We liked it that much. We bought the company. We're coming back.
Sensational. Emma, same with you. Congratulations on your achievements through life so far, and I'm sure the future is looking very good.
Yeah, thank you very much, and looking forward to being here again next year.
Awesome. The ladies and gentlemen from the Red Bull Air Race team, Matt Hall, Emma McDonald, and J-Bomb.
Awesome, thank you. We just made it in time for the race. That was awesome.
All right, so we're just waiting for Andrew Murphy to come back up the front here. Great stuff.
Sorry, mate, I'm getting sledged.
That's
over here
okay,
because
yeah.
I'm a chicken by these two, by Rass and Vixen, mate. How good are
What
those
a
guys?
fantastic weekend, including these guys here up in the air. All the action out there on the water. What was your highlight for the weekend?
I've got to tell you, my highlight was right then, standing down there on the bank, listening to Sammy Smith and a big Merlin hydroplane going past. You know, it's a bit of hard work up here in the commentary box. That guy's done it for 30-odd years, just in this port alone. But yeah, the two things go together. An absolute honour to have him up here and hear him call a race at his hometown, mate. There's too many to call, but I've got to give a massive shout out. This is the biggest logistical event of the season. 80 volunteers it takes to put this together. Months and months and months of planning. So to the committee of the Victorian Speedboat Club, mate, on behalf of every single person that visited here on the bank, every single person that was out there on the water, we just wanted to say a massive thank you to them, mate, because without that committee, without that club, it's easier just to not do it. But they took the hard pill. They've done it for a few years in a row right now, and they put on a spectacular show. So to the VSBC, on behalf of everybody, both here and all around the world that saw this through GP Hydro live stream, mate, I just want to say thank you so much to them.
Yeah, of course, we've got to thank our guys and girls from GP Hydro live streaming, Scotty Lambert and his team, producing another sensational weekend of powerboat racing for everybody around the world to enjoy. And, of course, we had the Formula GPs here joining us here at Yarrawonga this weekend. They were great. Absolutely fantastic racing.
Yeah, certainly were phenomenal. Obviously, we've got presentations tonight that are happening at the Mulwala Water Ski Club. If you really like this, it's the first one of these that you've been to. For a lot of people here on the bank that I spoke to today, it was an event to come to, and they're absolutely entranced by it all. Just jump onto the APBA website, so www.apba.com. And that's the Australian official website. That's got a calendar on it with events all around the country. Because if you like this one, they're happening everywhere. Adelaide, Dargle, you can go north, you can go south, you can go west. It doesn't matter. And if you want to get involved, it's a great way to start. But if you just want to be a spectator, check out the action at APBA and get a little bit more of this sport in your life because it's a whole lot of fun.
And, of course, we can't disappear without recognising our 2024 E.C Griffith Cup winner in Ricky Howard. Those guys were just so happy down there in the pits. Lots of hugs happening.
Yeah, mate, that memory of the whole crew, the support crew, the owners, Ricky, on board the boat as it got towed past this big crowd, that'll stay with me for a long, long time, and I know that it'll stay with them. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be there at presentation tonight, mate. I think you're going to take the chalice on that one.
No problems.
But, mate, I know it's going to be filled with emotion. This is something that you aspire to in this sport, to put your name on that trophy, and they've done it. It's just, an incredible effort to them. Commiserations to all their fellow competitors. There can only be one winner. But, mate, yeah, it's well-deserved. They got it done, and congratulations to them.
We saw a fair bit of attrition in all of the categories over the weekend, but really feeling for young Cotter Patterson in Turn It Up in the National Drivers' Championship. Had a healthy lead going down into turn one for the last time, and the boat failed. But that's motorsport.
That's the way it is, mate. And don't forget, obviously, that series being produced and running on free-to-air TV on 7, mate, along with now the Australian Formula Powerboat GP Championship Series. So check your guides. Won't be too far away from seeing a bit of that Australian Formula Powerboat action and the National Drivers' Championship, mate. I'm just about run out of words. I got nothing else to say. I do want to give a huge shout-out to the crew of GP Hydro live streaming. So Paul, my mate over there, Neil Cullis, obviously the man behind the idea, behind the concept of all the investment, Scott Lambert. He lives in this cave all weekend. He doesn't even see the sun. And I think the people that are out there on the online world, they truly don't appreciate what this guy does for this sport and bringing it to it. So GP Hydro, thank you. David Bishop, I'm so happy to fill your incredibly large shoes, mate. I hope you won something. I hope it was worth it because you missed out on a hell of a show, mate. And I'm sure the people on the bank can't wait to hear him back here.
Well, mate, on behalf of the Victorian Speedboat Club, we thank everybody for your patronage here this weekend. And I think before we go, we might give one more round of applause for all of our sponsors and our volunteers here at Yarrawonga this weekend. Absolutely. Fantastic effort.
It has been phenomenal. Well, ladies and gents, that's going to wrap it up for me. It's I don't know what you're saying, Neil, but thank you very much. I think that was a compliment. It's the first time in my life, and I'll take that one on board. Hey, on behalf of me, my name's Andrew Murphy. I've had a great time bringing this to you. I know I've shouted a lot, but it's just because I genuinely love what we do. Vaughan, it was great to meet you and great to work with
Yeah,
you. Mr.
you too, mate.
Motorsport, buddy. And, mate, that is me signing off. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're driving tonight, this afternoon, drive safe. If you're drinking, leave your car at home. And I hope to see so many of you down at the Mulwala Water Ski Club tonight for our big presentations.
Yep, it's going to be great. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night.
We'll see you next time.